In this world, the weak spill their blood while the strong feast upon it. A deer grazes peacefully on the lush herbs of a dense forest. Concealed within the foliage, Johann Eitz steadies his bow, his instructor's voice a soft whisper urging him to remain calm. With immense focus, Johann draws back the string, feeling the tension build. The moment Joseph gives the signal, he releases the arrow. With a thunderous crack, the bowstring snaps instead of releasing the arrow. The startled deer bolts into the woods, fleeing in terror. "Johann!" Joseph screams, frustration evident in his voice. Nervously laughing, Johann holds up the broken bow, claiming it was too old. In agony, Joseph buries his face in his hands, lamenting that he had just bought his beloved Angela brand new a week ago. Joseph weeps, questioning why a noble would insist on learning hunting for no apparent reason. Frustrated, he exclaims that Johann could have simply pursued swordsmanship instead. Johann counters, explaining that swordsmanship doesn't pay off until one is hired. He insists they should relocate, emphasizing that he needs money to survive in this world. The narrator then reveals that Johann Eitz was originally born as Kim Johann and reincarnated into this realm after an accident. He understands that being reborn as a noble is futile, especially since he finds himself at the very bottom of the hierarchy. The thought of being stripped bare and cast out during the family's power struggles fills him with dread. Just then, Joseph halts him, nervously pointing toward a pack of wolves feasting on corpses in the shadows. With a swift motion, Johann looses an arrow at the beasts, but the shot goes wide. The loud thud of the miss echoes through the night, instantly alerting the wolves to their presence. Johann gazes at the gruesome scene before him, acknowledging the harsh reality of this medieval world. He watches as the wolves tear into the bodies, a grim reminder of the cruelty that exists. A chilling thought crosses his mind. Could these victims be from their own village? Joseph, sensing his unease, replies that it's difficult to say for certain. He adds, with a somber tone, that in this world, the weak are merely prey for the strong. Johann tightened the bandages around his hand, determined not to become prey. He remembered the frantic search for a status window when he first awakened, only to discover that no cheats existed in this world. His singular focus was clear. He needed money, as he envisioned a gleaming golden coin. He plotted his escape from the territory, dreaming of becoming a merchant or a free farmer. A greedy smile crept across his face as he vowed to gather every coin he could find. Joseph calls out, eager to showcase a plant known as Little Devil Grass. He explains that this rare herb not only halts bleeding, but also enhances alertness. Just as he finishes, Johann interrupts, curious if the herb is pricey. A grin spreads across his face when Joseph confirms it, and he quickly stuffs the herb into his gear. As Joseph scans the area, he notices a pouch of herbs lying on the ground. When he points it out, Johann quickly denies dropping it. Joseph's heart races as he realizes, with growing dread, that he has ventured deep into the forest alone. The chilling sound of a scream pierces the air, sending a shiver down his spine. He turns pale, panic surging through him. Without a second thought, he sprints toward the source of the cry. As he breaks through the underbrush, he spots a young girl clinging desperately to a tree branch, her eyes wide with fear. Below her, a pack of wolves prowls, their hungry gazes fixed on her. "Someone, please save me," she cries, her voice trembling with terror. Joseph recognizes her as Robert's daughter, Dell, and is puzzled by why a child is wandering in the depths of the forest. Panic sets in as he notices the overwhelming number of wolves surrounding them, and he urges Johann to retreat and call for backup. However, Johann disregards the warning, leaping forward into the fray. "These are man-eating predators," Joseph shouts in alarm. With a calm demeanor, Johann replies, "You need to rescue Dell. I'll draw their attention." Joseph is taken aback that a noble would willingly offer himself as bait for a mere commoner. Meanwhile, Johann can't help but grin as he realizes this place is a treasure trove, teeming with at least 10 wolves. He chuckles, already envisioning the fortune he could make from selling their pelts. With excitement bubbling over, he shouts to his prized moneymakers to wait for him. Joseph watches in confusion as Johann charges forward, employing an unusual style of footwork. Suddenly, a wolf lunges at him. Johann raises his sword to block, but the beast's powerful jaws shatter the blade like glass. Shock washes over Johann as he stares at the broken weapon. In that moment of vulnerability, another wolf seizes the opportunity, sinking its teeth into his neck, while Joseph's desperate scream echoes in the air. The scene shifts to the Eitz family's territorial inspection in the village of Bautrodane. Concubine Madame Eitz pinches her nose, wrinkling her face in disgust at the foul stench. Riding stoically behind her is her son, Philip Eitz. Meanwhile, the lord of the territory, Jessen Eitz, drunkenly curses the wretched countryside. Philip, ever the dutiful son, offers an apology as he reports that Johann is absent from the procession. He inquires whether he should dispatch soldiers to search for the brat. Jessen, his voice rising, shouts to forget about the fool, insisting he doesn't care if Johann meets the same fate as his wretched mother. Suddenly, he brings his horse to a halt before a peculiar mound of straw stacked at the village entrance. The villagers tremble as they explain that they covered the area to hide the ugly remnants of Johann's training. Jessen scoffs at the notion of someone like Johann undergoing training, but his laughter is cut short as he freezes in shock, his eyes widening at the sight of a massive tree trunk, deeply gouged by the sheer force of human fists. Meanwhile, in the forest, Johann skillfully blocks a fatal bite with his wrapped forearm, showcasing his resilience. The wolf discovers that its fangs cannot pierce Johann's arm just as he kicks it away. With a wry smile, Johann admits that fighting with a sword isn't his style. He shifts into a brawling stance, beckoning his adorable companions to join the fray. "I need money to avoid becoming prey," he declares, determination shining in his eyes. He resolves to unleash a strength that surpasses human limits. Joseph watches in disbelief as Johann drives his fist into a wolf's head, smashing it into the ground. Without hesitation, he seizes another beast, slamming it down with brutal force. One by one, he decimates the pack with raw, unrestrained violence. Standing amidst the fallen, enveloped in a blue aura, he grins maniacally and asks, "How much is all of this worth?" Johann comes to terms with a harsh truth. Life in this world is far from easy. This realization is rooted in a childhood marked by suffering. He remembers the relentless torment inflicted by his brothers, who held ranks 2 and 3. They would stomp on him to flaunt their superiority, hurling insults without a second thought. One brother even shouted for the illegitimate brat to die, questioning how a motherless bastard dared to speak back. Through the relentless physical and verbal abuse, Johann began to grasp the true mercilessness of the world around him. He internalized a grim certainty. Even if he were beaten to death, no one would care. In that harsh reality, he concluded that the only person he could truly rely on was himself. He found himself constantly pondering what it would take to survive in a medieval world. Fortunately, Johann had one distinct advantage over the people of this era: his extensive knowledge from his past life as a modern student. He had spent countless hours preparing for jobs and exams, absorbing information that medieval minds could scarcely fathom. From political science and sociology to economics, exercise science and nutrition, his head was a treasure trove of insights. Now, he resolved to put that intellectual edge to good use. He harnessed the principles of exercise science and high-intensity training to transform himself. Frantically, he sprinted through the village, pushing his stamina to the limit. The villagers watched him with puzzled expressions, questioning why he was feasting on discarded food. Undeterred by their judgment, Johann savored oats, cabbage, beans, and quail eggs with enthusiasm. With a confident grin, he declared that these were superfoods, ideal for creating a nutritionally balanced diet. He developed a rigorous training regimen grounded in modern exercise science, complemented by practical close combat martial arts. Over the years, his dedication began to yield impressive results. Finally, he unleashed a colossal punch against a tree, producing a thunderous impact that echoed through the air. With each training session, his body revealed even greater strength, a testament to his relentless effort. He wipes the sweat from his muscular frame, nodding to himself, feeling refreshed rather than exhausted. As time passed, no one could tell if this newfound strength was a blessing from God or just another trial. In the present moment, Johann stands over the carnage he has wrought, remarking that it seems this is the last of them. Nearby, his companion Joseph kneels beside the child Dell and gently asks if she is hurt anywhere. The terrified girl breaks down in tears, overwhelmed with gratitude for her safety. She calls out for Uncle Joseph. Joseph exhales a sigh of relief, but quickly shifts his focus to scolding his master. He admonishes Sir Johann for his reckless behavior, questioning whether Johann truly understands the danger he just faced. Yet, as he speaks, Joseph's tone softens, revealing a hint of admiration beneath his concern. He admits he's deeply moved by Johann's noble act, finding it remarkable that a man of such stature would step in front of a wild beast without a moment's hesitation to protect a young serf. Joseph expresses heartfelt gratitude on behalf of the villagers. Meanwhile, Johann is lost in his own thoughts, casually holding up 2 dead wolves by their tails. With a greedy snicker, he muses to himself about which item will fetch the highest price. Joseph, catching the mumbling, inquires about what he said. Johann feigns ignorance, insisting he said nothing. He quickly shifts the conversation to the girl, confirming her name is Dell, and asks if she is hurt. Dell trembles as she meets his gaze. She replies that she is fine thanks to him and expresses her gratitude. Suddenly, a terrifying red pressure seeps from the darkness behind them. A monstrous growl reverberates through the trees, causing the red aura to intensify. Dell freezes in fear. Joseph and Johann turn slowly, their hearts racing as they try to comprehend the looming threat. A colossal wolf with glowing red eyes and enormous fangs towers over them. Joseph screams in terror, recognizing it as a monster. He seizes Dell and shouts to Sir Johann that they must flee. A creature like that needs an entire army to confront, he exclaims. In that moment, Johann grasps something vital. He once believed this world was merely a typical medieval realm, but now he realizes it harbors monsters as well. With a confident smile, he turns to face the beast, inquiring if it is the leader of this pack. He offers a sarcastic apology, claiming he has already taken care of all its underlings. You see, he explains, wolf pelts fetch a high price. The giant wolf growls, its fierce gaze locked onto him, a silent challenge hanging in the air. Johann senses it. The creature views him as prey, yet he remains unfazed. To him, it doesn't matter what this beast is. Its hide will fetch a handsome price. As the monster lunges, snapping its jaws, Johann skillfully sidesteps the attack and counters with a powerful punch straight to the creature's face. The impact is jarring, but Johann quickly realizes his mistake. Cursing under his breath, he sees the scratch marring the hide and knows the price will plummet because of the damage. The monster wolf lets out a furious roar, a sound filled with both rage and agony. A massive sound wave crashes over Johann, forcing him to cover his ears. In an instant, the world around him shifts violently. His vision distorts, revealing flashes of a chaotic battlefield, a night cloaked in darkness, the weight of a helmet pressing down, and the sharp sting of a wound. Agonizing screams escape his lips as he feels his strength ebbing away, leaving him bewildered by the sensation. He collapses to the ground, overwhelmed. Suddenly, Johann jolts awake, screaming in terror. He finds himself panting heavily on the forest floor, drenched in sweat, the remnants of his nightmare still haunting him. He glances around in confusion, questioning what just occurred. Scanning the area for the monster, he realizes the red-eyed beast has vanished. Did it just leave? He wonders aloud. Turning his gaze, he sees Joseph and Dell sleeping soundly nearby, a reassuring sight that suggests everyone is safe. Although he admits he doesn't fully understand what happened, he knows one thing for certain. With monsters lurking, they need to return quickly. He carries Joseph and Dell on his back, beginning the trek home. With each step, he glances back at the wolf corpses scattered across the ground, a wave of regret washing over him. He had hoped to claim those pelts for himself. Accepting the loss, he reminds himself that there's little he can do now, and resolves to borrow a wagon for the next hunt. As he approaches the village, he notices its lights still shining brightly, even in the late hour. He wonders if the villagers are all out searching for Dell. A greedy fantasy begins to take shape in his mind. He thinks that even if he didn't intend to save Dell, he could still earn some points with his father. He imagines a cartoonish version of his father, tears of joy streaming down his face. In his mind, his father is awestruck, proclaiming Johann as his successor after bravely defeating a pack of wolves. Johann snickers at the thought, but quickly dismisses it as impossible. He lowers his expectations, considering that perhaps his father might at least assign him to the guards. If that were to happen, he wouldn't have to worry about food anymore. His musings are abruptly interrupted by a blazing torch thrust into his line of sight. Knights on horseback encircle him, their presence imposing. At the forefront, a blond man shouts his name. It's his brother Philip, with a mix of anger and urgency. Philip demands to know where Johann has been, his voice rising in intensity. How dare you disappear on the day of father's inspection, he bellows. Johann's heart sinks, his face draining of color as the realization hits him like a cold wave. The inspection is today. He thinks to himself that he's in deep trouble. The crowd of soldiers murmurs, calling him an insolent brat. Suddenly, a massive armored boot thuds heavily onto the ground. Johann gently sets Joseph down and drops to his knees. He stammers out an excuse to his father, insisting that today's circumstances were truly unavoidable. But his father silences him instantly with a single commanding word: silence. The imposing figure unsheathes a massive ornate axe from his back, his furious gaze fixed on Johann. How dare you ignore me, he growls, his voice dripping with menace. I'll crack open your insolent head for this disrespect. Internally, Johann curses his luck, realizing he's stuck, enduring insults right after barely escaping with his life. Frustration bubbles within him as he thinks of the wolf pelts he failed to collect, lamenting the hardships that seemed to follow him like a shadow. A manipulative thought crosses his mind. Instead of wallowing in despair, he resolves to turn this disaster into an opportunity. He shifts gears, launching into a fervent defense. He shouts that his absence from the inspection wasn't intentional. He was delayed because he was rescuing people from the forest. Just then, a villager cries out, "Dell!" A frantic father pushes through the crowd, desperation etched on his face. He holds his daughter tightly, thanking God that she is safe. Tears stream down his face as he admits he searched for her everywhere, overwhelmed with relief. Sensing the emotional weight of the moment, Johann seizes the opportunity. With a dramatic gesture toward the grieving family, he calls out to the crowd, urging them to witness this heart-wrenching scene. He recounts how Dell was surrounded by a pack of ravenous wolves deep in the woods. He boldly declares that he fought to save the child and vanquished the wolves. The villagers gasp, but their whispers a mix of shock and admiration. With a flourish, Johann continues his speech, embodying the spirit of a true knight. He confesses that he was unable to join the inspection, but insists he fulfilled his duty as a son of a knightly household. With a deep bow, he bends at a perfect 90 degrees before his father. He pleads with his father for forgiveness, promising to do his utmost for the safety of the estate. But then he pushes his luck a little too far. With a hint of greed in his voice, he suggests that it would be wonderful if his father could also grant him the position of guard captain. Philip winces, irritation flashing across his face. Meanwhile, Johann can't help but internally smirk, convinced that he's just pulled off the perfect bit of self-promotion. He believes that if he were the interviewer, he would have hired himself on the spot. His father bursts into laughter, teasing Johann by calling him the dear precious future guard captain. However, the laughter suddenly halts. The father's expression shifts as he asks where these wolves are. Scowling, he adds that he doesn't expect Johann to believe him without any proof. Panic rises within Johann. He insists he is telling the truth, claiming to have encountered the legendary Dark Wolf. In response, his father erupts in anger, demanding silence. A thunderous roar of fury escapes from the large man as he confronts Johann, questioning how he could dare to lie to him. With a menacing threat, he warns that he will rip Johann's mouth open for his insolence. Sensing the escalating tension, Johann shifts his approach, asking if his father is challenging him to a duel. He offers to demonstrate his skills immediately. Internally, Johann grapples with his reluctance. Despite his resentment, he doesn't want to fight his father, yet he feels he has no choice. His father grins menacingly, accepting the challenge with a glint of excitement in his eyes. The imposing figure commands Johann to raise his sword, declaring that they will duel using nothing but their weapons. Johann freezes, a wave of panic washing over him. He curses himself internally, realizing his father never taught him how to wield a weapon. Standing there awkwardly, he feels the weight of his father's gaze. "Unsheathe your sword," his father barks. Johann glances down at the broken handle of his blade, a weak sound escaping his lips. "You worthless piece of shit," his father snaps, frustration boiling over. Without hesitation, he turns to Philip. "Lend him your sword." Philip hesitates, but ultimately agrees. He steps closer, ready to hand over the weapon, and leans in to whisper urgently to Johann. "You need to beg for forgiveness now," he advises, his voice tense. "It's the only way you'll make it out alive." Johann brushes off the warning, his expression defiant. "Begging isn't an option," he replies firmly. "I haven't done anything wrong." He seizes the sword, declaring that a man never runs away. Pushing past Philip, he commands his brother to step aside. Johann steels himself, eager to learn from this duel. He believes that if he can showcase his skill to those watching, even his father will have no choice but to acknowledge him. With determination, he prepares to prove his worth. A monstrous red aura erupts around Johann's father, filling the air with an overwhelming energy. Johann stares in horror, bewildered by the sheer intensity of it. Without warning, his father lunges forward, and the force of the attack shatters Johann's borrowed sword upon impact. Pain radiates through Johann as debris rains down around him. His father strikes again, hurling accusations at him, calling him a parasite. He strikes a powerful blow against Johann's guard, his voice rising in fury as he accuses Johann of daring to insult him. Philip and the villagers watch in horror, their breaths caught in their throats. One villager leans in, whispering that the Lord is dead serious and truly intends to kill Johann. With a fierce swing of his axe, the father reveals the painful truth. He never taught Johann to wield a sword because, in his eyes, Johann would still be a useless piece of trash, no matter the skill. He taunts Johann, declaring that no matter how hard he tries, he will never surpass him. In a fit of rage, their father screams that the estate is his and his alone. He insists that no one can take it from him, neither Johann, nor the emperor, nor anyone else. Blood trickling down his face, Johann struggles to comprehend his father's madness. What on earth is he talking about? He questions whether the old man has succumbed to madness from alcohol. Philip shouts Johann's name just as another colossal attack descends. Johann fights desperately to block it, but the force is insurmountable. In that moment, he concedes defeat within himself. Collapsing to his knees, he is utterly defeated. His father towers over him, a sneer twisting his lips. The imposing man coldly instructs him to know his place. He vows that if he ever sees Johann again, he will truly make him pay. The father storms off into the darkness, leaving Johann kneeling in the dirt. The crowd stands in silence until a single voice softly calls out, "Sir Johann." Later, inside a dimly lit building, Priest Valberg sees with indignation. How could Sir Jessen be so unfair? He demands. Johann, now bandaged and weary, tries to calm him down. He asks what would happen if someone overheard them. The priest snaps back, declaring that he doesn't care. "I'm from the Vatican," he states, "so I have no reason to worry." Valberg, indignant, rants about a knight's honor, questioning how a father could treat his son in such a way. Johann offers a weary smile, insisting he's fine and reminding Valberg that at least he's still alive. Valberg scoffs at the absurdity of it all. Noting that the Lord was clad in full armor, Johann chuckles, suggesting that his father must have lost his mind from all the drinking. Leaning back, he resigns himself to the harsh truth of their situation. He confesses that he never learned how to wield a sword, but he never realized just how powerless he truly was. Valberg provides a thoughtful perspective, noting that Sir Jessen has fought in numerous battles. He explains that the Lord has inherited family techniques and possesses considerable experience, concluding that it's only natural Johann would lose. Valberg then shares a tale about Sir Brits from the neighboring estate, recounting how Brits single-handedly defeated 300 serf soldiers. Johann is taken aback, exclaiming in disbelief that killing 300 on one's own is truly remarkable. As he lies on a table, he reflects on the significance of technology, admitting its crucial role. He confesses that he once believed he could easily defeat his drunken father, especially after successfully fending off a massive black wolf. Suddenly, Valberg halts, his eyes widening in astonishment as he asks, "Is that really true?" He asks Johann if he truly saw a black wolf in the forest. Johann sits up, puzzled by the reaction. "I did," he confirms, adding that Joseph and Dell witnessed it as well. Valberg covers his mouth, muttering, "Oh dear God." Johann furrows his brow, questioning why Valberg is so alarmed. Valberg then pulls out an ancient book, explaining that for generations, black wolves have been regarded as a taboo. He mentions that the priests refer to them as an omen of death. As he reads from the ancient text, he recounts the age-old tales, black wolves heralding death and blood. Johann listens, skepticism etched on his face. "I don't buy into that nonsense," he declares, rationalizing that perhaps the wolf was merely a premonition of his impending duel with his father. Valberg nods, conceding that it could indeed be the case. The priest forces a smile, reassuring Johann not to worry. "These stories are just old tales," he says, suggesting that perhaps God is looking out for Johann because he is a good person who puts others before himself. Johann freezes, contemplating the priest's words. Me, he thinks, grappling with the truth he can't voice. Deep down, he knows what he truly desires: money. Meanwhile, near the Eights estate in the Brits barony, chaos reigns. Flames engulf the night, casting an eerie glow over the scene. Cries for help pierce the air as a soldier mercilessly slashes at a fleeing civilian. A woman pleads for her life, only to be silenced in an instant. Blood spills onto the ground, painting a grim picture of despair. A motionless hand lies in the dirt, a haunting reminder of the violence. An armored soldier looms over a lifeless body, a grim sentinel in the midst of the carnage. He questions why they even bother trying to escape, noting that they're doomed regardless. The soldier comments on the cruelty of it all, mentioning how he plans to kill everyone in the estate and burn the bodies, but he quickly brushes off the thought, shrugging it off with indifference. "Who cares?" he declares. "We just do our job and collect our gold." As flames engulf a nearby building, a mercenary strides toward a large cloaked figure, the air thick with smoke and tension. He turns to Sir Karamov and reports that the mercenaries have completed their task. With a solemn gesture, he hands over the seal ring of the Brits family. Karamov takes the ring in his armored gauntlet, squeezing it with ease until it crumbles. He grumbles, disappointment lacing his voice, that he had high hopes, having heard tales of how Brits single-handedly slaughtered 300 serf soldiers. He observes that the Brits barely survived 2 attacks, sneering that the man isn't even worthy of being called a toy. Karamov steps forward, introducing himself as the Sword of the Holy Empire and the proxy of His Imperial Majesty. He is the recollector of seals, and he declares that he will punish all corrupt nobles, as commanded by His Imperial Majesty. He stands before the army of soldiers, flames flickering around them. With a commanding voice, he declares that those who stand with the emperor will be rewarded with boundless gold and honor. Raising his fist high, he issues a chilling order to kill, steal from, and burn everything in their path. Pointing decisively forward, he shouts for them to advance. The Eighth Estate is next, he proclaims, igniting their fervor for the chaos to come. The army of soldiers, their eyes glowing ominously in the darkness, grins viciously as they march toward their next target. The clash of steel echoes through the night. On a shadowy battlefield, two armored figures engage in a deadly duel. One combatant moves with fluid grace, effortlessly parrying each of his opponent's frenzied strikes. Seizing an opportunity, the skilled warrior swings his gleaming sword with precision. His vision blurs as he witnesses the blade slice through the opposing knight's neck. The severed head tumbles through the air, and when it finally strikes the ground, Johan's gaze locks onto the face hidden within the helmet. A chilling shock pierces his heart. It's his own face, lifeless and staring back at him with vacant eyes. Johan jolts awake in his bed, a scream escaping his lips. He bolts upright, drenched in sweat and panting heavily. Was it just a dream? He clutches his pounding head, desperately trying to shake off the lingering terror. For days now, he's been haunted by the same nightmare, ever since he laid eyes on that black wolf. The voice of Priest Valberg echoes in his mind, warning him that the black wolf has been regarded as an omen of misfortune since ancient times. The creature's mere existence is deemed a harbinger of misfortune, spreading bloodshed and death in its wake. Among the priests, it has even been labeled the sign of death. Johan clenches his jaw, squeezing his eyes shut as he grapples with the thought. He forcefully dismisses it as mere superstition, a relic of ancient legends. Nervously, he chuckles to himself, convincing his mind that he has done nothing to provoke the black wolf. His laughter fades in an instant as a memory resurfaces, one where he hurled a massive rock straight at the creature's face. He freezes, a sheepish realization washing over him. Yes, he did throw that rock, and it was a very big one. With a groan, he tells himself to forget it. Embracing a fatalistic mindset, he resigns himself to whatever fate may come. With a surge of determination, he leaps out of bed, declaring that he's had enough of useless thoughts. It's time to train. As the sun sets over a golden hill, Johan trains alone, wrapping his hands in preparation to strike a massive tree. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the silence. "Hey, you worthless brat!" Johan pauses, turning his head to see his two brothers standing behind him, ranked second and third in the family. One brother questions if the other has already forgotten their father's warning. The second brother chimes in, mimicking their father's voice, saying that if Johan wants to stay alive, he shouldn't draw attention to himself. They both sneer, mocking him for his cheeky imitation. One brother then points out that even after they've beaten him senseless, Johan still crawls back, trying to act tough. He compares Johan to a dog that barks loudly but is ultimately powerless. Johan disregards their taunts and focuses on striking the tree. The brothers laugh, questioning whether he believes that chopping wood all day will make him stronger. Their ridicule continues unabated. One of them sneers, asking if Johan really thinks breaking a log is impressive, dismissing it as a mere parlor trick. He scoffs, asserting that someone of Johan's lowly status could never possess true strength. With a mocking tone, he tells Johan to keep dreaming if he thinks he'll ever join the Guard Corps. Johan smiles patiently, though a vein pulses on his forehead. His brother declares that their father would never appoint someone like Johan, calling him worthless. With a cruel smirk, he adds that if their father ever did use Johan, it would only be to crack his skull and feed him to the pigs. As the insult hangs in the air, Johan responds with a single, powerful punch to the tree. The impact reverberates through the silence, deafening in its intensity. The massive tree trunk splinters upon impact, sending wooden shards flying in all directions. The top half of the tree crashes to the ground with a thunderous thud. The two brothers stare in disbelief, their eyes wide and jaws dropped in shock and horror. Slowly, Johan turns to face them. His shirt is gone, revealing a terrifyingly muscular physique. A dark smile spreads across his face, hinting at his sinister intentions. He politely inquires if his brothers had said something. With a calm invitation, he asks them to come a little closer and repeat it. In a panic, the brothers scream, insisting they're fine and questioning why they would approach him. They scramble away, fleeing down the hill, shouting that they'll tell their father everything. Johan watches them flee, letting out a deep sigh. He calls them pathetic idiots, wondering how they can live with so little thought. How do they prepare for their futures without a hint of worry? Shaking off the thought, he decides there's no point in concerning himself with others and returns to his training. Just then, a voice cuts through his focus, agreeing with his earlier assessment. Johan pauses, turning to see Philip nearby, holding a large sack. He states plainly that their father has no intention of appointing Johann to any position. Johann acknowledges the presence of his older brother, huffing as he admits he figured as much. Philosophically, he reflects that since their father didn't kill him, things could be worse. Philip questions whether Johann isn't disappointed. In response, Johann takes a fighting stance, shadowboxing against the backdrop of the setting sun. He simply states, "It is what it is," and resolves to find another way to make a living. Then, Philip drops a bombshell. He reveals to Johann that their father fears him. Johann halts mid-punch, his fist hovering in the air before he lightly strikes the tree instead. As Philip continues, he emphasizes that Johann's undeniable strength is perceived as a threat to their father. He explains that their father desires obedient children like him, while Johann is different. He insists on living by his own principles. Philip reveals that their father fears Johann's strength will one day take everything from him, just as he overthrew their grandfather to seize power. Johann sweats, dismissing the notion as nonsense, but Philip remains unfazed by his denial. He commands his servant to bring the sack over. The servant promptly complies, handing the bag to Lord Philip. With a swift motion, Philip empties its contents onto the ground. A clatter echoes as a set of equipment spills onto the grass. A plain surcoat of uncertain origin, a spare chest plate, and a long sword, nothing more. Johann flinches, instantly recognizing the gear. He gazes at the pile before him, recognizing that these are the very things Johann has long coveted. With conviction, Philip asserts that he is not like their father. He refuses to be foolish enough to overlook someone with Johann's abilities. A faint smile crosses his lips as he makes a promise. When he becomes Lord in the future, he will appoint Johann as the captain of the 8th Guard. Philip turns to leave, reminding Johann not to neglect his training in the meantime. He adds a request, "Please stop causing trouble." Johann shouts after him, insisting that he never starts the trouble. Philip raises a hand dismissively as he walks away. Alone now, Johann gazes at the armor gleaming in the fading light. He realizes with horror that the armor before him is the very one from his dream. Panic surges through his mind as he questions whether donning it will lead to the same fate he experienced in that nightmare. A chilling vision of his own lifeless body flashes before him. Yet amid the fear, another feeling begins to surface, an inexplicable sense of determination. He reaches for the chest plate, acknowledging that, for reasons he cannot fully grasp, he believes he can conquer this fear, even without any proof to support it. He fastens the leather straps of his breastplate, feeling the reassuring weight settle on his shoulders. Drawing his longsword, its blade glimmers in the dim light. With determination, he declares that he will need proper equipment to secure victory. Fully armored, he stands tall like a true knight against the shadowy backdrop of the forest. Meanwhile, the local tavern buzzes with life, a stark contrast to the tension brewing outside. A man slams his mug down, laughter spilling from his lips as he spins a tall tale, drawing skeptical glances from those around him. "I swear it's true," he insists, his voice rising with excitement. "Sir Johann single-handedly took down 50 wolves." The crowd begins to gather, intrigued by the outrageous claim. One man steps forward, arms crossed, and raises an eyebrow. But if that were true, why did Sir Johann leave all the pelts behind? A knight shouldn't be obsessed with money. The laughter fades, replaced by murmurs of doubt as the tale hangs in the air, teetering between legend and reality. Another villager contributes to the growing legend, asserting that Johann drew his sword solely to protect Dell and Joseph. He paints a vivid picture of Johann, bathed in holy light, embodying the very essence of heroism. "Isn't he the very model of a true knight?" he marvels. An older villager nods in agreement, declaring that the true Sir Johann is far more knightly than Lord Jessen, whom he dismisses as a drunken, woman-chasing pig. Laughter erupts among the gathered crowd as they openly mock their lord. One voice rises above the rest, wishing aloud that the pig would simply die already. Another chimes in, jesting that Sir Johann should have severed Jessen's head that fateful day. Suddenly, a man slams a wooden barrel onto the table, drawing everyone's attention. It's Robert, Dell's father. "Hey!" he bellows, his voice booming with authority. "Drinks are on me today, so drink as much as you want." The tavern patrons erupt in cheers, clamoring for an explanation. Robert raises his voice, declaring that it's because Sir Johann saved his daughter Dell. He lifts his mug in a toast to the righteous knight, and the tavern bursts into a thunderous roar of approval. Meanwhile, in a dim corner, a hooded stranger sits with two shadowy figures. Curiously, the stranger inquires about who exactly Sir Johann might be. He comments that he doesn't believe he's seen the man around here before. The villager beside him scoffs, pointing out that they were bad-mouthing the Lord right in front of a complete stranger. With a chuckle, he muses that the villagers here must not fear anything. Meanwhile, the hooded figure's cowl conceals a sinister grin, and red eyes gleam ominously from the shadows. He leans in closer, his voice low and intense, expressing how fascinating he finds their story. The atmosphere thickens with tension as he commands the villager to reveal more about Johan's exploits. Meanwhile, under the moonlit sky, Johan strolls through the village, humming a cheerful tune, blissfully unaware of the danger lurking within the tavern. He dreams of his future, his heart racing with excitement at the thought that once Philip becomes Lord, he will appoint him as captain of the guards. At last, his golden opportunity has arrived. With a fond smile, he reflects on Philip, realizing he never expected his brother to become someone he could truly rely on. Suddenly, Johan halts in his tracks. His gaze falls upon a figure slumped against a nearby building. He squints, confirming that the figure before him is indeed a drunken man. In that moment, he resolves that a future captain of the guard cannot simply ignore a citizen in distress. With a cheerful smile, he approaches the man and calls out, "Sir, if you sleep here, you'll catch a cold." Leaning down, he offers his assistance, still wearing that warm smile. "Let me escort you home." The man remains silent, and Johan pauses, sensing that something is amiss. Suddenly, he feels something cold pressing against his neck. His eyes widen in horror as he realizes a knife is poised at his throat. The smile fades from his face, replaced by a chilling stillness. Panic surges within him as he internally screams, "What the hell?" In an instant, the man lunges forward, dagger in hand. Johan is caught off guard, unable to anticipate the impending attack. A wave of panic washes over him as he grapples with the assailant's identity. Who could it be? He wonders, his mind racing. Could it be an assassin sent by Jessen? He quickly dismisses the thought, reasoning that if Jessen truly wanted him dead, he would have confronted Johan himself. In a surge of panic, he wonders if the madam could be the culprit. Dismissing his brother's involvement, he reassures himself that Philip would never stoop to this. Yet, the identity of the sender eludes him. In a fit of desperation, he screams at the man, demanding to know what he wants. Assuming it's all about money, he shouts that he'll give him everything he has if that's what it takes. He pleads for his release, but deep down, he knows he doesn't have a single coin to offer. The attacker responds with chilling indifference, claiming to have more than enough money. This only deepens Johan's confusion and terror about the true motive behind the assault. Suddenly, the attacker halts. He calls him by his full name, Johan Eitz, and declares that he has a question to ask. The attacker warns that if Johan's answers don't satisfy him, he will slit his throat on the spot. Johan stands frozen, bewildered by the absurdity of the situation. He can't help but ponder the madness of someone threatening his life over an unexpected question. As he faced the question, he took a moment to compose himself. Drawing on his past experience of making it to the second round of a major corporate interview, he resolved to answer flawlessly and emerge unscathed. The attacker declared that the confrontation was about to begin. With determination, the young man steeled himself, thinking, "All right, bring it on." But then, the attacker caught Johan off guard with an unexpected remark. He boasts about his own impressive physique, then incredulously questions how Johan could possibly have a good body, especially being the son of that pig. With a suspicious glare, he demands to know if Johan is truly Jessen's son. Johan freezes, caught in a whirlwind of shock and confusion. He can hardly fathom that this single question could determine his fate, all while the man holds his life in the balance. He curses his luck, unsure of what to say. Stammering, he finally manages to respond. Sometimes a lion can be born from a pig's bloodline. A heavy silence hangs in the air as the attacker shows no reaction, and Johan's heart races with the fear that he might have answered incorrectly, and that it could cost him his life. Then, unexpectedly, the attacker erupts into loud, hysterical laughter. He declares that the answer is quite to his liking. Johan smiles and asks him to please release him then. The attacker immediately refuses, his eyes glinting with a demonic intensity as he announces to Johan that he now belongs to him. Johan stands there, dumbfounded, struggling to comprehend the meaning behind those chilling words. It turns out this man is Kegel, the Empire's most formidable assassin and the poison master of the Nissos Guild. He honed his swordsmanship through countless assassinations, earning the moniker Venom Serpent for his serpent-like movements. Yet, even someone as skilled as he faced a significant challenge. He could not find a worthy successor to inherit his legacy. He searched everywhere, even within the assassin guild itself. Unfortunately, all he found were worthless insects, unworthy of succeeding him. He recalled moments spent watching trainees fall before him. A few showed promise, yet they stubbornly refused to embrace the skills of an assassin, choosing instead to die rather than tarnish their honor. Over 30 heirs of noble families had met their end at Kegel's hands. All chose death in the name of honor rather than accept his training. Growing impatient in his search for a successor, Kegel decided to visit the Witch of the Empire. The witch welcomed the venom serpent Kegel, known for granting peaceful deaths to all. She revealed that the disciple he seeks resides in Eit's castle, a small, forgotten rural territory. She remarked that he was one of the sons of that lecherous, drunken lord. Kegel scoffed at the prophecy, dismissing it with a wave of his hand. He derided Eit's castle, calling it a backwater dump, and he underestimated the notion that his successor could emerge from such a place. He pointed out that a single gold coin could buy half that land. The witch chuckled confidently, offering to return his money if her prophecy failed to impress him. Despite his doubts and worries about the curse that might come from stealing a witch's coin, Kegel chose to believe her as a last resort. He longed for a successor, having wasted too many years in search of one, and time was running out. Yet, as he stepped into the Eit's estate, uncertainty clung to him like a shadow. He couldn't shake the nagging thought. Did someone truly worthy of becoming his successor exist within these walls? He resolved that if he didn't like the brat, he would kill him on the spot. Bringing his focus back to the present, Kegel introduced himself as the guildmaster of Niso's guild. With a stern demeanor, he declared that he had no time to waste. He announced that Johann would become his successor, presenting him with two stark choices: either die by his hand here and now, or learn the art of swordsmanship. There was no third option. He insists that these are the only two paths available to him. Johann stands in disbelief, mumbling as he struggles to grasp the situation. Stammering, he asks how much he needs to pay to learn swordsmanship. Kegel's anger flares as he explains that he won't accept any money. Johann's astonishment only deepens. He can hardly believe that a guildmaster with such incredible skill would be willing to teach him for free. He rejoices, considering this a stroke of luck. Eagerly, he asks Kegel what took him so long, calling him master with a gleam of admiration in his eyes. He confesses that he has waited his entire life for someone like him. However, Kegel cautions his student that his swordsmanship is rooted in the ways of an assassin. He warns that merely learning it will mark him as disgraceful, a shame to any knightly family. He warns that he may be scorned for the rest of his life. But Johann interrupts with a desperate scream, declaring that he doesn't care about honor or shame. He pleads for Kegel to teach him. Kegel, taken aback, agrees, thinking to himself that this kind of brat is a first for him. Seizing the moment, Johann immediately steps forward, eager to learn. He turns to his new master, inquiring if he might receive an allowance, given that he mentioned having plenty of money. With a hint of earnestness, he adds that he's at the age where spending money is essential. Kegel stares at him in disbelief, realizing that this brat is truly something else. Meanwhile, at Eit's castle, Lord Jessen declares that the inspection is complete and that he will be stepping out for a while. Philip bids Jessen safe travels, assuring him that he will take care of the castle in his absence. Yet, as Jessen departs, they exchange meaningful glances that linger with unspoken tension. The madam mutters with a hint of malice, declaring that no matter how hard Philip fights, this castle will ultimately belong to her. Philip scoffs at her words, dismissing them as nonsense. He confidently asserts that the next lord of this castle will be none other than himself, Philip VIII. Meanwhile, Lord Jessen erupts in anger, directing his fury at both his eldest son and his wife. He expresses his frustration, tired of their constant fighting and arguing day in and day out. With a wave of his hand, he grants them the freedom to do as they please. Philip, concerned, asks his father what they should do about Johann, who is yet to return. Suddenly, the father bellows Philip's name, startling him. With a cold indifference, he dismisses the concern, ordering Philip not to waste his time on that brat. He dismisses the weakling's death as inconsequential. Philip, however, apologizes to his father, insisting that he understands. But as soon as his father departs, Philip's expression shifts entirely. Concern washes over him as he begins to wonder where Johann is and what he might be doing at that very moment. Meanwhile, in the forest near Eit's castle, Kegel decides to assess Johann's skills. The young man approaches, requesting to borrow a sword. He shyly admits that he often breaks swords. The master nods in agreement, encouraging him to proceed. Kegel, taken aback, thinks to himself that breaking swords is quite a feat. He can't help but label Johann as a reckless brat, convinced there isn't a single thing he likes about him. As Johann assumes a fighting stance, Kegel can't help but wonder if he truly is the son of a knightly family. He inquires about the stance, questioning why this one must also perish. The student asks if he must rely solely on swordsmanship or if he can fight however he chooses. Kegel grants him the freedom to fight as he wishes, encouraging him to use fists, rocks, blades, anything at all, as it makes no difference. A slight smile crosses Johann's face as he suddenly launches his attack. He shouts, "Here I go," and swings his blade with all his might. The sword shatters upon impact, leaving everyone in stunned silence. In that instant, the master recognizes that his doubts were unfounded. Gaping in disbelief, he finally concedes that the brat is monstrously strong. Kegel, too, is taken aback by the sheer force of the air pressure generated by Johann's punch. He realizes that if that punch connects, his bones and muscles will surely be shattered. It feels less like he's facing a human and more like he's battling a lion. Yet he resolves to fight with all his might. He unleashes a snake-like fighting technique, fluid and unpredictable. Johann watches in amazement, captivated by the unusual movements. "Where are you trying to go?" he asks, guessing. Up, down, up, down. He attempts to block the incoming attack, but it strikes him squarely in the face. He collapses to the ground, screaming in agony. Kegel, observing the scene, remarks that he intentionally used the flat side of the blade. Stunned, he notes that Johann didn't even lose consciousness, finding it utterly ridiculous. With a hint of admiration, Kegel praises his student, declaring that had Johann been born 1,000 years earlier, he would have been hailed as a legendary hero. Johann expresses his gratitude, addressing him as master. However, the master responds with a grave warning about a critical weakness. He declares firmly that if things continue as they are, Johann will surely meet his end. Johann, taken aback and confused, asks for clarification. Kegel warns him sternly that he cannot control his own strength and that this very power could ultimately lead to his demise. Johann vehemently rejects the notion, insisting that he isn't foolish enough to attack himself. The master, unfazed, challenges him to try again if he truly believes in his abilities. He sweetens the deal, promising a bounty of gold if Johann can break the master's sword instead of his own. At the mention of gold, Johann's demeanor shifts dramatically. His eyes gleam with avarice, revealing his true motivation. His hesitation transforms into unbridled enthusiasm as he shouts, "Gold!" and reminds his master to keep that promise. With a burst of speed, he charges toward his master, ready to attack. The sound of their swords clashing echoes through the air, but the outcome is disheartening. His sword shatters once more. Fragments of the shattered blade fly into his face, eliciting a scream of pain as he grunts in agony. Bitterly, he recalls the moment he faced his father, realizing this battle mirrors that painful memory. Kegel steps forward, explaining that he has been defeated by his own strength. He stresses the importance of mastering his power, warning that without control, death will be his inevitable fate. With a swift motion, Kegel launches a shard of the broken blade directly at him. Johann inquires whether Kegel intentionally shot the fragment there. Kegel confirms, explaining that for someone skilled with a sword, it's a piece of cake. Johann finally grasps the lesson. He declares that he must learn to control his strength, vowing to master it and evade death in pursuit of his dream, becoming the future guard captain of the Eights. He reflects that public servants are often the best at sidestepping disaster. The master informs him that mastering restraint over his power makes feats like this possible. In the blink of an eye, Kegel delivers a swift strike at Johann. Johann stands in shock as he watches his metal armor split in two. What astonishes him even more is that Kegel used only the sword's scabbard, not the blade itself. Kegel explains that with proper control of his strength, he can cut through anything even without wielding a sword. Kegel's smile takes on a sinister edge as he muses about the immense power Johann will wield once he learns to control it. Just then, the master intervenes, declaring that it's time to begin training. Sensing Johann's anxiety, Kegel reassures him that the journey ahead will be challenging, so much so that it could even cost him his life. He then poses a crucial question. Is Johann ready for this daunting task? With unwavering enthusiasm, Johann responds with a resounding yes. The scene shifts to the village, where Johann appears with a swollen face, bearing the unmistakable marks of his grueling training. He mutters to himself about the struggle of finally learning to hold back, lamenting how challenging it is. While he takes pride in not breaking his sword anymore, he can't help but wonder when he will truly learn the art of swordsmanship. Just then, a commotion in the distance draws his attention. He spots a group of strangers and wonders if they might be elves. With a sudden burst of frustration, he shouts at the group leader, demanding to know who they are and why they're standing there. The leader responds with authority, ordering him to leave immediately, as the area is off limits. Johann, taken aback, retorts sharply, "What do you mean?" He bristles at the sight of a stranger barking orders, shouting, "Who are you to tell me what to do?" The group leader chuckles arrogantly, introducing himself as a member of the mercenaries directly affiliated with His Imperial Majesty. He reveals that they are the renowned wolves of Ashe. Instead of feeling intimidated, Johann erupts in amazement and joy, exclaiming that he's been hoping for a job just like theirs. He inquires about the pay, prompting one guard to respond sarcastically, asking if he's interested in joining their ranks. The guard mockingly explains that their earnings pale in comparison to what the captain receives. He reveals that they make just 2 golden coins for a single job. Johann's eyes widen in disbelief as he stammers. 2 golden coins? The guard then warns him that looking fit only makes him a bigger target. He emphasizes that skill is what truly matters. Johann nods in agreement, acknowledging the truth in his words. As he drifts into a dream, he finds himself surrounded by golden coins, something he has never encountered in reality. A thought crosses his mind. Perhaps he should consider a new career path, one that seems far more promising than that of a guard captain. But just as he contemplates this change, something strange begins to unfold. Johann's hand twitches involuntarily, reaching for his sword, leaving him in a state of shock and confusion. Why did I just try to unsheath my sword? He wonders aloud, grappling with the unexpected urge. The elf accompanying Kamarov catches his movement and gasps in outrage. "How dare you!" she exclaims, her voice laced with fury. To her, this act is the epitome of insolence. With a fierce glare, she threatens, "I should behead you right here for daring to draw your weapon in the presence of Sir Kamarov." Kamarov steps in to soothe the anxious elf, Jane. With a calm demeanor, he asks, "Who are you?" Johann, clearly flustered and sweating, stammers, "I'm Johann from House 8. Kamarov then reveals his true identity. "I am Kamarov, a guard knight of the Holy Empire Emperor." Johann's eyes widen in surprise as he realizes his hand has instinctively moved to his sword, a reaction he hadn't even noticed. A chilling sensation washes over him, one he has never felt before. It reminds him of the moment he encountered the Black Wolf, or when his father sought to end his life. This murderous intent is suffocating, as if he is nothing more than prey standing before an apex predator. Kamarov's voice cuts through the tension, ordering him to move aside. Heart racing, Johann complies, feeling the weight of fear pressing down on him. One soldier scoffs at his fear, exclaiming, "Goodness, you're really scared." He warns him, dripping with sarcasm, to be more careful next time, though he chuckles, doubting there will even be a next time for him. Jane turns to her master, questioning whether it's all right to leave him there. Kamarov responds, "I'd rather not cause a commotion on such a fine day." With that, he strides toward the castle gate. He mutters cryptically that the time has not yet come. Johann watches them depart, his mind swirling with confusion. Why would an emperor's knight be here? And what could possibly bring him to this place? Just then, Philip rushes in to greet the esteemed guest. "Welcome, Karamov," he says, introducing himself with pride. "I am Philip the Eighth, the next lord of House the Eight." With eager anticipation, he inquires, "What brings you here?" The stepmother interrupts, her eyes sparkling with admiration for Karamov. "He's unbelievably handsome," she gushes, completely captivated. Turning to her son John, she declares, "This is the child who will become the true lord," dismissing Philip entirely. With a flirtatious smile, she continues to charm Karamov, adding, "If I had known someone as wonderful as you existed, I would have married long ago." She then suggests, "Shall we head inside the inner castle?" Karamov remains silent, his focus unwavering. She attempts to regain his attention, calling out, "Sir Karamov, are you listening to me?" Yet he continues to ignore her. Suddenly, a resounding thud reverberates through the room as he slams his hand down on the table. With a sharp tone, he demands, "Where is Jessen?" Philip interjects, insisting that his father should be addressed with the proper titles. He asserts that addressing Lord Jessen in such a manner is inappropriate, no matter his reputation. The madam interjects once more, passionately defending Karamov as the Empire's greatest knight. She argues that he has every right to address Lord Jessen as he pleases. With a commanding presence, she declares that, as the rightful lady of the house, she will oversee his reception. A subtle glance at Philip suggests he should refrain from objecting. Philip glares at the cunning woman, suspicion brewing within him. He believes she's scheming to elevate John as the next lord. Just then, Karamov erupts into the scene with a thunderous shout. He slams his fist down, commanding silence. With little regard for decorum, he orders everyone to leave, his impatience palpable. "Get lost," he barks before demanding a drink to soothe his frayed nerves. He coldly declares that he will wait inside the castle for Jessen's arrival. Meanwhile, in the shadowy depths of the forest, Johann swings his sword with tremendous force, generating a powerful gust of air. As he fights, memories of the suffocating aura he experienced when he encountered Karamov flood his mind. Kegel observes him in silence for a moment before suddenly shouting, berating him for his lack of focus. He hurls daggers at Johann, who struggles to block them, groaning with effort. A slight cut appears on his neck, tension etched across his face. Kegel scolds his student sharply, reminding him that if the daggers had been poisoned, Johann would be dead by now. He demands to know why Johann isn't focusing. Johann wipes his chin, a frown creasing his brow as he admits that something feels amiss. He recalls the knights who claimed to be the Emperor's personal guards, arriving in the village. It's illogical for them to shut the gates and control entry in the Eight's territory like this, he argues, frustration creeping into his voice. It just doesn't make sense. Kegel, his expression icy, retorts, "What do you expect me to do about it? Suspicious or not, it changes nothing." Johann counters, but Karamov is the Emperor's direct knight. He declares himself the strongest warrior on the continent and the core power of the Holy Empire, boasting that even his armor is legendary. Johann, intrigued, asks if Karamov is stronger than his master. Kegel hesitates, then admits with a serious tone that if he ever had to confront Karamov, he would turn and flee without a second thought. In a swift motion, Kegel taps his student on the head to silence him. He insists that true results can only be revealed through combat. With a sharp scolding, he calls Johann a half-witted brat, unable even to control his own strength. Regaining his focus, Johann grips the sword with determination and declares, "I'll do it." The master lets out a sigh and gestures for him to approach. With renewed resolve, Johann dashes forward, launching a powerful attack. The master's voice echoes, urging him to try again. Kegel's screams fill the air, each one more desperate than the last. Confusion washes over Johann as he questions why their efforts are failing. He observes that the master wields only the sword's scabbard, not even a real blade. Yet he remains unable to land a hit. Kegel confirms Johann's realization, his tone heavy with understanding. He speaks of the flow of strength, advising his student not to swing blindly. Instead, he instructs him to channel that strength, concentrating it at the tip of the sword. As Johann swings his blade, he gradually begins to grasp the essence of controlling his power. Kegel notices the shift right away. The once dull sound of the sword now resonates with a newfound sharpness. Johann unleashes a powerful blow, distinct from any he has delivered before. In that moment, he realizes that by combining everything he has learned with just the right amount of strength, he has finally found his answer. A wave of intense fear washes over Kegel as he realizes the danger of the situation. In a fleeting moment, he notices his scabbard has been sliced open, but he can't quite comprehend how it happened. Johann, standing nearby, is struck with amazement. His eyes widen as he takes in the sight of the severed scabbard. With a burst of overwhelming joy, he screams, "I did it!" He beams with pride, declaring that he has finally grasped the essence of the moment. He laughs, insisting it wasn't even that difficult. Kegel downplays the achievement, humming that it must have been mere luck. Johann, taken aback by his reaction, responds with a simple affirmative yes when Kegel calls him out. With a serious tone, Kegel declares that this time he won't hold back. He challenges Johann to come at him once more. Johann bares his fangs, unleashing a terrifying, snake-like attack. The aura of a purple serpent radiates around him, striking fear into his master. With a swift motion, Johann knocks Kegel to the ground. Overcome with joy, he leaps in celebration, reveling in yet another victory. Meanwhile, Kegel, bewildered, wonders just what this brat has become. It dawns on him that he has taught Johann nothing more than how to harness his strength. Johann effortlessly wields the secret sword technique known as Serpent's Tongue. The master watches in disbelief, realizing that Johann has flawlessly absorbed a technique he glimpsed only on his very first day. In fact, Johann executes it with a precision that surpasses even his own. The seasoned assassin's instincts warn him. Unless a miracle occurs, Johann has already become someone he cannot hope to defeat. Kegel, filled with astonishment, mutters under his breath, calling Johann an absurd brat. Johann bursts into maniacal laughter, reveling in his newfound mastery of the technique and the promise of his meal ticket. But his triumph is short-lived as Kegel announces that his teachings will conclude at sunrise. Johann, taken aback, exclaims, "Huh? You're ending it here?" He protests, noting that he has only just begun to grasp the sword's intricacies. With a calm demeanor, Kegel assures him, "You already possess everything you need." Kegel reluctantly concedes that Johann has surpassed him in strength in less than a week. Despite his pride, he feels a sense of satisfaction as long as his own swordsmanship remains intact. He encourages Johann to live life on his own terms, acknowledging the hard work Johann has put in thus far. With genuine gratitude, Johann thanks him and asks, "Are you really leaving?" Kegel nods in agreement. Johann, curious, inquires if his acceptance is due to his status as an assassin. Kegel shakes his head, clarifying that it's simply his nature to avoid staying in one place for too long. Seizing the moment, Johann asks, "By the way, do you know anything about ominous signs?" He specifically mentions the black wolf. Kegel's expression shifts slightly as he replies, "Yes, I do." Johann reveals that he recently had a chilling encounter. He shares a haunting dream in which he saw his own head severed. Confessing his initial belief that Kegel was the harbinger of his doom, he admits he felt certain when Kegel first came for him. Kegel, however, counters that had he actually killed Johann, that would have been the true omen. He explains that misfortune doesn't always present itself in a familiar form. As he prepares to leave, Kegel offers a piece of advice, leaving Johann with more to ponder. He advises that the first step is to find a weapon suited to his strength. He emphasizes the necessity of at least Dana's steel to withstand his power. Curious, Johann asks, "What is Dana's steel?" Kegel explains that Dana's steel is a magical metal, a legendary relic that only exists in tales. He adds that the method of its creation has been lost to time, and it can only be mined from ancient ruins. Kegel notes that weapons forged from this rare material are incredibly scarce, with only a handful in existence throughout the entire world. Johann assumes it must be expensive, right? Kegel confirms that even if Johann saved his entire life, he still couldn't afford it. In fact, he adds, it's likely that money alone wouldn't be enough to acquire it. Confused, Johann asks why Kegel recommended it in the first place. Kegel explains that he simply wanted to encourage Johann to find a weapon that fits his unique circumstances. Johann, however, remains skeptical of Kegel's true intentions. He questions whether Kegel is hiding his true intentions simply because he's an assassin. Kegel, irritated, retorts that he shouldn't bring up his profession in every conversation, calling him a crazy brat. He points out the unusual color of the armor, made from Dana's steel, and issues a stern warning. If Johann ever spots someone wearing Dana's, even from a distance, he should run without looking back. He adds another piece of advice. If Johann doesn't understand his limits, he won't survive for long. Johann nods, promising to remember Kegel's words. He then asks if Kegel is leaving now. Kegel leans in, urging Johann to etch his next advice deep into his bones. Never engage an opponent you cannot defeat. If danger arises, he should flee. But if a fight is unavoidable, he must use any means necessary and ensure his enemy is eliminated. Kegel assures him that if he adheres to this rule, he stands a good chance of survival. He gazes at Johann and commands, "Do not die." Johann watches him depart, the weight of those words lingering in the air. He recalls the lessons. If it's dangerous, run. If you cannot avoid it, kill. And above all, always survive. With a firm resolve, he promises his master that he will remember these words. Meanwhile, at Eight's castle, the madam inquires if the alcohol suits Karamov's taste. Without hesitation, he smashes the cup, exclaiming, "This tastes like rotten piss." He commands her to take the drink away. The madam gasps, acknowledging that it was quite an expensive choice. "What a shame you didn't enjoy it," she remarks. With a sly smile, she adds, "The only alcohol better than this is found in Lord Jesson's bedroom." She leans in closer, suggesting they move to a cozy room instead, knowing he must be weary from his journey. "I assure you, Lord Jesson's bedroom is exceptionally comfortable," she whispers enticingly. She confidently assures him that he won't be disappointed. Leaning in closer, she whispers seductively that the two of them could share a truly wonderful time together. "Don't you think?" she asks, her voice dripping with allure. But Karamov interrupts abruptly, his tone sharp. "Get lost," he commands. The madam stammers, "Sir Karamov, we don't have much time." Desperation creeps into her voice, so she pleads, "Please, allow me to start your reception. The Lord won't arrive until late tonight." Suddenly, Karamov's red eye flashes with intensity. He mutters to himself that he was growing tired of this charade. With a twisted grin, he decides to embrace the chaos. He clamps down on her neck, referring to the gruesome act as mere entertainment. Philip watches in shock, his hand covering his mouth in horror. Meanwhile, outside the village, Johann arrives at the outskirts. He halts, bewildered, and asks himself, "What is this?" Flames engulf the entire village, consuming everything in their path. Lord Jessen stares in shock, bewildered by the sight before him. What in the world is happening, he wonders aloud. As he rides along a dirt path, his gaze is fixed on the thick smoke billowing from the estate. One of his knights riding beside him shakes his head. I don't know, my lord, he replies, concern etched on his face, but the fire is massive. We should return at once. Jessen grits his teeth, a low grunt escaping him as he snaps the reins. He rides swiftly, the rhythmic pounding of hooves echoing in the air. With a sharp turn, he brings his horse to a skidding halt in front of the castle gates. As he stares at the imposing entrance, a group of mercenaries steps forward to greet him. Look who finally decided to show up, one of them sneers, a smirk playing on his lips. Thought you'd never make it. Slow and dull, just like you look. An elf soldier barks at him to hurry, mockingly referring to him as Sir Pig. He adds that Sir Karamov has little patience for delays. Jessen forces open the massive wooden doors, his eyes blazing red with fury. He halts in his tracks, demanding, "What?" Before him, the stone floor is strewn with corpses. The lifeless bodies of his servants and children lie twisted and broken, blood pooling around them in a horrifying display. He gazes at the horrified, frozen faces of the dead, his heart racing with dread. Jessen sweats, overwhelmed by the gruesome scene before him. Suddenly, a massive armored boot crashes down with a heavy thud. Jessen looks up, his breath catching in his throat as Karamov towers over him. "You're late, Jessen," he says, his voice dripping with disdain. The golden armor gleams ominously, and his eyes blaze a fiery red from beneath the helm. Jessen, trembling, demands to know what Karamov is doing at this moment. Karamov grips the hilt of his sword, his resolve unwavering. Jessen, in response, brandishes his massive axe, fury etched across his face. "What do you think you're doing?" he bellows. With a calm yet commanding presence, Karamov replies, "You stand accused of the attempted assassination of the Emperor and high treason. By His Majesty's decree, House Eitz shall be eradicated." Jessen shouts back, refusing to entertain such absurdity. "This is a purge," he declares, accusing them of fabricating false charges to justify his execution. With a fierce determination, he raises his axe and charges forward, vowing not to let Karamov have his way. In response, Karamov unsheathes his massive purple sword with a chilling screech of metal. "Blow the horn," he commands his men, setting the stage for the chaos to come. A golden knight raises a horn to his lips, unleashing a resounding note that echoes through the air. Karamov, gripping his glowing purple blade tightly, orders his men to retrieve the seal of the Eitz family. With a fierce determination, he commands them to purge everyone in this territory and erase it from the map. The mercenaries charge forward, their war cries piercing the silence as they descend upon the villagers, mercilessly slaughtering all in their path. Johann's former neighbors fall, cut down where they stand. Flames consume the wooden houses, crackling ominously in the chaos. The mercenaries cackle maniacally as they revel in their slaughter. One mercenary looms over Valberg, who kneels on the ground fervently praying. With a cruel laugh, the mercenary taunts Valberg, branding him a vicious bastard. "Is it really that difficult to reveal where the pig's bastard son is hiding?" he sneers. Valberg stands resolute, his silence radiating defiance. The mercenary smirks, relishing the moment. "Fine," he sneers, "I'll send you to your precious god." With a menacing swing of his sword, he bellows, "Die!" But just then, Johann emerges from the shadows. In a flash, he delivers a swift, diagonal cut, slicing through the mercenary with deadly precision. The mercenary's body splits apart, a grim testament to Johann's skill. Valberg's eyes widen in shock as he tumbles to the ground. Johann stands over him, urgently calling his name. Valberg looks up, confusion etched on his face. "Lord Johann, what is happening?" he asks. Johann extends a hand to help him up, his expression troubled. "I don't know," he admits, "but the Imperial troops are slaughtering villagers on sight." Valberg's demeanor darkens at the grim news. "It's possible that Lord Jessen has already fallen as well," he suggests, the weight of the situation settling heavily between them. Johann freezes, echoing the words. "Even father?" Valberg presses on, gesturing to the raging inferno surrounding them. "This isn't all," he explains. "They're incinerating the entire village to erase every trace." A fierce determination ignites within Johann. "Damn it," he mutters, realizing he must rush back to the castle. Just then, a sound pierces through the chaos, soft, desperate crying. He halts, recognizing the voice. "Is that you, Dell?" A small girl crawls out from behind a burning building. Johann breathes a sigh of relief, grateful that she is safe. He extends his hand toward her, urging, "It's dangerous here. Come to me." But his expression shifts to horror as he notices what lies behind Dell, a spear impaling a man's lifeless body to a wooden stake. Del weeps as she tells Lord Johann that her father is dead. Before them lies Robert's body, limp and lifeless amidst the flames. Johann's gaze locks onto the gruesome scene, and a wave of memories crashes over him. He recalls the moments of saving Del, Robert embracing his daughter, and the villagers laughing and raising their mugs in the tavern. The image of Robert's smiling face, cheering for Lord Johann, reverberates in his mind, amplifying the weight of the tragedy before him. Johann grits his teeth, a storm of rage and sorrow brewing within him. He turns to Valberg, shoving Del toward the priest. "It's too dangerous for you to be alone," he insists, his voice firm. "Stay with Father Valberg." Del looks up at him, tears brimming in her eyes, and nods softly. "Okay." With a heavy heart, Johann turns and walks away. Valberg calls after him, concern lacing his voice. "Where are you going?" Johann remains silent, his resolve unshaken. Valberg's voice cuts through the tension as he shouts for him to stay, insisting that he must escape. "Lord Johann!" he cries out in desperation, but Johann strides forward, unwavering. As he steps into the square, his gaze falls upon a gruesome pike with a severed head mounted atop it. It's the lifeless head of Lord Jessenates, staring blankly into the void. Beneath it, a wooden sign proclaims the grim fate of Duke Jessenates, executed for treason against the Emperor. A warning echoes through the air. Anyone who dares to retrieve the corpse without permission will face punishment at the hands of Imperial Knight Karamov. Johann gazes at his father's lifeless head, his eyes heavy with shadows. Nearby, a mercenary catches sight of him and sneers. "Aren't you the bastard's son?" He taunts, a cruel grin spreading across his face. "I thought you had run off." He asks if Johann has returned to die. Johann remains silent. With a swift motion, he swings his sword, shattering the wooden pike. Jessen's head rolls to the ground. Johann then stomps his foot heavily onto the red banner adorned with a golden eagle, the emblem of the Empire. The mercenary stammers, urging the others to take notice, commanding them not to just stand idly by. "Kill me now," he screams, his voice echoing through the shadows. Johann's blue eyes shimmer with intensity as he unleashes a relentless barrage of attacks. His sword becomes a blur, slicing through 3 mercenaries in an instant. Their screams of agony pierce the night as he presses forward, cutting down every soldier that stands in his way. Amidst the chaos, a question lingers in Johann's mind. Why am I doing this? He questions his own decision to return to the castle, acknowledging that Father Valberg is right, he should be fleeing instead. Deep down, he knows that going back would only lead to his demise, a fate he wishes to avoid. As he wanders, he stumbles upon Philip, who sits slumped against a tree, his body riddled with arrows. Philip weakly calls out Johann's name, causing Johann to freeze in his tracks. He whispers Philip's name in disbelief, a mix of concern and dread flooding his heart. Philip offers a faint smile, acknowledging Johann's presence. "You're alive," he remarks softly. Johann quickly rushes to his side, placing a reassuring hand on Philip's shoulder. "Why did you come back?" he asks, concern etched on his face. Philip struggles to find his voice, urgency creeping into his tone. "You need to go. Run away," he urges, his words strained. "If you stay here, you'll die." A cough escapes him, and he grimaces as blood spills from his lips. With trembling hands, he lifts a helmet resting on his lap, a heavy reminder of the danger surrounding them. He expresses his desire to give this helmet to Johann for the day he becomes Lord. Johann takes the helmet, his gaze lingering on Philip's lifeless face. He looks down at the helmet in his hands, and Kegel's voice echoes in his mind. The image of the assassin surfaces, a stark reminder urging him to grasp the difference in skill level. The advice reverberates in his mind. If it gets dangerous, run. His opponent is the Emperor's knight. Kegel had urged him to flee without a second thought. Johann grips the helmet tightly, recalling the second part of that advice. If he must fight, then he must kill. With resolve, Johann rises and dons the helmet. The visor snaps shut, and his blue eyes glow ominously from within the darkness of the helm. "It's time," he declares, his voice steady and resolute. Johann approaches the massive castle doors, pushing them open effortlessly with a single hand. As he strides inside, he finds the hallway lined with mercenaries, their expressions shifting from surprise to confusion. One elf stares, bewildered, and mutters, "What the hell?" He demands to know how this intruder got inside and where the guards are. With a fierce determination, Johann charges forward. He delivers a powerful punch to an armored knight, the helmet crumpling beneath his fist. Roaring Karamov's name, he strikes another soldier, sending him sprawling. "Come out, you coward," he bellows, his voice echoing through the chaos. In a fit of rage, he stomps down on a fallen soldier's chest, the sound of cracking armor filling the air. A shadow looms over him as Karamov emerges, slowly dragging his massive purple sword, blood dripping ominously from its tip. The mercenaries instinctively step aside, creating a path for him. Karamov halts, his gaze fixed on the figure before him. So, the runaway son of Eights truly survived, he muses, recognition dawning. You're the one who stood before the castle back then. Your name, it was Johann Eights, wasn't it? Johann gazes at him through his helmet, his expression unreadable. I'm not in the mood for name changes, he replies coolly. Just think of me as one very pissed-off man calling you an asshole. Karamov lets out a weary sigh. You should have kept running, Johann. If you had, you might still be alive. A smirk creeps onto his face. But I suppose you don't care about your life, do you? Fine, he replies, his voice steady. If you want to die, then come at me. He raises his massive sword, the purple energy humming ominously around him. Johann's blue aura flares to life, illuminating his determined expression. You don't need to tell me that, he screams, charging forward with his fists glowing with power. That's exactly what I was going to do. He unleashes a powerful punch aimed straight at Karamov. The two begin trading blows, mirroring the vivid dreams that have haunted Johann. They reach the precise moment where Johann prepares his attack and swings down. Karamov intercepts the strike, but Johann's sword is caught in the clash. Karamov retaliates, swinging for Johann's head. Johann drops the sword, swiftly dodging backward before seizing another and charging forward once more. Karamov grins, clearly enjoying the spectacle. With a swift motion, he slices yet another sword in half. This relentless exchange continues, with Johann repeatedly snatching weapons from the mercenaries he has already defeated. As Karamov swings down with all his might, Johann deftly dodges the attack, narrowly escaping the blow. The force of Karamov's strike connects with one of the castle's pillars, sending debris cascading down as the structure begins to crumble. With a glint of intrigue in his eyes, Karamov remarks, "Now this is interesting." Amidst the swirling smoke and the sound of crumbling rubble, Karamov boasts that he is far more entertaining than the fallen Brit. Suddenly, one of the mercenaries is hurled toward him, but Karamov effortlessly slices through him. Now this is truly enjoyable, he declares, craving even more excitement. Meanwhile, Johann finally seizes another sword, charging in with a powerful swing. Karamov, unfazed, blocks the strike with his arm, ready for the challenge. The attack slices through his armor, tearing a chunk from his arm, though the blade shatters upon impact. Karamov steps back, genuinely surprised. It takes a moment for the reality to sink in. He just cut through Dana's steel. Trembling, Karamov watches as Johann reaches for another blade. Karamov scoffs, declaring it impossible. He insists that humans cannot harm Dana Steel and questions Johann's identity. Undeterred, Johann charges in again, and they engage in a fierce exchange of blows. Karamov remarks that he has never encountered such strength before, but it quickly becomes clear that Johann's power is not enough. Karamov effortlessly blocks each of his attacks. Despite being on the defensive, Johann struggles to land a single meaningful blow. Karamov quickly discerns that Johann relies solely on brute strength, lacking any finesse in his attacks. With a powerful thrust, Karamov lunges forward, but Johann intercepts the strike only for his sword to shatter upon impact. Undeterred, he swiftly snatches another blade from the floor and prepares to face his opponent once more. Karamov observes with a mix of disappointment and concern. Just as he expected, his opponent struggles to block even a simple thrust. The man is swinging wildly, relying solely on instinct rather than technique. This realization leads Karamov to believe that Jessen never truly taught him the art of swordsmanship. Yet, he senses the potential for danger lurking beneath the surface. He knows he must end this fight swiftly. If his opponent continues to grow, he could become an unstoppable force. If he tries that reckless wide slash again, he'll shatter his sword and take my head clean off in one swing. Just as Johann anticipated, Karamov begins his attack, but it's a feint. In a swift change of direction, Johann catches Karamov completely off guard. Seizing the moment, he employs Kegel's technique, shifting toward Karamov's vulnerable side. The sword clashes against the armor, delivering a powerful blow at the cost of losing his weapon. Karamov screams in agony as his insides begin to spill out. In that moment of desperation, he catches sight of Johann drawing back his fist. With a swift motion, Johann strikes him directly in the wound, and the Dana's armor starts to buckle under the force. A massive shockwave erupts from the punch, reverberating through the air. The impact sends a violent explosion from the back, forcing him to spit out a torrent of blood. He stabs his sword into the ground, but all that escapes his lips is more crimson. His vision begins to blur, and in that moment he realizes it's Kegel's swordsmanship at play. The revelation hits him hard. Johann had concealed his true skill all along, and he had let his guard down completely. Johann presses a broken blade against his throat, while Karamov bleeds out from severe internal injuries, a pool of blood forming beneath him. He coughs, struggling to speak, and lowers his blade as he raises his helmet, letting it clatter to the floor. "Why did you do all of this?" he demands. Karamov, barely clinging to consciousness, replies, "It was all for my Imperial Majesty. The Holy Empire is more unstable than ever. His Majesty has unsheathed the Imperial sword to restore order to the Empire." But before he can finish his next sentence, a violent cough erupts from him, causing him to clutch his side as blood spills from his lips. Yet, amidst the pain, he begins to laugh. Turning to Johann, he admits he's genuinely moved. For decades, he has crossed battlefields and faced countless foes, but never has he encountered anyone as formidable as Johann. He needs him to accompany the Empire, for His Majesty requires a talent as formidable as his at this crucial moment. The Empire's endless wealth promises glory beyond imagination. He will be granted vast, fertile lands, and he will ensure that His Majesty appoints him as an Imperial Knight. He will become the Empire's sword. He can have anything he desires. Johann envisions endless gold, yet something feels off. This is the life he once dreamed of, but for some reason, it leaves him feeling empty. He glances down at Karamov and firmly declares that he refuses. Confusion flickers across Karamov's face as he asks why. Johann replies, "You haven't just taken my innocent family. You've also slaughtered innocent serfs people who did nothing wrong." Karamov's eyes widen in disbelief as he questions whether he's truly rejecting his offer over mere serfs. Frustration boils within him, and he grits his teeth, demanding to know why their deaths even matter. Then, with a sneer, he adds that it must be because the man's mother was a low-born serf. That insect blood has tainted him. He insists that one must understand the harsh truth of the world. The strong feast upon the blood of the weak. Johann grits his teeth, turning to Kegel with a strained apology, confessing that he can no longer control his strength. In a swift motion, he swings and connects, landing a powerful blow to Karamov's face, sending him hurtling backward. But Johann doesn't relent. He follows up with a relentless barrage of strikes. "Why do you believe their lives are worthless?" he demands, his voice laced with fury. "Does the Emperor truly mean that much to you? Why do they believe they have the right to judge who deserves to live and who doesn't?" The dark armor begins to warp around Danis's skull, a grotesque transformation. As blood fills Karamov's eyes, the last thing he sees is Johann. Each blow lands with increasing weight, reducing him to a mere shadow of himself, a twisted figure on the floor. Eventually, he lies there, twitching, a broken remnant of what he once was. Johann rises to his feet, his fist stained with blood. Miraculously, Karamov, though gravely injured, begins to cough. As Johann turns to leave, Karamov's voice cuts through the air, taunting him. "You fool," he croaks. "You should have accepted my offer. Now it's too late. The one who shattered the Emperor's sword will only know suffering from here on." Johann gazes down at him as his hand falls limp, the weight of his final words hanging in the air. This world embraces death so easily, Johann reflects. For so long, his focus had been on making money and surviving. Yet, they had mercilessly slaughtered everyone in his territory, including his family, and attempted to erase all traces of it. Now, even if the entire world turned against him, he knew he had done what was necessary. He would never regret his choices. No matter what anyone else might say, this was the life he intended to lead. In the stillness of the night, a stone gate creaked open, revealing the shadowy expanse of the castle courtyard. A guard approached a wooden door, intent on assessing the situation within. As he swung it open, he was met by the fierce gaze of Master Jane, flanked by her elven soldier. Anger radiated from her, etched deeply into her features. She insists on asking one more time if what he just said is true. The battered elf confirms it without a hint of deception, pleading for her to believe him. He recounts how he stormed in, defeated all the soldiers with ease, and then took Sakarimov's head with his bare hands. The soldier adds grimly that this was the last anyone saw of Sir Karimov. Jane stands in stunned silence, her finger pointing toward the courtyard. If the story is true, then why isn't Karimov's corpse out there? She demands, disbelief etched across her face. The elf maiden interjects, her voice rising. "I can't accept such nonsense without any proof." The soldier, equally perplexed, responds, "I don't understand it either, but I swear I saw it with my own eyes." Just then, another soldier arrives, urgency in his tone as he announces, "The pursuit party is ready." Jane steadies herself, her resolve hardening as she strides forward with purpose. Turning to her troops, she delivers a commanding order. They are to hunt down and eliminate their target. The elf maiden reveals that the man they seek is Johann Eitz. With a shared sense of urgency, the troops spring into action, ready to follow her directive. She condemns him as a filthy traitor to his own bloodline, the very one suspected of murdering Sir Karimov. Jane's voice cuts through the chaos as she commands her men to hunt him down. Bring him back, dead or alive, she orders, her tone leaving no room for dissent. Meanwhile, Johann dashes through the forest, fueled by a fierce determination. He soon finds himself caught in a fierce skirmish with a group of elven soldiers. One of them cries out in agony as Johann lands a brutal strike. With a swift and merciless motion, he takes down another soldier, his resolve unyielding. Jane's voice rings out, cautioning her troops never to confront him alone. She commands them to seal off every road, pursuing him relentlessly until he is utterly exhausted. The soldiers exchange worried glances, questioning whether Sir Karimov is truly dead. With steely determination, Jane declares that they must bring that bastard's head to his majesty. Meanwhile, Johann recalls Philip's urgent words, urging him to find the stable and escape at all costs. In the present, Johann finally finds the stable he had been searching for, a wave of relief washing over him. Yet, a grim thought lingers in his mind. This truly feels like the end. He drops Karimov's lifeless body to the ground, contemplating that hiding it might only lead to more confusion. He realizes the pursuit party has acted much faster than he anticipated. With a determined resolve, Johann decides to continue carrying the body, using the armor as a shield until he can shake off his relentless pursuers. With a weary groan, he hoists the heavy body and presses on. Exhausted, he finally opens the stable door. Inside, he realizes this must be Jessen's warhorse. Johann approaches the majestic animal and offers a silent thanks to his brother. He notes that with this noble steed, he might finally be able to rest a bit while riding. Now, he just needs to decide on a name for him. The horse gazes at Johann with striking blue eyes, and he decides to name him Philip. Meanwhile, an elven soldier shouts that he has spotted something shimmering nearby. Confident it's the glint of Dana's steel, he orders a thorough search of the area. The leader asserts that the bastard must be close. Just then, a soldier raises a question. He claims he hears hoofbeats. In the next moment, Johann races past them on Philip, intent on escaping. One of the elves gasps in shock, recognizing Johann 8 fleeing on horseback. He quickly disappears into the shadows of the forest. The leader shouts for them to shoot him down, determined not to let the bastard get away. Arrows rain down as archers unleash their crossbows, but the bolts merely ricochet off the armor of Sir Karimov, which Johann has taken as his shield. He rides through the night, urging his horse onward, swiftly outpacing his pursuers and plunging deep into the heart of the dark forest. Finally dismounting, Johann surveys his surroundings, convinced that he has ventured far enough to evade capture. He reflects that, despite his twisted nature, leaving a person unburied feels profoundly wrong. He knows he must move forward, regardless. As Johann gazes at the armor, he can't help but admire its apparent value. It truly looks expensive. He then picks up the purple sword lying on the ground. To his surprise, the sword is both light and sturdy, crafted from Dana's steel. As he examines it closely, he notices an ancient imperial script etched into the blade. The text mentions a figure known as the Crest Recoverer. Johann ponders whether this refers to retrieving family crests, and he can't shake the feeling that the name carries an ominous weight. For now, he decides to take the sword with him. As for the armor, he resolves to bury it. Though he considers it a waste, he knows that carrying it around would serve him no purpose. He promises himself that he will return for it later. Grabbing a shovel, he begins to dig into the earth. After a grueling effort, he finally finishes burying the corpse and the equipment. Johann takes a moment to rest, pondering whether this is truly enough. He knows that once word of Karimov's death spreads, the entire empire will be hunting for him. The warning echoes in his mind. From this point on, he will know only suffering. Johann reflects on the suffering that had shadowed his life long before he resorted to violence. Now, he finds himself at a crossroads, unsure of what to do next. As he surveys the scene, the grim reality hits him. His house lies in ashes, reduced to nothing, and he has left without a single coin to his name. Exhausted and trembling, he sinks to the ground, needing a moment to gather his thoughts. Just then, a presence stirs in the darkness, drawing his attention. He spins around to find a black wolf emerging from the shadows. Johann curses under his breath, realizing that of all the times for this creature to appear, it had to be now when he is utterly exhausted. In his current state, he knows he stands no chance against the beast. With his strength waning, gripping his sword feels impossible. Desperation sets in. He must reach his horse and find a way to escape. Suddenly, an elven soldier shouts that they've captured the bastard's warhorse. The leader declares that their target must be nearby. Johann, recognizing them as the wolves of Akite, feels a surge of shock. Can't believe they've arrived so quickly. Just then, a soldier points and exclaims that he heard something coming from that direction. In the distance, the group begins to emerge. Johann stands frozen, a monstrous figure looming before him while the pursuit party closes in from behind. Panic grips him as he contemplates the grim reality. There's no way out. Is this truly the end? Just then, the wolf lunges past him, a blur of fur and fury. It crashes into the soldiers, slashing and biting with wild abandon. The air fills with the anguished screams of the elves, their cries echoing in the chaos. One soldier, eyes wide with terror, shouts that it's a monster and pleads for salvation. Johann watches in confusion, questioning whether it even noticed him, but he quickly dismisses that thought. What's important now is the path being cleared before him. This is his chance. Gritting his teeth, he knows he must act fast. If he doesn't move now, he won't survive. With a determined scream, he sprints toward the escape route. Johann pushes past the wolf and the soldiers, his determination unwavering. He places a foot in the stirrup and mounts the horse, pulling away with urgency. As he rides, memories flood his mind, visions of his childhood. Clutching a wooden sword, innocence intertwined with dreams of valor. In the present, he races forward, his face set with resolve, while images of rigorous training and the familiar sights of his village flash before him, urging him onward in his desperate escape. He bids farewell to the village of the Eight. Nearby, a soldier lies defeated, and a giant black wolf watches Johann's escape, its red eyes glowing ominously in the darkness. This marks the end of his childhood. As Johann presses on, he encounters a checkpoint set up by the soldiers ahead. Frustration wells up within him as he curses, realizing that even here, his path to freedom is completely blocked. He realizes he's in deep trouble. The weary Johann dismounts from his horse, reflecting on the relentless days since his escape. He hasn't eaten, slept, or done anything properly. He never imagined he would be pursued by the wolves of Akite for 3 straight days. As he catches his breath, he recalls the countless times he narrowly escaped death, fighting off those relentless bastards that swarmed him in packs. Johann finds himself at his breaking point, admitting that he lacks the strength even to lift his sword. Desperation washes over him, as he wonders if there truly is no escape from this dire situation. Will he really be captured by those bastards and face execution without a fight? Just then, he notices movement nearby. To his surprise, it's a trade wagon flanked by armed escorts. Johann contemplates whether it could be a peddler caravan, and suddenly, a light bulb goes off in his head. He resolves to disguise himself as one of them. If he can blend in with their group, he believes he can slip past the checkpoint unnoticed. With a determined expression, he commits to using this clever ruse to achieve his goal. A wagon emblazoned with the crest of the Katana Trading Company rolls steadily forward. Inside, Sir Eldon sits, deep in thought. Suddenly, one of the guards, Khan, calls out to him. Sir Eldons, what is it? Eldons replies, his brow furrowing. There's a heavily armed cavalry up ahead, Khan reports, urgency in his voice. Eldons' eyes widen in shock. What? As if summoned by his disbelief, the imposing figure of Johann appears on horseback, casting a long shadow across the road. A mercenary named Khan urges the group to prepare for battle. The younger mercenary Gampson questions the urgency of the order. Why all the fuss over one guy on a horse? He asks, confident that the 9 of them could charge and end this quickly. Goran, however, tells Gampson to take a closer look. Unlike us, he points out, that man is fully clad in armor and riding a war horse. Khan adds, with a dramatic flourish, that he's not just any warrior. He's clad in a plate helmet and a breastplate. He gestures emphatically, pointing to the sword hanging at his waist. Take a good look at that hilt, he commands. The purplish sheen? That's a clear sign it's forged from Dana's steel. His voice drops to a menacing whisper as he warns, if I swing that sword down on you, your armor will be sliced through like butter. Gampson wipes the sweat from his brow, nervously suggesting that a direct confrontation could lead to their annihilation. He hesitates, questioning if wiped out is a bit too dramatic, especially with their group of 9. Khan, exasperated, shouts for Gampson to get out of his sight, insisting that he can't think straight because of him. In a fit of frustration, another mercenary slaps Gampson and calls him a dumbass, pulling him closer. He warns him that if he has nothing useful to say, he should remain silent. Eldon then instructs Goran and Khan to prepare everyone for an immediate attack at the first sign of suspicious movement from the man. He declares that he will scout ahead to assess the situation. The catfolk emphasizes that when he gives the signal, they must strike together. Goran and Khan nod in agreement, ready to follow the plan. Johann wrestles with his horse as Eldens draws near. Khan leans in, urging the group to pay attention. He emphasizes that their first priority in the fight is to unseat Eldens from his horse. Once that's accomplished, he instructs them to methodically thrust their swords into the gaps of his armor. Eldens halts before Johann and greets him with a confident smile. "I am Eldens of the Katana Trading Company," he announces, his voice steady and assured. Johann's eyes widen in disbelief as he spots a catfolk among the group. He senses the tension radiating from the men around him, and a wave of concern washes over him. This could turn out badly, he thinks, questioning whether his appearance is raising their suspicions. Determined to defuse the situation, Johann resolves to lower their guard first. With a silent prayer for the god's blessing, he introduces himself. "My name is Juan." He fabricates a story, claiming his appearance is the result of a bandit attack during his travels. He reassures Eldens not to be overly cautious. Pointing a finger, Johann asks if he could kindly request the gentleman glaring at him from behind not to attack. Suddenly, Eldens erupts into laughter, apologizing for his rudeness. He explains that as a peddler, he must always be prepared for the worst-case scenario. Johann nods, acknowledging their situation. "Of course, I understand," he says, his voice steady. "That's why I have a request." He takes a breath, his eyes earnest. "Could I travel with your group? As you can see, I lost all my funds during the attack." He continues, "If you could spare a bit of food and a place to sleep, I promise to help guard your caravan." Eldens watches him intently, weighing the sincerity in Johann's eyes. Johann appears strong and trustworthy, a fact that Eldens readily acknowledges. With a nod, Eldens points down the road, indicating their destination, Marseille. He mentions that since the journey will be quite long, Johann should take the opportunity to get to know the mercenaries nearby. Johann bows slightly, expressing his gratitude for the advice. Internally, Johann ponders the whereabouts of Marcel. The mercenaries observe as Eldens strides alongside him. Gamson, curious, inquires of Sir Eldens about the situation. Eldens simply replies that he is just a wanderer, nothing more, and that they will be traveling together for some time. Yet, with a shadowed expression, Eldens leans in to whisper to his men, urging them to keep a close watch on Johann just in case. He orders them not to hesitate to kill him if anything goes wrong. Goran and Kay nod in agreement. Johann exhales, feeling a sense of relief. Now all he needs to do is get past the checkpoint. As the caravan sets out under the fading light of the sunset, an elven soldier suddenly shouts, alerting everyone to the approaching figures. The wolves of Akaitan block the road, commanding the travelers to stop. The elves proudly declare their identity, stating that if the travelers wish to pass, they must comply quietly and submit to a brief inspection. Johann peers out from behind his helmet, realizing they have finally reached the checkpoint. He hopes to slip through unnoticed, avoiding any unwanted attention. The elven leader recalls his previous dealings with a Katana Trading Company, a name that now sends a jolt of surprise through him. He turns to the one in charge, his voice faltering as he processes the revelation. "The Katana Trading Company?" He stammers, realization dawning upon him. This is the very trading company with its main office in Marseille, the bustling commercial hub that even the Emperor approaches with caution. The weight of this knowledge settles heavily on him, amplifying the gravity of their encounter. The elf chuckles nervously, introducing himself as Mr. Eldens. He explains that they are merely following orders to search for a runaway trader and asks for a moment of Johann's cooperation. At the mention of a runaway trader, Johann's heart sinks. It dawns on him that these bastards truly established this checkpoint to hunt him down. The elf suddenly points at him, shouting for his companion to come over. He commands Johann to remove his helmet and reveal his face. Internally, Johann curses, feeling the weight of their mockery. He coughs and stammers, claiming he has a bit of a condition on his face. The soldiers respond with cool laughter. One of them sneers, asking what his mother had clenched too tightly during childbirth. With a taunting grin, he urges Johann to show them his disfigured face and demands he hurry up. The leader glares, demanding to know if Johann is hiding something. Johann meets his gaze with unwavering intensity, his hand resting on the hilt of his weapon. He contemplates that if it has come to this, he may have no choice but to fight. Suddenly, Eldens bursts forth with a furious shout. "Enough!" The mercenaries and elves freeze, turning their attention to him. With a fierce determination, Eldens steps forward, challenging them. "Are you really suspecting the Katana Trading Company?" He shouts in frustration that this isn't right. They are merely following imperial orders. Eldens retaliates, demanding to know if he didn't instruct him to fetch his commanding officer. With a fierce glare, Eldens warns that if they interfere any further, he will have no choice but to file a formal complaint with his captain. He makes it clear that he intends to do so personally at the Marseille branch. The elf freezes, commanding his men to clear the way. The soldiers exchange annoyed glances, clicking their tongues in frustration. As Johann rides past, a mercenary quips that he got lucky, calling him a sorry bastard. The caravan then ventures into a narrow forest path. Johann breathes a sigh of relief, thinking that at last he is escaping this place. He rides off into the distance, a sense of freedom washing over him. Later that night, the group sets up camp. Goran instructs everyone to check their gear and assigns the night watch to the oldest and newest recruits. Eldon sits nearby, reviewing a scroll while humming to himself. As he glances up, he spots Johann. Recognizing him, Eldon smiles and says, "You don't have much to do right now, so feel free to get some sleep." Johann stammers a quiet thank you as he spreads out his bedroll. With a weary sigh, he collapses onto it, reflecting on how difficult it has been to find rest. Gripping the fabric tightly, he finally allows himself to relax, sinking into a deep sleep by the flickering firelight. Unbeknownst to him, a sinister figure lurks in the shadows of the bushes, a predatory smile revealing sharp teeth. "Good," the mysterious man whispers, his voice dripping with malice. He commands someone to prepare the troops, declaring that they will surround the enemy from the hill and strike all at once. In a dream, Kim Johann listens intently as a staff sergeant speaks. The scene shifts back to a time of battalion-level tactical training. There, he implements a military strategy known as defense in depth, aiming to delay the enemy's advance rather than stop it outright. Kim Johann successfully defended against a large enemy force with just a small contingent of troops. His exceptional tactical acumen not only secured victory but also inspired his fellow service members. As a result, he was awarded a commendation along with 4 nights and 5 days of well-deserved leave. The battalion commander, Lieutenant Colonel Kim Yabok, personally presented him with the award, acknowledging his remarkable achievement. Johann salutes sharply, his voice ringing out with enthusiasm as he calls, "Sir." A broad smile spreads across his face as he revels in the excitement of the moment, convinced that perhaps the army is where he truly belongs. After all, he had studied strategy and tactics in preparation, but then reality crashes down around him. He recalls the outdated, rigid hierarchy, the grueling duty shifts that felt more like a death sentence, and the extreme weather conditions that could swing from scorching heat to biting cold. Most disheartening of all, he remembers the paycheck smaller than a rat's tail. In the dream, Johann suddenly realizes he cannot remain there any longer and attempts to escape. But a giant hand seizes him, halting his flight. With a chilling smile, the superior officer taunts him, asking where he thinks he's going. He assures Johann that while he is welcome to enter at any time, leaving is not an option. Overwhelmed by despair, Johann screams as he is pulled back into the darkness. Suddenly, Johann awakens on his bedroll in the forest, his breath coming in heavy gasps. Was that a dream? He murmurs, frustration lacing his voice. He groans, recalling the restless night spent haunted by memories of his time in the army. Rubbing his shoulder, he winces at the ache that spreads through his entire body. Just then, he pauses, sensing something amiss. Under the glow of the full moon, a sharp sound slices through the stillness of the night. Johann's heart races as he recognizes the object hurtling toward him an arrow. With a swift motion, he snatches the projectile from the air, barely inches from his face. The realization hits him. This is an attack. Cursing under his breath, he mutters about those damn bastards coming after him once more. Rising to his feet, he reflects on how he thought he had finally made it through unscathed. Determined, he knows he must warn the mercenaries before it's too late. Johann's voice pierces the air as he shouts at the top of his lungs. Warning of an enemy ambush. The scene shifts back 5 minutes earlier, where Gamson and Can stand watch. Gamson grumbles, expressing his frustration. "Why are we the only ones working ourselves to the bone?" he asks, his tone laced with irritation. "It's only fair that the cavalry takes a turn on sentry duty, too." Can tells Gamson to be quiet already. Confused, Gamson asks if Can really wants to entrust guard duty to someone they don't even know. Can lectures him, questioning whether he's thought about the danger of leaving their safety in the hands of a stranger. "While we're asleep, that bastard could easily slit our throats, grab the supplies, and vanish," Can warns. He emphasizes that if Gamson continues to be so reckless, he won't be doing this kind of job for much longer. Gamson stammers, his voice rising in frustration. "I became a mercenary to escape a life of stagnation in some backwater village. I wanted to live like a real man." He pauses, his anger boiling over. "But if I had known the Goran mercenaries were just a bunch of fools who freeze up at the sight of one armored cavalryman, I would have never joined this pathetic party." Can snaps, grabbing Gamson by the collar and raising a fist, demanding to know what the hell he just said and if he wants to die. Suddenly, Johan's scream pierces the air, warning of an enemy ambush. Can freezes, and in an instant, arrows begin to rain down around them. "Get down!" he shouts, tackling Gamson and shielding the younger mercenary with his own body and shield. Arrows rain down around them, striking the ground with deadly precision. Can realizes the barrage has finally ceased. He points urgently at Gamson, commanding him to gather the others. In a panic, Gamson bolts away, screaming and crying in terror. Can curses under his breath, frustration boiling within him. Just then, Goran arrives, sword drawn, relief washing over his face as he sees Can is unharmed. "Thank goodness you're safe," he exclaims, confirming the grim reality. "We'd been ambushed." Can scans the area, his brow furrowing as he asks where Gamson is. He quickly brushes off the concern, shifting his focus to Eldon's. The catfolk trembles, cowering beneath the wagon. "Goran, hurry up and get ready to fight," Can commands, urgency lacing his voice. Just then, Johan rushes over, his eyes darting between the two. "Are you Goran and Can?" he asks, pointing toward the wagon. "Form a circular defensive line around it, now!" Johan shouts that they need to stay together and fight, as they have no idea which direction the attack will come from. Can glares at him with disdain. "Do you really think you're our employer?" he retorts sharply. Johan looks taken aback, confusion etched on his face. Can continues, his voice rising. "We'll handle our own end. Just focus on keeping yourself alive." Johan is taken aback by the rejection. The mercenaries shout, urging each other to grab their shields and prepare for battle. Turning to Can and Eldon's, Johan insists that he has faced a similar fight before and demands a shield for himself. Eldon shouts back, "Absolutely not." The catfolk adds that they don't even have enough shields for themselves and tells Johan to find a way to survive on his own. Johan curses under his breath, realizing that they don't trust him at all. Suddenly, his eyes widen as he senses danger approaching. A horde of bandits bursts forth from the shadows, their terrifying screams echoing in the night. Johan furrows his brow, questioning who these intruders could be, quickly dismissing the thought that they are the wolves of Akite. No, these are just a gang of ruthless bandits. Goran unsheathes his sword and bellows the command for all units to charge. The mercenaries surge forward, their battle cries echoing through the air. Meanwhile, Johan stands in stunned disbelief. "What?" he exclaims, questioning how everyone can rush in when no one is left to guard the wagon. The clash of steel erupts as the melee begins, and one mercenary shouts, demanding to know who these intruders are. One of the bandits sneers, questioning how they dare to ambush them. The others rally, shouting to use their numbers to push the defenders back. Goran meets the challenge head-on, crossing blades with an enemy as he orders his men to hold their ground. Giving them space means death, he bellows, determination etched on his face. Just then, a massive bandit looms over him, barking for Goran to be quiet before delivering a crushing blow to his face. "Can!" he screams, desperation lacing his voice. Captain Goran lies fallen, and the bandit raises his sword, taunting him to die. But, in an instant, a purple flash slices through the darkness. Johan lunges forward, striking the bandit. The man's expression shifts to confusion as his sword hand drops away. Johan stands there, breathing heavily, gripping the Danis steel sword with determination. The bandit suddenly realizes his torso has been severed clean in half. His comrades watch in horror as red markings begin to glow on Johan's blade. They quickly comprehend that the runes carved into the sword are absorbing blood. One bandit screams in terror, declaring it a demonic sword. Johan stands ominously, the glowing weapon in hand, as panic spreads among the bandits. One of them frantically wonders why a mere peddler escort wields such a fearsome weapon, and it dawns on them there's no way they can defeat him. Johan bellows for their attention, declaring, "I am Johan Yates of House Yates." His voice rises in fury as he demands to know who dares to attack him. Can and Goran exchange stunned glances, their shock deepening as they realize he is a nobleman. Internally, Johan hopes that altering the number from 8 won't cause too much trouble. Meanwhile, the bandits whisper among themselves, their faces pale with fear. One of them claims ignorance about the house, but it's clear he's dealing with a noble. Another chimes in, noting that if he wields a demonic sword, this house is anything but ordinary. They come to a chilling realization. They've just tangled with a noble family, and it's not looking good for them. Johan, his blade glowing ominously, points it at them and demands an answer to his question. He asks if they will surrender now or face their end by his sword, thrusting the weapon forward and demanding that the bastards think carefully. The bandit leader drops his sword, the metal clattering to the ground, and one by one, the others follow suit. Stammering, the leader finally admits their surrender. Johan lowers his sword and sheaths it slightly, a sense of victory settling in the air. He calls out to Goran, who stammers, "Yes, Sir Johann." Johann commands him to bind the bandits, who are huddled together on their knees. Turning away, Johann's eyes glow a fierce blue as he declares that he will cut down anyone who dares to resist. As he bandages his arm, he stares ahead, leaving Eldons uncertain about their next move. The catfolk murmured about the noble, mistaking him for merely a wanderer with impressive gear. Goran pondered whether he might harbor a grudge for their earlier mistreatment. "Perhaps we should have at least set up a private tent for him," he suggested. Eldons countered, "But we allowed him to join us when he asked. That has to count for something in terms of goodwill." He resolves to ease the tension, suggesting they simply stay quiet and observe. With a loud greeting, he approaches Johann of House Yates, acknowledging that he must have had a rough night. Johann responds to Eldons with a simple nod. Eldons expresses his gratitude, stating that Johann played a crucial role in protecting his caravan. He admits he's unsure how he can repay him, and suddenly, overwhelmed with emotion, he bursts into tears. "If I had known you were a noble," he exclaims, "I would have lent you a shield." Johann asks what Eldons is talking about, but more importantly, he expresses his relief that he is safe. Eldons freezes, surprised by the lack of a request for compensation. Johann walks away quietly, but then stops and turns back. With a smirk, he casually mentions that next time, Eldons should lend him a shield. Eldons, sweating nervously, bows deeply, promising that he will definitely prioritize lending him a shield before anyone else next time. Johann nods, satisfied. He then suggests interrogating the prisoners and asks if he can enlist the mercenaries' help. Eldons readily agrees, but notes that now that his status is known, it would be wise for Johann to adopt a more formal tone. Johann consents without hesitation. Standing over the prisoners, he kicks one in the back and barks at the thief. "Hurry up and move." The bandit groans in pain, struggling to catch his breath. Johann glares at him, demanding to know if he is their leader. He presses for answers. Who are they and why did they attack? The bandit grimaces and reveals that they are the private soldiers of House Britz. A flashback flickers to life, showcasing a boar crest engulfed in flames. The leader's voice echoes as he explains that House Britz was completely wiped out. He reveals that a few months ago, House Britz was unexpectedly attacked, accused of plotting treason against the Emperor. He recounts how those monsters slaughtered everyone, men, women, children, even the elderly without any real evidence. The leader discloses that the assailants were the wolves of Ashine. Johann is left in stunned disbelief. The leader continues, explaining how they fought desperately, but once the noble executioner entered the fray, their defeat was inevitable, leaving them with no choice but to retreat. Goran's eyes widen as he recognizes the name of the noble executioner. Johann, too, suspects it's him. He envisions the piercing red eyes of Karamov, the Emperor's relentless hunting dog. The bandit, filled with remorse, apologizes, admitting he has committed a crime deserving of death. He explains that they never would have anticipated a noble traveling with a trading caravan. He recounts how the Imperial army pursued them, labeling them as rebels, while the Northerners abandoned them, branding them cowardly deserters. The leader bows his head, confessing that while he cannot justify their descent into banditry, they were left with no choice but to fight for their survival. Johann inquires if there was any other motive behind the attack. The leader coldly confirms there was none, stating they targeted the trading company's caravan solely for its value. In a fit of rage, Eldon lunges at the man, shouting, "You damn bastard!" He demands to know if the leader understands that the foundation of trading companies is built on trust. With intensity, he questions whether the man realizes the extent of the damage caused by people like him. Johann grips Eldon by the collar, pulling him back as he urges him to calm down. His mind races with thoughts of the treason charge against the Emperor. He recalls his battle with Karamov, where the man claimed his actions were all for the Emperor's sake. Suddenly, it clicks for Johann. There was never any treason against the Emperor at all. In that moment of clarity, he envisions both the Emperor and Karamov, their fates intertwined in a way he had never understood before. Johann realizes that the Emperor merely sought a pretext to purge the nobles, a convenient excuse to unleash Karamov. He curses Karamov, questioning what kind of scoundrel would claim to act in the Emperor's name. With a fierce conviction, he declares that Guy deserves the most horrific fate imaginable. As he surveys the bandits around him, Johann recognizes their plight mirrors his own. They, too, are victims of a ruthless power struggle. With that said, he acknowledges the truth. They have indeed become bandits. Uncertain about how to proceed, he turns to Goran for guidance. "What should we do with them?" Goran asks Sir Johann. Johann replies, "Just give the order, and we can beat the life out of them until they spill more." However, he quickly stops himself, stating, "We've already gathered all the information we need." Goran nods in understanding. Suddenly, Gamson shouts that they should beat the prisoners to death. He raises his mace, ready to strike a bound captive. But Goran swiftly intervenes, blocking the blow with his own weapon. Gamson stammers in disbelief, demanding to know what Goran is doing and why he's stopping him. With a scowl, Goran replies firmly, "They surrendered to Sir Johann. We have no right to punish them." Goran makes it clear that Gamson has no right to plead for mercy after abandoning his comrades in their time of need. Gamson, sensing the tension, nervously laughs it off, trying to mask his fear. The bandit leader then turns to Sir Johann, desperately begging for mercy. He promises that they will never commit any wrongdoings again and pleads for just one chance to prove themselves. Goran leans closer to Sir Johann, his voice steady and resolute, stating that if the knight gives the word, he will execute them without hesitation. He draws his sword, standing resolutely in the glow of the sunrise. "Disarm them and let them go," he commands. The bandits, taken aback, exchange incredulous glances. "Are you seriously letting us live?" One of them asks, disbelief etched on his face. Johann raises a hand for silence, his voice steady and firm. "Listen carefully," he begins. "I understand your circumstances. You've likely spent your lives wielding weapons, with little else to turn to. However, he warns that robbing caravans is still unacceptable. Striking his chest, he declares that he too learned skills solely to survive. Eldon's, taken aback, stammers, "Learn skills?" Goran chuckles, gesturing toward the prisoners. "Do you really think these people avoid banditry because they lack the know-how to steal?" He then points his thumb at himself, proudly declaring, "This guy right here is Goran." He declares that he is here because he pays well. Johann bursts into laughter, a hearty sound that fills the air. He informs them that, since he's allowing them to live, they must learn new skills and find a way to earn a living. The bandit leader bows deeply, expressing his gratitude to the Sir Knight, promising that they won't forget this act of mercy. Goran then turns to his men, urging them that it's time to move on as well. He jokes about not wanting to get dragged into anything like this again, and Johann smiles in agreement. From a nearby hilltop, a black wolf observes the caravan as it departs. Johann's group decides to pause at a quaint spot known as Rutsbeck village to rest before continuing their journey to Marseille. Leading his horse through the wooden gate, Johann takes in the peaceful surroundings. The village chief stands before the gathered villagers, a broad smile on his face as he announces the arrival of Sir Eldons. With a burst of excitement, Eldons rushes forward to embrace the chief, exclaiming, "It's been months." The chief returns the warmth of the hug, replying, "It's wonderful to see you again." Curious, he inquires if Eldons encountered any trouble on his journey. Eldons, his expression shifting to one of seriousness, warns, "Don't even ask. We ran into a bandit gang on the road." Eldon shivers as he remarks that ever since the Emperor began to lose his sanity, it feels like the bandits are becoming bolder. The village chief scolds him sharply, calling him a fool and warning that if an insider from the Imperial faction heard him, he would be in serious trouble for those words. Eldon simply laughs it off, brushing aside the chief's concerns. With a casual gesture, he points his thumb behind him and adds, "But hey, we still managed to transport the goods safely." He praises the noble who traveled with them, calling him unbelievably brave. The chief raises an eyebrow, intrigued. "A noble, you say?" He scratches his chin thoughtfully, recalling that a noble had indeed passed through a few weeks ago. With a smirk, he reveals, "It turned out he was just a nobody pretending to be one. I beat him half to death and chased him out of the village." Eldon facepalms, exasperated by Johann's reckless behavior when he loses his temper. "You really need to stop acting like this," he says, though he reassures him that there's no need to worry this time. He praises Johann for his bravery and integrity, noting that even after defending them from the bandits, he never asked for a reward. The village chief, taken aback, exclaims, "What kind of noble does someone a favor without demanding payment?" He insists that can't be true, yet he concedes that this old fox isn't one to speak without reason. He reflects that, with bandits lurking around every corner, merely having a knight stay the night could greatly benefit their village. The narration reveals that in this era, a true knight possesses the strength to decimate an entire mercenary band, making them invaluable for public safety. The chief seizes the moment, grabbing Eldons by the collar with a grin. "Since you're here, why not stay for a few days or even a few weeks? You could use some real rest." Eldons hesitates, pushing back gently. "I can't impose on you like that." Eldons reflects on their relationship, one where they shamelessly haggle with each other in broad daylight. Yet this wrinkled old man seems intent on snatching his companion away. The chief lets out a maniacal laugh, and Eldons can't help but wonder just where this precious noble of his is. Meanwhile, Johann sits slumped against a tree in the shadows, his stomach growling in protest. Johann feels as if he's on the brink of starvation, fearing he might perish on the street like a beggar. Just then, Goran approaches him, hesitantly. "What is it?" Johann asks, his voice barely above a whisper. Goran extends a pouch toward him, his hands trembling slightly. "Please, take this." Johann stares blankly at the pouch. "It's the money I seized," Goran explains, opening it to reveal a glimmering collection of gold coins. "We sold off all the bandits' properties and weapons." He acknowledges that while it's not a fortune, it's still a decent sum. Johann gazes at the coins, lost in thought about the money. Goran, curious, asks if Johann didn't take any for himself. He reminds him that he was the one who captured them, so of course, he wouldn't. Johann sweats nervously, humming thoughtfully. Goran then thrusts the bag forward, insisting that Johann take it and share it with his men. Johann's eyes widen in surprise. "What?" he exclaims. Goran insists that this is far too much. He argues that since they surrendered to him, it only makes sense for all the spoils to belong to him. Johann forces a smile and reassures him, saying it's fine and not to worry about it. He claims he has already taken his share, holding up a few meager copper coins. "See," he says. Goran stares at him in disbelief. "Is that really all you're taking?" Johann chuckles, insisting that everything is fine. Yet inside, he's screaming that it's anything but. He silently sheds tears of blood, mourning the pain of parting with money earned through his blood and sweat. Still, he rationalizes that, compared to facing the wolves of Akitan alone, spending a little to stay with a mercenary band is a far better choice. He silences Goran's protests with a raised hand. "Besides," he says, "I didn't fight alone. We fought together, which makes us comrades in arms." Holding up a silver coin, he flashes a charming smile and asks, "Will this be enough to earn some goodwill?" With a playful glint in his eye, he adds, "If that's all I get, I might as well be on my way." Goran blushes, deeply touched by Sir Johann's words. He reflects on a heart that truly cares for those beneath him, declaring that this is the essence of a knight's dignity. Later, Goran gathers his mercenaries in the tavern, calling for their attention. He announces that Sir Johann has generously shared the proceeds from the spoils of war with everyone. With a smile, he instructs them to line up and come forward one by one to receive their share. The mercenaries stand in stunned silence, questioning if they heard correctly. They can hardly believe it. He's distributing the money that was rightfully his to them. Suddenly, they erupt into ecstatic cheers, chanting, "Johann! Johann! Johann!" Meanwhile, Johann sleeps peacefully in his room, blissfully unaware of the celebration outside. In the quiet that follows, the doorknob slowly turns, and the door creaks open. Johann sleeps soundly, unaware of the masked assassin with glowing red eyes watching him intently. The assassin raises a dagger, poised to strike. As the episode draws to a close, the tension hangs heavy in the air, a palpable threat looming over Johann. In the dead of night, the assassin stealthily approaches, intent on snatching Johann's sword. But just as he reaches for it, Johann jolts awake, his instincts kicking in. With an iron grip, he seizes the man's wrist, ready to confront the danger head-on. The attacker freezes in shock, completely unprepared for Johann's awakening. With his eyes glowing ominously in the dark, Johann demands an answer. "Are you one of Karamov's lackeys?" The assassin, panic-stricken, pleads for mercy, begging to be let go. But Johann, losing his patience, hurls him across the room, sending him crashing through a cabinet. Crumpled on the floor, battered and bruised, the man coughs and whimpers in fear. Johann strides over and firmly steps on the attacker's leg. The man screams for help, realizing too late that Johann is far from an ordinary human. The scene shifts back 5 minutes earlier inside the inn. The village chief snores loudly, oblivious to the brewing trouble, while two young men stealthily ascend the stairs. They are Pra and Gamson, conspiring against Johann. Gamson confidently assures Pra that Volan, the village's strongest man, will handle that guy without a hitch. He mentions that Pell, the horse enthusiast, is already outside, eagerly trying to catch the magnificent warhorse. Outside, Pell is utterly captivated by the creature, desperately attempting to soothe it. Meanwhile, Pell turns to Gamson and asks if the noble sword is truly as costly as rumored. Gamson responds with a knowing look, asking Pra if he has ever witnessed a sword capable of slicing a person clean in half. He insists he witnessed weapons cleave an armed soldier in two, proclaiming that a knight is nothing without his sword. Suddenly, a loud crash echoes through the room, startling them all. Volan lies sprawled on the floor, terror etched across his face, as he catches sight of Johann's blue eyes glowing ominously in the darkness. Moments later, Johann drags the man from the room, his screams for help piercing the air. In the dimly lit hallway, Gamson stands frozen, utterly bewildered by the chaos unfolding around him. Prey rushes to his side, urgency etched on his face, and demands to know what's happening. Panic surges through Gamson as he shouts for Prey to run if he wants to survive. A sense of impending doom weighs heavily on him, and he can't shake the question, who is this man? Just then, the village chief appears, his authoritative presence commanding attention as he demands to know the identities of the two intruders. Without a word, the boys burst out of the inn. Outside, Pell waits with the horses, noting their arrival. "Finally!" he exclaims, but Gamson quickly shouts at him to be quiet and hurry. Confused, Pell asks, "Where's Vullen?" Gamson's voice rises in urgency as he replies, "He's dead or he will be soon. Get on the horses now. We need to flee." Prey insists he cannot leave without Vullen, but Gamson urges him to hurry, fearing that the noble bastard might pursue them. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupts from the inn. The three of them turn back in shock. Unable to comprehend the scene before them, there stands Johann on the roof, enveloped in a menacing red aura. His eyes glow with an intense fury as he glares down at them, radiating pure rage. On the grim southern outskirts, a hammer strikes a wooden stake with a resounding thud. Two soldiers drive the sign deep into the ground, ensuring it stands firm. The notice boldly declares that, by the edict of the Emperor of the Holy Empire, Cardarian Bisifurk, these individuals are condemned for stealing a noble's property. One guard glances at the sign and, with a hint of curiosity, asks, what did they steal to earn a hanging? The others confess they stole only a single chicken and 3 eggs from Baron Dvorzeb's territory. The first soldier is incredulous, questioning if they all ended up in this predicament over such a trivial theft. Meanwhile, beneath the moonlight, Eldon sits alone in a tavern, quietly sipping his drink. A man approaches him, urgency in his voice, reporting a troubling issue to Sir Eldon's. He explains that Gamson from the mercenary band was caught attempting to steal Sir Johann Yates's belongings. Eldons, taken aback, spits out his tea in shock. This is troublesome, he curses under his breath, realizing his plans to charm Sir Johann into joining them on their journey to Marseille are now in jeopardy. Taking a deep breath, he reminds himself that he has faced many challenges to reach this point, and he will navigate this crisis as well. He resolves that the Eldons won't perish over something so trivial. He commands the man to capture Gamson at once, instructing the others to feign ignorance. The messenger nods in agreement. Eldons reminds himself that he must handle that noble just to be safe. Meanwhile, beneath the moonlight, a village meeting unfolds within a modest home. A villager bursts in, shouting that trouble is brewing. He reports that some miscreants have been caught attempting to steal from the noble's belongings. The village chief scowls, cursing the useless brats, and demands to know what they should do next. He orders the villagers to gather tributes to present to the noble immediately, and to throw in one of the slaves from the village while they're at it. He insists they must prepare to execute the troublemakers in front of the noble. Panic erupts among the parents as they scream that they can't allow their child to die, pleading with him not to say such things just because they aren't his own. In a fit of rage, the chief smashes a chair and bellows for silence. "You damn fools!" he shouts, his voice echoing in the chaos. "Have you already forgotten the Emperor's edict?" He declares that they must take the initiative before the noble does, as it's their only chance for survival. He recounts the grim fate that awaits those who covet a noble's property. Tongues severed, families destroyed, or worse, hanging. He reflects on how entire families have been wiped out for merely demanding chicken and eggs in lieu of unpaid wages. He asserts that all nobles are the same. What do you think that noble will do now that he's been offended? He questions, a dark edge to his voice. He might even cut off the hands of everyone in this village. One man proposes seeking help from Count Jarpen, since it is his territory. The chief scoffs, dismissing the idea. Nobles only care about their petty honor games, he retorts, slamming his hand on the table. Do you really think they care whether we live or die? He shouts at the villagers to wake up, his voice echoing with urgency. The mother weeps quietly, her sorrow palpable, while the others lower their heads in despair. The chief, his expression grim, questions whether they believe he takes any pleasure in this. He declares that the village will survive only if those children perish, urging them to accept this harsh reality. Later, the villagers assemble, their faces a mix of dread and resignation, as Gamson and the others kneel, bound to a tree, their fates hanging in the balance. Johann watches with gleaming eyes, a mix of amusement and disbelief washing over him. He had initially thought they were assassins dispatched by the Emperor, but it turns out they are merely foolish village kids attempting to steal an expensive-looking sword. A hint of guilt tugs at him. After all, it's partly his fault for flaunting such a weapon in plain sight. With a sigh, he resolves to keep it hidden from now on. For now, though, he decides to give them a little scare before letting them go. He sits before them, his sword thrust into the dirt. The village chief approaches, a nervous smile plastered on his face, and inquires if the Honorable Sir Johann is all right. Johann glares at him, his voice rising as he declares that no, he is not. He demands to know if threatening their lives and looting their belongings is how the people of Rutsbeck welcome their sleeping guests. The chief bows deeply, pressing his forehead to the ground as he earnestly apologizes, admitting it was his failure to manage the unruly group. Johann studies the terrified man for a moment, then decides that the lesson has been learned. All right, he says, his tone firm yet measured. Just be more careful next time. With that, he dismisses them, allowing the chief to rise, visibly relieved. Suddenly, the chief brandishes a knife, shouting that he will personally avenge Johann's honor by severing the heads of those he deems wretched. Panic grips Johann as he realizes the lunatic is only making matters worse. Stop, he commands, desperation lacing his voice. But the chief, consumed by rage, bellows that those who have tarnished his honor deserve to die, and he lunges at Volin with the blade raised high. Volin pleads for his life, desperation etched across his face. Just as the blow is about to land, a shockwave erupts as Johann intercepts the knife with his bare hand. With his eyes glowing a fierce red, he demands to know if they didn't hear him tell them to stop. The chief looks up, fear gripping him. Johann, silhouetted against the moon, questions whether everyone has lost their minds. He challenges them, asking if they truly intend to take lives over something so trivial. He shouts that if they want payment for their crimes, they should demand it in money. The crowd falls silent. Johann realizes his words were too blunt. Clearing his throat, he raises his voice again, questioning how honor could possibly hold more value than human life. He demands they untie him and his companions at once and get lost. In a fit of frustration, he throws the knife to the ground. The chief collapses to his knees, tears streaming down his face as he grapples with the weight of his own honorable decision. Parents embrace their children, sobbing in relief, their hearts finally at ease. The chief, overwhelmed, admits he never thought such nobility could exist, and silently apologizes to Eldons for ever doubting the truth. Meanwhile, Gamson turns to Johann, remorse etched on his face. He confesses that he failed to see Johann's true honor and fell prey to a clever deception. An elder warns the brats to count themselves fortunate that they escaped a gruesome fate. Ken approaches Gamson, who spits out a stick and impatiently demands to be untied. Cursing inwardly, Gamson reflects on his poor decision to join this ill-fated mercenary band. Ken grips his head firmly and advises him to relax his body, assuring him that it will make the process easier. Gamson's panic rises as he demands to know what Johann is talking about. Just then, blood splatters across the darkness, startling Johann. He turns around, confusion etched on his face, letting out a bewildered sound. In a shocking twist, Gamson's life is brutally claimed by the mercenary Can, right before the eyes of everyone present. His eyes widen in despair in his final moments, and then the young man collapses lifelessly to the ground in a haunting scene. Can stands over him, gripping his bloody dagger after carrying out the grim task. Johann, still in shock, shouts, demanding to know what Can thinks he's doing. With a steely gaze, Can replies that he has executed the one who coveted a noble's wealth. Furious, Johann bellows that he distinctly stated he wouldn't tolerate their bloodshed. Goran and Eldon shrink back, intimidated by his wrath. Can turns to Johann, asserting that even mercenaries possess honor and lives they must protect. He explains that Gamson's cowardly actions have trampled both the honor and lives of their mercenary group. With a steady hand, the mercenary begins to clean his battle sword, a calm contrast to the tension in the air. Johann observes the scene, his expression grave as he processes the recent events. Can steps forward, offering his sword, suggesting that Johann can punish him if he still feels his authority has been challenged. Taken aback, Johann feels a cold sweat trickle down his back, realizing the depth of Can's resolve. The mercenary stands before him, willing to defend his honor with his very life. With a trembling hand, Johann reaches for the sword that Can is offering. Eldons and Goran watch the tense scene, uncertain of what will unfold. To their astonishment, Johann pushes the blade aside, refusing to accept it. After a moment of hesitation, he apologizes, admitting that he has truly failed to uphold Can's position. Goran and Eldons gasp in shock at Johann's unexpected action, while Can's jaw drops in disbelief. After all, a noble would never stoop to apologize. Johann instructs the mercenary to put the dagger away, and after a moment of hesitation, he complies. With the tension eased, Johann expresses his gratitude to everyone for their understanding. Later, Goran scolds Can for his reckless decision to confront a noble. Meanwhile, Eldons watches Johann with admiration in his eyes. The beastman senses that this noble is unlike the others. He perceives Johann as both honorable and courageous, yet refreshingly unpretentious. Determined to secure an ally, Eldens resolves to win Johann over, no matter the cost. As the caravan progresses under the fading light of the setting sun, Johann pulls out a pocket watch he received as a gift. With a hint of frustration, he muses that he chose it for its expensive appearance, only to find it was broken. A sideways glance reveals a flicker of regret for his decision. To complicate matters further, Johann suddenly finds himself responsible for someone else. The scene shifts back to when they arrived at a wooden gate, where a voice called out his name. The village chief approached, bearing gifts as a token of their gratitude. Johann picked up a watch, puzzled by its significance. Then, the chief presented an unexpected offer: a slave, claiming he was skilled in geography. Johann is taken aback. He has never encountered a slave in such deplorable condition. Reluctantly, he accepts the gift and instructs them to wash the boy and provide him with something to eat. With the new addition to the group, Johann feels a growing discomfort at the thought of using a slave. Meanwhile, at the camp, the mercenaries express their gratitude to Johann for the food. As he sits by the fire, the young boy approaches and calls him Master. With a warm smile, the young man thanks Johann and presents him with a meal. However, Johann gently requests that he change how he addresses him, suggesting he simply call him by his name. The young man flushes with embarrassment at the request, prompting Johann to think to himself how shy he is. Curious, Johann asks how someone so skilled in geography ended up as a slave. Sitting by the fire, the young man hesitates, admitting that it's not a pleasant story. Yet, Johann insists, sharing that he has his own fair share of tales, both good and bad. The person nods in agreement. Godin reveals that she was once a peddler, transporting and reselling weapons throughout the eastern region. However, her life took a dangerous turn when a noble tasked her with smuggling gold. Johann's eyes widen in shock. He knows that such an act could easily lead to the death penalty. At the very least, Godin reveals that she needed money to care for her younger siblings, who were sick and starving. To help them, she continued delivering the gold as instructed by the noble, who had ordered her to keep it a secret. However, the noble betrayed her, disguising himself with a fake mustache to report her. Johann realizes that she was merely a pawn, discarded once she had served her purpose. Godin adds, with a hint of bitterness, that under the Emperor's edict, she didn't even have the right to speak. Johann's anger flares as he demands to know if she at least sent the money to her siblings. With tears welling in her eyes, Godin reveals that, in exchange for avoiding execution, the money was used as a bribe for the guards. She sobs, apologizing and claiming that dust has gotten in her eyes. Johann observes her with a serious, contemplative expression, grappling with the harsh reality of a world so cruel it makes his teeth chatter. He reflects on the harsh reality that without power, one becomes vulnerable to exploitation, much like a criminal, while the noble's atrocities go unchecked. He recalls the private soldiers of Spritz, who survived by robbing others, and the people of Rutzbeck, driven to the brink of desperation, resorting to the unthinkable act of sacrificing their own children. Even Godin, once a proud man, has been reduced to slavery at the hands of the nobles. Johann grapples with the weight of these injustices, questioning whether this is truly the way things should be, and he can't help but feel a deep sense of pity for them all. However, Johann is acutely aware that the Emperor's army is hot on his heels, and death could come at any moment. With that thought weighing heavily on him, he calls out to Godin, who looks back, startled. Now that we're comrades, Johann urges, "Don't die on me. We need to survive and live well together." Godin, taken aback, feels a rush of warmth at Johann's words, his cheeks flushing. Just then, a mercenary rushes toward them, shouting that a monster has appeared nearby. Johann, burdened by a heavy sigh, questions a nearby monster, feeling the weight of time pressing down on him. With no moments to spare, he springs to his feet and rushes to investigate the commotion. Meanwhile, Godin lingers behind, lost in thoughts of a future spent together with Johann. Johann soon joins the other mercenaries, who are crouched in the bushes, their eyes fixed on a menacing red aura. Goran nods gravely, confirming their fears. There is indeed a monster lurking nearby. With a serious expression, Johann rises to his feet. From the back, someone urges him to sit down, but with a smile, Johann reassures them that it's fine. He then commands everyone to lower their weapons. Khan, bewildered, asks for clarification. Johann confidently states that he intends to investigate. Khan, still confused, responds with a hesitant, "All right." Johann strides alone into the shadowy depths of the forest, the mercenaries observing his departure with a mix of concern and curiosity. Khan breaks the silence, voicing his worries about Johann's safety. No matter how brave a knight may be, he muses, facing monsters demands specialized skills. He reflects on the perilous nature of their task, noting that even with a carefully laid trap, the threat remains ever present. With a sigh, Khan reminds the group, "Unfortunately, our mission is to protect Eldens." He stammers that they can't afford to take any more risks. Johann steps deeper into the shadows, a shiver running down his spine. He senses a familiar pressure, one that feels as if it could freeze a person's heart. Then he catches sight of red eyes gleaming in the darkness. It's unmistakable, the black wolf of ill omen. Johann narrows his gaze, confirming with a grim certainty, it's definitely that bastard. He remembers the last time he witnessed it, when it turned its fury on the wolves of Akate, sparing him from its wrath. Despite the knowledge that it could lunge at him and end his life in an instant, he feels a strange assurance that it won't. Johann halts and addresses the darkness around him, commanding it to reveal itself. "Don't hide," he urges. Slowly, the wolf steps forward, its eyes glowing a fierce red. Johann asks if it followed him, extending his hand with a grateful smile. "Thank you for last time," he says. "I survived because of you." Khan raises an eyebrow in disbelief. "Do you even know how to handle monsters, Sir Johann?" Gorn stammers. "I'm not sure either. I've never seen anything like this." Just then, the wolf sniffs Johann's hand, and in a surprising turn, it suddenly licks his face vigorously, leaving him momentarily stunned. Johann grunts and instructs the little punk to step aside. Khan and the others are taken aback. Johann reassures them not to be too startled and introduces the imposing figure not as the Black Wolf of ill omen, but as the Guide of Dawn. He turns to Eldens, seeking confirmation. Eldens, still in disbelief, echoes the name Guide of Dawn. Eldens begins to share an ancient song from the Eastern Empire. He recites the tale of a warrior who, on a moonlit night, bestowed a name upon a wolf. As he speaks, he paints a vivid picture of the wolf bowing its head, its blue eyes glimmering in the darkness. The crowd erupted in cheers, calling it the Guide of Dawn whenever it appeared on the battlefield. The song unfolds further, recounting how, after a war that ravaged the continent, the warrior ultimately brought peace and met his fate as a hero. Eldens recalls how the Black Wolf mourned by his side for 3 days and nights, weeping sorrowfully before embarking on a journey to wherever order and heroes were needed. He declares that this creature is the Guide of Dawn. Johann, skeptical, questions whether Eldens might be confusing it with another figure, noting that this one is known as the Black Wolf of ill omen. Eldens clarifies that the Guide of Dawn has its roots in Eastern Empire folklore, but as the tale traveled south, some details became distorted along the way. He quotes a line stating that the Guide of Dawn punishes evil and submits to a brave hero. Raising a finger, he nods, revealing it's from an ancient text of the Eastern Empire. Johann realizes that this truly is that kind of being. Eldens then asks if he can pet it just once. Johann nods, giving him the go-ahead. Eldens reaches out, cooing to the creature. "What a good boy." The wolf snarls fiercely, its eyes glinting with menace. Eldens screams, recoiling in terror, but then hesitates, reconsidering his actions. Perhaps provoking the creature wasn't the best idea after all. Johann, unfazed, gently pets the beast, murmuring for it to be a good boy. Eldens can't help but wonder if the wolf is only gentle with Sir Johann. He pauses, recalling a passage from Eastern Empire folklore that speaks of bonds between men and beasts. It is said that if you name the divine beast that follows you, it will become your vassal. Eldens sweats nervously, pondering whether this backwater southerner could truly be the legendary hero. He dismisses the thought, but a flicker of doubt lingers. What if he is? With a sudden burst of energy, Eldens calls out to Sir Johann, "Have you given the Guide of Dawn a name?" Johann smiles, shaking his head. "Not yet." He admits he never truly had the opportunity. Eldens eagerly suggests they indulge in it now. Johann asks if that's the case, nodding in agreement that if the legend holds true, something extraordinary will occur. He contemplates what to name it and finally suggests Katana. Eldens remains silent, and Johann pauses, lost in thought. He recalls the last time he saw the wolf when he buried that wretched Karamath. Johann makes a bold decision, declaring that he will name the wolf Karamath. He shouts the name, "Karamath!" Elden, startled, calls out a confused, "Nea?" He notes that the name sounds familiar. Suddenly, red energy bursts forth from the wolf, and Johann watches in awe as it shifts to a brilliant blue light. The wolf howls, undergoing a remarkable transformation. As the light dissipates, a majestic wolf emerges, enveloped in shimmering blue flames. This is revealed to be Karamath, the Guide of Dawn. The beast lowers its paw in a gesture of respect to Johann, with a gentle touch. Johann strokes the wolf's head, affirming, "I'll be counting on you, Karamath." Turning to Eldens, he adds, "You were right. This is truly astonishing." Meanwhile, Eldens remains prostrate on the ground, awestruck by the spectacle before him. Johan inquires about Eldon's actions, prompting the young man to stammer in response. Everything is just as it is in the folklore, he exclaims, his eyes wide with wonder. This is the first time I witnessed a scene from a myth with my own eyes. With a deep sense of admiration, Eldon continues, I have respected you since the moment I first laid eyes on you. You've protected us from bandits and even forgiven your enemies with honor. He bows his head, paying his respects to the one chosen by the Eastern divine beast. He is hailed as the hero of troubled times. Canon Godin gasps in shock, repeating the title in disbelief. The mercenaries bow in reverence while Johan scratches his cheek awkwardly. I'm sorry, Eldons, he says, glancing down. Eldons looks up, confusion etched on his face. Johan continues, I'm not the kind of hero you think I am. I'm just a wanderer from an insignificant house, more concerned about making a living than saving the world. He adds that, on top of everything, he is being hunted for beating Karamath to death. Apologizing for disappointing Eldons, he lowers his gaze. But Eldon shakes his head vigorously, exclaiming, Not at all! He then asks if he might have permission to introduce him to the Marcel's trading company, hoping to repay the kindness he has received. Johan remembers that Eldons mentioned they were heading to Marcel when they first met. He admits he's never heard of that place before, and asks what kind of city it is. Eldons explains that Marcel is renowned as a free trade city. He emphasizes that all cities in this region must pass through Marcel first. More importantly, he adds, it's one of the few cities the Emperor cannot touch. Johan freezes at this revelation. Eldons reiterates, the Emperor cannot reach it. He adds that trade is thriving in the area. Johan contemplates that if all goes well, he might have the chance to start anew as a merchant. Turning to Eldons, he acknowledges his kindness, saying, I can't overlook what you've done for me. Thank you, Sir Johan. In response, Eldons begins to sing the warrior's song once more, but a thought lingers in his mind. He hopes no strange rumors circulate within the trading company about him being some kind of hero or anything of the sort. Johan contemplates the notion of being a hero in troubled times. A sigh escapes him as he muses about how wonderful it would be to embody such a figure. Yet, whether in his past life or the present, he remains just a wanderer, grappling to hold his life together. The echo of a voice lingers in his mind, foretelling that only suffering awaits him from this moment onward. He scoffs at the thought. He reflects on how life before his death wasn't exactly easy either. Clenching his fist, Johan declares that this time is different. He vows to move forward, step by his own will. Turning to his companions, he announces their destination, the city of wealthy merchants, Marcel. As he gazes out at the sprawling landscape, a look of astonishment crosses his face. Is this place really Marcel? He asks, his voice filled with wonder. Godin beams with delight, his voice tinged with emotion, as he admits he never thought he would return to this place. As Johan takes in the bustling cityscape around them, he realizes that being in a merchant city means it's the perfect opportunity for some shopping. Just then, Karimov barks joyfully, his playful demeanor catching Johan's attention. Curiously, Johan calls out to him, asking, What are you up to over there? A nearby shop owner bends down with a cheerful smile, gently stroking Karimov's head while laughing and declaring him a cute little creature. The woman offers him a bite of something to taste. Johan pauses, suddenly struck by the realization that to everyone else, Karimov merely resembles a cute little dog. The scene shifts to the night before their entry into Marcel. Under the moonlight, Karimov sits in his true beast form, a stark contrast to the innocent image he projects during the day. Johan gazes at Karimov, calling out his name. He gestures animatedly, explaining that a puppy of this size might be acceptable. However, if a creature like him were to enter the city, it would surely cause a commotion. Johan then asks if Karimov can wait outside the city gates. Understanding the request, Karimov responds with an enthusiastic woof. Suddenly, dark energy and blue flames swirl around his body, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle. To Johan's astonishment, Karimov undergoes a complete transformation. In an instant, a small blue puppy stands where he once was. Karimov looks up and barks playfully. Johan gasps, questioning if Karimov has shrunk, and whether this is yet another ability of a divine beast. Just then, Godin rushes over, wrapping his arms around the tiny creature and exclaiming in delight, Oh, whoa! You're just so cute! Johan lets out a sigh of relief. Well, if he's that size, there probably won't be any problems, he remarks. In the present, the townspeople gather around Johan and Godin, their eyes wide with wonder at the uniquely shaped puppy. They speculate whether it might be a pet from a distant land. Godin cradles Karimov in his arms, a sheepish smile on his face. I'm sorry, he says awkwardly. This little guy just doesn't have any manners. The shop owner reassures them, it's okay. However, Johann knows that drawing attention could be detrimental. They need to escape quickly. After all, they are still being pursued. Just then, Godin calls out to Johann from behind. If you buy a large bag to hold the luggage, oil, and vinegar, I can manage all the equipment. Johann expresses mild surprise, realizing that Godin was once an equipment merchant. He extends his hand, revealing just 4 silver coins, and questions whether they can truly purchase everything they need with so little. Godin examines the coins, lifting 1 silver coin into the air. With a confident smile, he assures Johann that he can acquire everything he mentioned for just that single coin. Johann chuckles, cautioning him not to overdo it. He can't help but wonder what 1 silver coin could possibly buy. 50 minutes later, a heavy backpack thuds to the ground. Godin wipes the sweat from his brow, exclaiming, "Phew! This should be enough." Johann stands there, stunned, unable to believe that everything was acquired with just 1 silver coin. The narration unfolds, detailing the impressive array of purchases. First, they purchased Johann's tactical bag. Godin is now seen sporting a large supply backpack, which the narrative highlights will make item storage significantly easier. Using his remarkable gift of persuasion, Godin managed to sell a completely shattered helm for an impressively high price. As a bonus, he even received a mace thrown in for free. With a satisfied grin, Godin tosses a coin into the air, clearly pleased with his success. After purchasing vinegar and oil for equipment preservation, along with other supplies, they even received some change. Johann glanced at the balance scroll, which revealed an initial amount of 4 silver coins. After spending 1 silver coin, they had made a profit of 9 silver coins. The final balance stood at 12 silver coins and 10 copper coins. To Johann's surprise, they had somehow ended up with more money than they had when they started. Johann contemplates the value of his finds, realizing that if he can sell a broken helm for such a price, Karamov's buried equipment must be worth a fortune. He envisions himself digging it up, a plan forming in his mind. If he ever returns, he'll unearth it and sell it for a tidy sum. Turning to Godin, he notices the man's content expression as he engages in familiar work. "You look happy," Johann remarks. "I suppose you really were a merchant after all. Did you enjoy your old job?" As Godin unpacks his belongings, a wave of nostalgia washes over him. He admits to himself how much he has missed this life. Touching his neck, he reflects on the chains that bound him, a constant reminder of his servitude and the uncertainty of his fate. Each day was steeped in despair and fear, a relentless cycle. But then he looks up, a glimmer of hope igniting within him. With newfound determination, Godin declares that since meeting Johann, he feels as though he has reclaimed the life he once knew as a merchant, no longer a slave, but a man reborn. Godin beams with gratitude as he thanks Johann. He adds that even if he had never been a slave, he would still choose to journey alongside him. Johann's smile softens at the heartfelt words. "Hearing you say that truly makes me happy," he replies. With a determined nod, Johann declares, "I'll be counting on you from here on out, Godin." Godin's cheeks flush as he enthusiastically responds, "Okay, Johann." Johann gazes up at the sky, a spark of excitement in his voice. "All right, let's go explore Marseille." Godin nods eagerly, in agreement. Inside a bustling tavern, Johann finds himself surrounded by an array of delicious food. The narrative reveals that after a life filled with hardship, he is finally tasting a happiness that far exceeds his days as a wanderer, all thanks to his arrival in the vibrant commercial city of Marseille. Johann sinks his teeth into a rib, savoring the tender meat. He reflects on the jerky he had while wandering, likening it to chewing on leather shoes. In comparison, Marcel's meat is a revelation, melting effortlessly in his mouth. After finishing his meal, Johann cleans himself up, recalling a time when he couldn't bathe and his entire body itched incessantly. He rubs his face, a smile creeping in as he thinks of Marcel, knowing he can indulge in warm baths whenever he pleases. He lies in a soft bed, a stark contrast to the restless nights of his travels. Memories flood back each time he laid down. Damp, cold stones would jab at his body, robbing him of comfort. Now, as Johann snuggles under the warm, soft blankets, he can't help but think of Marcel, where such luxury is a reality. Tears of joy well up in his eyes as he reflects on how wonderful life in Marseille truly is. In that moment, he resolves to settle down and make this place his home. Sir Johann dreamed of settling down happily in Marseille. However, fate had other plans. The next day, in the bustling square of Marseille, he savored a skewer, relishing the moment. Life felt so peaceful. He couldn't help but reflect on how long it had been since he could stroll down the street without a care in the world. Suddenly, a man lets out a heavy sigh. "This is bad," he mutters. A woman nearby asks, "Is it another band of bandits?" He nods grimly. "Yes, this time they took Dave's daughter," he continues. "And on top of that, all the goods we were bringing in were stolen." Johan bites down on his skewer, anxiety gnawing at him. He can't shake the fear of the news he might hear tomorrow. A villager sighs, lamenting that with bandits running rampant, no one can live without fear. Godin leans closer to Johan, whispering that it seems bandits are lurking around Marcel as well. Johan clenches his fists, cursing inwardly. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the air, shouting that he had promised to pay later. A ragged elf stands before a merchant, demanding to know if he recognizes who he is. The elf pleads desperately for just one meat skewer. He cries out, revealing that it has been 4 days since he last ate. The narration identifies him as a straggler from the mercenary group known as the Wolves of Akane. He lost track of the main group while pursuing Johan and ended up drifting all the way to Marcel in a desperate bid for survival. The elf insists once more that he will pay him later. Suddenly, he spots Johan, and with a shout of surprise, Johan turns to face him. The elf screams, "You bastard!" as he recognizes Johan and lunges forward with a dagger. Panic grips Johan as he realizes it's the Wolves of Akheim. They've tracked him all the way to Marcel. This is seriously bad. Nothing good can come from a fight here. With a fierce battle cry, the elf leaps into the air, shouting, "Die!" Suddenly, a blade flashes through the air, severing the elf's head in an instant. The head soars away as bystanders scream in shock. The headless body crumples to the ground. Johan, bewildered, exclaims, "What the hell is going on?" Just then, a man on horseback rides into view. He looks down, shaking his head. "I thought he was a bandit," he muses, "but was he really just a common robber? With security this poor, it seems all sorts of people are crawling out of the woodwork." The rider approaches, addressing the wanderer with concern. "Are you hurt anywhere?" he inquires. Godin quickly replies, "Oh no, thank you," while Johan remains silent. The rider smiles, relieved, and advises them, "Good, always watch yourselves." With a cheerful shout of, "Giddy up!" he spurs his horse into motion, galloping away. As he rides, he calls out to the citizens of Marcel, his soldiers marching behind him in formation. "I am Captain Brattle of the Oak Tree Mercenaries," he declares proudly. Brattle reassures everyone, urging them not to worry. He confidently states that the 500-strong Oak Tree mercenaries will eradicate the band of bandits and restore safety to Marcel. Godin gazes in awe, exclaiming how incredible it is to see them in person. Johan, curious, asks if they are well known. Godin nods enthusiastically, confirming that they are indeed the Oak Tree mercenaries. He elaborates that he's heard they rank among the top mercenary groups in the entire empire. He adds that there must indeed be bandits roaming around Marcel, likely hired to eliminate them. Johan's expression darkens. He realizes that if that man hadn't intervened, he might have been discovered. The thought sends a chill down his spine. Had he been exposed, there would have been no chance of staying in Marcel with the Empire on his trail. He recalls the prophecy that foretold his future. From this point on, he would know only suffering. Johan clenches his fist, urging himself to regain control. He reminds himself that he is still a fugitive, and survival hinges on forging a solid relationship with the Katana Trading Company. He imagines Eldon giving him an approving thumbs up, a beacon of hope in his chaotic life. After all, even the Emperor knows better than to recklessly challenge a powerful trading company. He feels fortunate that Eldon holds him in high regard, granting him the opportunity to engage with the Marcel Trading Company. Yet, a nagging worry creeps in. What if his true identity is revealed before he can solidify these connections? He wonders aloud if Eldon and the others would still stand by him if they discovered that the Empire was hunting him. In his mind, he imagines Eldon holding a sign that reads, "Absolutely not." Johan realizes that if he's exposed before he can establish a solid relationship with Katana, his fate is sealed. He will undoubtedly meet his end. He strikes his palm, declaring his goal with clarity. He must reach the Katana Trading Company to secure protection from the Empire. Johan resolves that until he earns the company's trust, he must keep his identity a secret. Just then, a voice interrupts. "Excuse me." Johan turns to see a woman with cat ears standing before him, inquiring if he is Sir Johan. She bows before a vibrant green banner, introducing herself as an exclusive maid of the Katana Trading Company. "My name is Ibelka," she says, her voice steady. "I've heard of your exploits from Eldon, and I'm greatly impressed." Johan regards her with a wary expression. Ibelka continues, "We would like to form a close bond with you and your household." She smiles and asks if he isn't busy. Could he please accompany her to the Katana Trading Company? The Marcel branch of the Katana Trading Company looms impressively against the clear blue sky. Outside the entrance, Godin crouches beside a blue puppy, commanding Karimov to give him a paw. Instead, Karimov growls and bites down hard on Godin's hand. Godin yelps in pain, urging the dog to stop biting him. Inside the branch, Johann sits alone on a plush red sofa, enveloped in silence. He reflects on how he finally made it to the company, realizing this could be his chance to change his life. All he needs to do is hope the discussions go well. Suddenly, a voice from behind interrupts his thoughts, asking, "Are you Sir Johann?" The voice mentions that she heard about him from Eldon. A pink-haired catfolk woman bows politely, her gaze lifting to reveal a small smile. "Allow me to formally introduce myself," she says. "My name is Ayan, and I am the branch manager of the Katana Trading Company's Marcel branch." Johann, startled, rises abruptly. "I am Johann of House Yates," he replies, his tone a mix of surprise and formality. "It's a pleasure to meet you," Johann says warmly. Ayan smiles back, replying, "Likewise, Sir Johann." She gestures toward the seating area, suggesting, "Shall we talk over a cup of tea?" "Sounds good. Let's do that," Johann agrees. Later, steam curls from a teacup as Johann gazes at the dark liquid, pondering to himself, "Isn't this coffee?" He lifts the cup, offering a polite thanks for the drink. The aroma wafts up, and he comments on its wonderful scent, inquiring if the tea is crafted by roasting fruit seeds and brewing them. Ayan beams with pride, confirming his guess. "You're quite perceptive," she replies, noting how rare it is to find someone who recognizes such nuances. However, her expression shifts, growing serious. She leans forward, her sharp gaze fixed on him, and asks if they're ready to get down to business. With a knowing tone, she suggests they can easily guess why he has come. Johann, caught off guard, spits his coffee in shock, coughing as he wipes his mouth. A nervous sweat beads on his forehead as he wonders if they've discovered that he's being hunted by the Emperor. Ayan suddenly points a finger at him, intensifying the moment. She declares that it's because he harbors ambition in his heart. Johann stares blankly, bewildered, and mutters a confused, "Huh." Ayan explains that she heard this from Eldons. She recounts how, according to him, Johann protected the innocent and showed mercy to enemies who surrendered. A vivid image of the blue-lit battlefield flashes before them. Ayan continues, noting that a man like him has arrived in Marcel, a place where bandits run rampant. She could see his ambition to save the city with his own hands. Johann covered his face with his hand, unsure of what she meant, but deciding to play along for now. Lowering his hand, he spoke seriously, acknowledging that she had seen through his true intent. Ayan smiled broadly, remarking that ambition isn't a bad thing at all. She whispers that, on the contrary, it is a virtue reserved for those who are truly worthy. Leaning in closer, she reveals that their company delights in sponsoring the ambitions of such individuals. Johann suddenly recognizes this as a golden opportunity for a deal. Ayan adds that if he desires, they can even introduce him to Marcel's governor. Johann blushes with excitement, realizing she's referring to the governor himself. He believes the governor is essentially on par with the mayor. A realization dawns on him. If he can win over the company and the mayor, he'll be in a strong position. In his mind, he envisions the emperor lurking in the shadows. Johann thinks that if everything unfolds as planned, even the old emperor himself won't be able to touch him. With that thought, he steels himself, determined to accept whatever comes next. Johann chuckles and expresses his gratitude for the offer. Curious, he asks Ayan to clarify what sponsorship from the Katana Trading Company actually involves. Ayan beams, gesturing toward a lavish backdrop of gold, delectable food, and impressive buildings. She explains that sponsorship encompasses every service their company offers. With a flourish, she lists restaurants, inns, and even entertainment options. Holding up a bottle of wine, she declares that he can indulge in anything he desires under the Katana name. She raises a sharp finger, declaring that there is one condition. He must promise her one thing: to fight under the company's banner whenever they require his aid. Johann's expression turns serious. He understands this to mean she wants him to confront the bandits threatening the city. Ayan shakes her head, informing him that the Oak Tree mercenaries have already left for that mission. Johann looks puzzled, shifting the topic. Ayan clarifies that lately, more shop districts have been harboring resentment toward the Katana Trading Company. The scene shifts to two furious merchants, their voices raised in accusation as they denounce the company for monopolizing the market. Ayan places a hand over her chest, her voice steady as she explains that the louder their complaints grow, the more difficult it becomes for them to manage. Her eyes glimmer ominously in the shadows. With a chilling calmness, she requests that he remove the members of the disgruntled shop districts. She adds almost playfully that it would be preferable to include their children as well. A sweet smile spreads across her face, her eyes narrowing into slits. That is our only condition, she declares, the weight of her words hanging heavily in the air. She asks, "So, what do you think, Sir Johann?" Johann remains silent, his gaze fixed downward as the sun sets behind the Katana Cathedral. He steps through the gate, and Godin, rising with his backpack in tow, greets him with a cheerful, "Johann, you're back. How did it go?" Godin inquires. But Johann remains shrouded in silence, lingering in the shadows. Sensing the tension, Godin hesitantly asks, "What's your name, Johann?" Suddenly, Johann breaks into a wide grin and enthusiastically calls out Godin's name. "Let's go suck on some honey," he exclaims. Godin stammers in confusion, repeating, "What? Go suck on honey?" The scene shifts back to 1 hour earlier in the office. Johann, looking serious, declares, "I refuse." He frowns, adding, "In a city as large as Marseille, it's only natural for complaints to arise if you monopolize distribution." He gazes at Ian with unwavering intensity. "Instead of resolving this through discussion," he says, "you want me to kill them and their children too." Johann's eyes blaze with determination as he declares, "I can't take innocent lives for that reason. I refuse to do it." He turns away, suggesting they pretend this deal never took place. From the shadows, Ayan smiles. She steps forward, addressing him as Sir Johann. Johann halts, puzzled, and asks for clarification. Ayan rises and curtsies gracefully, revealing that they were merely testing his suitability for their company's sponsorship. With a playful glint in her eye, she asks him to forgive their boldness, O righteous knight. Johann sits on the sofa, stammering as he grapples with the revelation. "So, are the monopoly claims and the shop district's complaints all fake?" Ayan nods, her expression confident. "The Katana Trading Company has never monopolized distribution," she affirms. With a smile, she adds, "In fact, we haven't incurred the shop district's resentment at all. On the contrary, we provide quality goods at fair market prices." She leans back, a hint of smugness in her tone. "We're actually quite well liked among the merchants." She stands tall, asserting that they intend to uphold the terms they proposed. However, she clarifies that this doesn't mean they expect him to rush into battle immediately. She reminds him that the Oak Tree mercenaries have already set out to deal with the bandits. In the meantime, she encourages him to rest and enjoy the benefits of Katana's sponsorship. With a warm smile, Ayan extends her hand. She turns to Sir Johann and asks if he will join hands with her. Johann grins widely, grasping her hand firmly as he exclaims that he accepts. A golden light envelops them as they shake hands. Ayan then offers a blessing, invoking the grace of Saint Luwak, wishing that this meeting may benefit them both. Back in the present, on the bustling street, Godin curiously asks, "What does suck on honey mean?" Johann strides forward with a spring in his step, a grin spreading across his face. "So, basically, it's time to indulge in something extravagant," he announces, raising his hand to emphasize his point. "Thanks to the funding from the Katana Trading Company." Godin raises an eyebrow, intrigued. "Does that mean your talks with them went well?" Johann nods enthusiastically. "Absolutely. They finally decided to sponsor me." Godin cheers, clapping Wu on the back. "Congratulations, Johann. This calls for a celebration." Johann expresses his gratitude to Godin, then gazes up at the vibrant sunset sky. As he reflects on his journey, he realizes that he has been sponsored by a company since the moment he entered Marseille. Everything seems to be falling into place. Clenching his fist, he acknowledges the recent chaos caused by the bandits surrounding Marseille. However, he believes that once the Oak Tree mercenaries eliminate them, peace will return to this place once more. Johann smiles confidently, gazing ahead. He believes that the happy life he's always dreamed of is finally within reach. With a sense of relief, he thinks it's time to relax and enjoy himself for once. But suddenly, a high-pitched scream shatters the moment. A grotesque close-up reveals a large green fly landing on a dead man's nose, while mutilated corpses lie in a heap on the street. Johann stands in shock, his mind racing as he takes in the sight of dead bodies sprawled in the open. A crowd gathers, murmuring in fear, their anxious whispers filling the air. Goran places a reassuring hand on Johann's shoulder, nodding solemnly. "Sir Johann is here," he says, grounding Johann in the moment. Turning to Goran, Johann asks, "Do you know what's happening?" Goran's expression turns grave as he replies, "Yes, it seems the bandits around Marseille have become increasingly violent. Gorin reveals that after slaughtering the families of the city's merchants, they discard the bodies here as a grim warning to Marcel. A mangled corpse lies sprawled on the stones, a haunting testament to their brutality. Johann clenches his fists and shouts in frustration, realizing that nothing is being resolved. The crowd of citizens erupts in anger, one voice rising above the rest, demanding that the city of Marcel be held accountable for these atrocities. One man insists that the Emperor is the one inciting the bandits. A bearded figure shouts back, calling it nonsense. There's no way the Emperor would do such a thing unless he's gone senile, he argues. The crowd erupts in outrage, shouting senile and warning him to watch his words. Tension rises as voices clash, with one man struggling to believe that His Majesty could be behind all of this chaos. Voices clash in a cacophony, mocking the senile emperor while defending the Holy Empire against blasphemy. Johann stands by, listening to the shouting match, his teeth grinding in frustration. Damn it, he mutters under his breath. There goes his peaceful Marcel, he thinks, lamenting that he had only just begun to settle in. A scowl crosses his face as he realizes those bandits are ruining everything. With dark eyes, Ian wonders what the mercenaries are up to. Suddenly, the double doors of the Katana branch office burst open. Ibelka rushes in, breathless. "Excuse me, branch manager Ian," she exclaims, her voice trembling. "I bring terrible news." Ian, seated at her desk, raises an eyebrow. "If you mean the merchants' bodies that the bandits sent, I already know." She asks sharply what the Oak Tree mercenaries are doing. Ibelka flinches at the tone. Looking down, she stammers that they can't reach the Oak Tree mercenaries at all. Ayan freezes, her expression shifting as she demands to know what Ibelka means. With a heavy heart, Ibelka reveals that the liaison's corpse was found near the forest outside Marcel just yesterday. She adds that the scene was truly horrific. A panel reveals shadowy silhouettes of bodies hanging from trees against the blood-red sky. Ayan stands silently in the dark room, trembling. The thought strikes her. The Oak Tree mercenaries possess military strength rivaling that of a city. She clenches her fists, unable to fathom how they could possibly lose to a mere bandit gang. With a thunderous bang, she slams her hands on the desk, calling out Ibelka's name. Startled, Ibelka jumps back, exclaiming, "Yes, ma'am." Ayan's eyes shimmer with an eerie green glow in the dim light. She commands Ibelka to summon Sudelga, the mage of the Ifil River, insisting they must uncover the truth of their downfall through his prophecies. The scene shifts to the Ifil River at night, illuminated by a mystical blue light. Water cascades down luminous rocks, glistening in the moonlight. A wrinkled hand reaches out, gently touching the surface. The mage hums thoughtfully, then murmurs, "Oh ho, I see." He addresses his own reflection, speaking to Katana, revealing their miscalculation. Cloaked in shadows beneath the moon, he declares, "Searching for the Oak Tree mercenaries won't change a thing." The mage gazes at Johann's smiling face reflected in the water, a soft laugh escaping his lips. "Ho," he murmurs, recognizing Johann as the man who had slain the Emperor's prized hunting dog and then vanished. Now he observes Johann, lurking within Marcel's money pouch, his features shrouded in deep shadow. A sinister smile creeps across the mage's face as he distorts the water's surface, declaring ominously that things won't unfold as that bastard expects. The atmosphere at the Katana Trading Company's Marcel branch is thick with tension. The door creaks open, and Lord Sudelga steps inside, clearing his throat. His unexpected arrival catches Ibelka off guard, prompting her to exclaim in surprise before quickly welcoming him. She expresses her gratitude for his response to Katana's request. However, Lord Sudelga shoots her a dark look, questioning how she can be thankful after sending someone who drives the carriage like a maniac, adding that he felt as though his back was about to snap. Terrified, Ibelka begins to apologize profusely. She quickly turns to announce her intention to fetch Lady Ajan, but Lord Sudelga stops her, insisting it's unnecessary. Confused, Ibelka seeks clarification, and Lord Sudelga explains that if the matter were truly urgent, Ajan would have come on her own. Ibelka stands, frozen in an awkward silence, unsure of how to respond. Just as she seems ready to speak, Lord Sudelga cuts her off with a stern warning not to make him repeat himself. Instantly, she complies, affirming her obedience. Taking a seat, Lord Sudelga clears his throat again, stroking his long beard thoughtfully. He declares that, according to the whispers of the Ifil River, fate has brought him to meet someone here. Outside the building, Johann gazes up at the Marcel branch of the Katana Trading Company, a spark of excitement igniting within him. Today is the day he will finally meet the governor of Marcel. With a heart full of determination, he vows to win the governor's favor, settle down permanently in Marcel, and put an end to his wandering life once and for all, escaping the relentless pursuit of the emperor. He beams with pride, realizing he has made it to the second round of interviews at a major corporation. As he strides down the long corridor, the only sound is the echo of his footsteps. With a hint of excitement, he mutters to himself, pondering what the governor might appreciate and regretting not asking ahead of time. Suddenly, Karimov comes to an abrupt halt, letting out a low growl. Finding the situation peculiar, Johann inquires about what might be wrong with him. Just then, he notices Lord Sudelga standing directly in front of him. The old man strokes his beard thoughtfully and remarks that the name Karimov hardly seems suitable for a divine beast. As Johann stands before Lord Sudelga, an uneasy tension washes over him. He can't help but wonder how this old man could possibly know that Karimov is, in fact, a divine beast. Without hesitation, Johann asks the man directly who he is. Lord Sudelga takes a moment before responding, noting that Johann appears unfamiliar with him. He introduces himself plainly, declaring, "I am Sudelga, the sage of the Ifel River," emphasizing his title with a hint of pride. Johann narrows his eyes, skepticism creeping into his voice as he murmurs, questioning the very meaning of sage. Seemingly sensing his hesitation, Sudelga cuts to the chase, stating simply, "You are a mage." In that moment, realization washes over Johann. Astonishment lights up his face, and a flush of excitement spreads across him as he remembers that this world is indeed filled with magic. Growing more animated, he exclaims to himself, "I came to meet the governor, but I've unexpectedly encountered a mage too. Big cities really are something else." Johann rushes forward, grasping Sudelga's hands tightly. "It's an honor to meet you," he exclaims, his eyes shining with excitement. "I've always wanted to meet a mage at least once in my life." Sudelga's cheeks flush a deep crimson at the heartfelt confession. Embarrassed, he stammers, "Is that really true?" Then, with a hint of hesitation, he adds, "But for someone being hunted by the emperor, you seem to be doing quite well." Johann freezes, his eyes widening in shock as he asks how Sudelga knew about that. With a calm demeanor, Sudelga strokes his long beard and explains that it was through magic, specifically the mystery of the Ifal River. He reveals that the river allows him to glimpse both the past and the future. In that moment, Johann's cheerful facade crumbles, replaced by a heavy sense of dread. With a serious expression, Johann asks Sudelga if he intends to report him to the emperor. Meeting Johann's gaze, Sudelga calmly replies, "Why would I do such a thing?" Johann is visibly shaken by this response, confusion clouding his eyes. As he turns slightly, Sudelga continues, urging Johann to reflect on his true identity. He describes himself as one who understands the secrets of the Ifal River, a seeker of mysteries hidden within the laws of nature. He firmly declares that he has no interest in the trivial political struggles of the secular world. He firmly declares that only the voice of the Ifel River stirs his soul. Intrigued, Johann silently repeats the name in his mind. Sudelga catches his glance and continues, explaining that if he had intended to report Johann, he would have done so discreetly. He questions why Johann would dare to mention it openly in front of him otherwise. Only then does Johann finally breathe a sigh of relief. A faint smile crosses his face as he reassures himself, acknowledging inwardly that Sudelga is indeed right. Regaining his composure in an instant, Johann suddenly grips Sudelga's hand and earnestly asks if he could hear about magic from him, hoping it would be acceptable. Caught off guard and still flustered, Sudelga lets out a bewildered sound. As Johann's eyes sparkled with excitement, he couldn't help but feel a sense of confusion. What was it about this man that seemed so out of place? A typical knight would have acted quite differently. Memories flooded back to him times when others had looked down on him, deriding mages as cowardly scholars, devoid of honor in battle, spending their days lost in strange, arcane mutterings. Back in the present, Sudelga suddenly grasps the source of his confusion. He can't fathom why this knight is so exhilarated by the prospect of magic. Johann, undeterred, presses on with eager questions about how magic is wielded and whether an ordinary person like himself could ever harness it. Sudelga, confronted by such enthusiasm, feels out of his depth and hesitates, caught off guard by the knight's fervor. In contrast, Johann has already started to plot his own future. He sees this as his opportunity to learn magic and become a magic swordsman, convinced that mastering these skills will significantly improve his chances of survival. Sudelga takes a moment to step back, stroking his beard to gather his thoughts. Finally, he agrees, stating that their meeting is a matter of fate and that he is more than capable of sharing the secrets of magic with Johann. Johann glances up, a flicker of disappointment crossing his face as he lets out a soft sound of reaction. Sudelga, unfazed, continues, explaining that teaching him outright for free would be far too dull. Instead, he proposes a challenge. If Johann can win even a single round against him in a game, he will teach him magic. Still a bit dazed, Johann's expression shifts to mild dismay as he lifts his head in confusion. "What kind of game are you talking about?" he asks, wondering if it's chess. "Could we do something else instead? Maybe arm wrestling?" In Johann's imagination, he confidently envisions himself triumphing over Sudelga in an arm wrestling match, shouting in victory. Yet, a voice in his mind reminds him not to use his strength against the elderly or the weak. Sudelga, overhearing this, can't help but chuckle, pointing out that arm wrestling would clearly favor Johann. He clarifies that he isn't talking about chess and instructs Johann to follow him. As he turns and walks away, Sudelga confidently declares that while the game of kings is entertaining, it pales in comparison to the game of gods. Johann trails behind, a sense of unease creeping in as he silently wonders what this mysterious game of gods could possibly entail. Sudelga produces a go board and sets 2 small containers on the table. Johann, overwhelmed with tension, nearly cries out as he realizes what it is. Spotting several stones already placed on the board, he immediately recognizes the game of Go. Noticing Johann frozen in place, Sudelga gently urges him to take a seat. Stroking his chin thoughtfully, he asks if the game looks complicated and reassures Johann not to worry, promising to take it easy on him. Meanwhile, Johann reassures himself that luck is once again on his side. He reflects on his past with pride, recalling his victory in a 4th Dan Go tournament. With a confident smile, he convinces himself that he can emerge victorious once more. As he gathers a handful of stones, he acknowledges to himself that he has no idea just how skilled the old man really is. Yet, he resolves with unwavering determination that he will defeat him. Facing him, Sudelga kicks off the match with a declaration that he will begin with an easy move. Filled with confidence, Johann reassures himself that victory is within his grasp. He responds graciously, thanking Sudelga in advance for the challenge. As Johann makes his opening move, an intense energy radiates from him. Inwardly, he vows to claim Sudelga's mastery of magic for himself. 50 minutes later, the atmosphere has thickened to an almost suffocating weight. Johann gazes intently at the board, every muscle tense under the mounting pressure. Sudelga finally lifts his head and exhales a deep sigh, the tension palpable between them. Johann hesitates before speaking, but before he can finish, Sudelga's eyes widen in surprise. He suddenly requests to take back a few moves. Johann flatly refuses, reminding him that this is already the 5th time Sudelga has asked for a do-over. Frustrated, Sudelga slams his fist onto the board, sending stones scattering in all directions. In anguish, he cries out, "None of this makes sense. How can I be losing in the game of gods?" He stares at Johann in disbelief, demanding to know if this is really his first time playing. He boasts that even the Sultan of the Eastern Empire has never bested him. Johann, concealing the truth, chuckles softly and attributes Sudelga's loss to his own impressive skills. Embarrassed by the compliment, Sudelga clears his throat, trying to regain his composure. He raises a single finger and proposes one final game, declaring that if he loses again, he will gift Johann something that could aid him in life. Secretly overjoyed, Johann's excitement bubbles over as he wonders if the gift might be a magical item. Clearing his throat and feigning deep contemplation, Johann agrees, but only if Sudelga specifies how many handicap stones he desires. Sudelga's tension is palpable as he blushes, fighting to regain his composure. Finally, he manages to ask for 3 handicap stones. Without hesitation, Johann agrees and declares that it's time to begin. Later, in the dim light and near silence, Sudelga's curiosity gets the better of him. He turns to Johann and asks, "Why, as a noble, are you so drawn to magic?" Johann frowns, his voice heavy with despair as he reveals that the Emperor seeks his death. He believes it would be wise to have more resources at his disposal. Sudelga observes Johann's intentions carefully and firmly states that if Johann plans to use magic for combat, their discussion must end there. The knowledge he possesses is not intended for such purposes. Stunned by this revelation, Johann questions whether magic is truly incapable of being wielded in battle. Sudelga's irritation is palpable as he questions Johan's serious intention to fight using magic. With a heavy sigh, he lowers his head and gathers another handful of stones. Despite his frustration, he acknowledges the promise he made and decides to answer Johan's question. He explains that he has indeed heard of individuals who wield magic in battle. Johan, unable to contain his excitement, interrupts, his eyes sparkling with delight at the revelation that such people actually exist. Sudelga raises his voice, demanding Johan's attention. Taken aback, Johan falls silent, confusion etched on his face. He listens intently as Sudelga explains that those known as mages are primarily individuals who unravel the mysteries of nature, some through the whispers of the wind, others through the crackle of fire, and a few through the acrid smoke of burning sulfur. With a calm demeanor, Sudelga recounts a tale of a certain fool who once boasted about uncovering a secret hidden within the depths of the Black Forest. As Johan listens intently, he silently evaluates the tale, noting that the last part felt oddly personal. Sudelga continues his explanation, revealing that the mysteries they uncover are known as spirits, and that mages draw upon the power of these entities. He then offers a cautious warning. While spirits typically lend their power freely, there are moments when their whims can demand a devastating price. Fixing his gaze firmly on Johan, Sudelga emphasizes the importance of respecting a mystery's will, warning that one must tread carefully when encountering the unknown. Johan nods quickly, acknowledging the warning, but his mind is already racing with conflicting thoughts. He reflects on the perilous nature of this world, resolving that he will not jeopardize his life in pursuit of understanding its laws. His inner voice quiets as he relinquishes the dream of becoming a magic swordsman, questioning whether magical items ever truly existed. He reflects on how effortlessly things had unfolded for him until now. Just then, a shout pierces the air, someone exclaiming in disbelief that Lord Sudelga is here. The sound of hurried footsteps rushes down the hallway outside. Ayan, filled with anger, demands to know why she hadn't been informed sooner. In a panic, Abilka explains that Sudelga had insisted on keeping the matter a secret. Still seething, Ayan grumbles about how troublesome mages can be, reminding her that she had emphasized the urgency of the situation. Before long, they arrive at their destination. Ayan stands at the door, a friendly smile on her face, ready to greet the visitor. But as she opens it, she is met with a heavy, tense atmosphere between Sudelga and Johan. She freezes, a startled gasp escaping her lips. Panic wells up inside her as she quickly realizes that Sudelga is once again toying with someone in the infamous game of gods, and this time it seems to be Sir Johan. Bewildered, she emits another confused sound. Suddenly, Sudelga springs to his feet, agitated, pleading for the chance to take back a single move. Johan, feeling utterly helpless, calls out to him. Meanwhile, Ayan stares in disbelief, grappling with the shocking reality that Lord Sudelga is actually losing in the game of gods. Her curiosity deepens as she glances at Johan, who smiles brightly across the board, prompting her to wonder just what kind of person Sir Johan truly is. Filled with excitement, Johan urges him to simply accept his loss. At that moment, Ayan speaks up, her voice laced with surprise as she greets Lord Sudelga, noting that she hadn't realized he was present. She approaches him warmly, adding that if he had come to see Marcel, he should have reached out to her. With a playful smile, she inquires whether he has been enjoying a pleasant time with Sir Johan. Sudelga laughs heartily, stroking his long beard as he explains that he was simply enjoying a few games with the knight. Ayan nods in understanding. Seizing the opportunity presented by her arrival, Sudelga begins to clear the go board, noting that with the branch manager now present, they must regrettably end the game. Johan, poised to make his next move, freezes in disbelief as he realizes the board has already been cleared. Sudelga placed 2 flasks on the table, one red and one blue, and gestured for Johan to take them. Johan stared at the flasks, puzzled, and asked what they were. With a swift motion, Sudelga reassured him that he hadn't forgotten his promise. He revealed that these flasks contained the final secrets of the Ifil River, the water of wrath and the water of blessing. In a haunting flashback at the Oak Tree Mercenaries outpost, their banner flutters ominously beneath a blood-red sky. Captain Brattle and his men are gripped by sheer terror, completely overwhelmed by an unseen menace. From the shadows of the forest, a pair of menacing red eyes pierces the darkness, fixated on the doomed mercenaries. The attacker is unveiled as a mysterious woman clad in dark garments, her face shrouded in shadow save for a chilling, glowing red smile. Brattle screams in horror, recognizing that this menacing figure is no ordinary bandit. The reflection in his eye captures the ominous crimson glow of his impending doom. The flashback culminates in a final blood-curdling scream that reverberates through the night as the mercenaries meet their gruesome fate. In the present, the scene transitions to the grand branch of the Katana Trading Company in the bustling city of Marseille. Inside, Johann examines the two magical flasks handed to him by Sudelga, recognizing them as the water of wrath and the water of blessing. As he speaks, Sudelga shares his lifelong fruitless quest to uncover the secrets of the Ifel River, a journey marked by the mysteries of life and death. He reveals that it was only with Johann's arrival that the river's enigmas began to unfold before him. He then describes the remarkable power of the red flask, which can heal any wound provided the victim hasn't been decapitated. In stark contrast, the green flask holds a lethal poison potent enough to dissolve a person with just a single drop. Johann is overjoyed to finally possess magic items, convinced that these potent potions will ease his mind as he faces the dangers ahead. Meanwhile, Ian speaks with Sudelga, revealing that she summoned him due to a troubling prophecy and the recent civilian casualties inflicted by bandits. She informs him that the elite Oak Tree mercenaries were sent to address the crisis, but they have since gone dark, leaving no trace of their whereabouts. He solemnly informs the stunned branch manager that the mercenaries had already failed their mission 3 days prior. The news of their elite group's defeat leaves her speechless. He then recounts the prophecy foretold by the Ifel River. The will of the oak tree shall be trampled by a rock of steel. With a heavy heart, he concludes that the oak tree mercenaries have likely been annihilated, unable to prevent a far greater threat now looming over the city. Realizing the gravity of their situation, she urges Johann to attend the city council meeting, emphasizing that it's time for him to step into the fray. With a somber expression, he nods in agreement, fully aware that his peaceful life has come to an end. The scene then shifts to an opulent yet empty city council chamber, poised in anticipation for the arrival of Marseille's most influential figures. Soon the chamber fills with various nobles and representatives from Marseille's influential families. Among them is a man sporting an elaborate and rather ridiculous mustache. The extravagantly dressed Baron Einbeck Vivian Auvergne makes a grand entrance, proudly announcing his fashionable tardiness. With a flourish, he takes his seat and calls the council to order in the name of Marseille and the Emperor. A comedic effect underscores the sheer absurdity of the man's curled mustache. Johann can't help but silently mock it, lamenting the number of odd characters in this era. Just then, the true leader of the council steps forward, commanding everyone's attention. The charismatic dark elf introduces himself with flair. "I am Viaco Tranani, the governor of Marseille." Johann quickly senses the governor's authority and resolves to make a strong impression to secure his future in the city. At that moment, the governor formally welcomes the influential families, expressing gratitude for their presence at this urgent meeting. Before tackling the pressing bandit issue, he announces his intention to introduce a new noble to the council. All eyes turn to a visibly nervous Johann as he is introduced as a member of House Yates, sponsored by Katana. He forces a smile and stammers through a polite introduction, vowing to do his best. The council's first official visit to the city is set for the 14th. As the members file in, they offer him a lukewarm reception, their expressions a blend of curiosity and indifference. Feeling the weight of their scrutiny, he sits uncomfortably, anxiously awaiting the real meeting to commence. Baron eagerly seizes the moment to taunt the trading company about the mercenaries' failure. With a smug grin, he proposes that the bandit issue would have been resolved long ago if they had sought assistance from the Holy Empire. His remark stirs the anti-emperor faction into a frenzy, as members passionately argue that the emperor himself is to blame for their troubles and demand a reduction in taxes. In response, the pro-emperor faction erupts, drowning out their opponents with shouts, branding their words as blasphemous. The two factions quickly devolve into a chaotic shouting match, hurling accusations about the emperor's schemes and the ineffectiveness of their hired mercenaries. Johann smiles blandly, his mind drifting amidst the political bickering. Internally, he winces, his ears aching from the noise. However, his amusement quickly shifts to dread as he takes stock of the loyalists, surrounding him, each one a potential threat to his anonymity. In the midst of the chaos, the governor remains silent, his calm and unreadable expression standing in stark contrast to the turmoil unfolding around them. With a sharp and commanding voice, he demands order, instantly silencing the room. A heavy tension settles over the chamber as the arguing nobles abruptly cease their squabbling. Johann watches, visibly surprised by the governor's complete control over the volatile council. Ian then clears her throat, ready to step in and present the governor's official course of action. Speaking on his behalf, she assures the council that he understands their concerns and has devised a backup plan. She reveals their strategy to form a second subjugation force, aiming to bypass the scattered bandits and strike directly at their source. This audacious plan to confront the bandits at their home base leaves the council members utterly stunned. Baron Einbeck laughs heartily, commending the governor's wisdom and unwavering loyalty to the emperor's quest for peace in Marseille. He then reiterates his offer, emphasizing that the emperor's troops are on standby, ready to be deployed at a moment's notice. The mere thought of imperial forces arriving sends a chill down Johann's spine as he envisions the grim fate of being captured and facing the guillotine. The governor graciously acknowledges the baron's generous contributions and his offer of assistance. With a charming smile, he firmly yet respectfully declines the emperor's military aid, cleverly referencing the emperor's ongoing struggles with the rebellion in the north. "I wouldn't want to add to your majesty's burdens," he states, his tone both diplomatic and sincere. Instead, he announces that Marseille will take charge of the threat by organizing a new mercenary force, which will include Sir Johann. The Baron gracefully accepts this decision. Meanwhile, Riley hopes the Emperor will acknowledge the governor's display of loyalty. Johann exhales a quiet sigh of relief, grateful that the immediate danger of Imperial soldiers has been averted. He watches the friendly exchange between the governor and the pro-emperor baron, a nagging doubt creeping in. Can he truly consider himself safe? Eldon's words echo in his mind. The emperor couldn't touch Marseille. Yet here, everything feels turned upside down. As the council meeting wraps up, the members are invited to a post-meeting gathering, while others begin to file out. Baron remains seated, a contemplative look on his face as he observes the proceedings. Just as a startled Johann rises to leave, the governor calls out, requesting a private word, approaching with a wide, friendly smile. He does little to ease Johann's growing tension. Panic surges through Johann's mind as he considers fleeing, convinced that if the governor is pro-emperor, this meeting is a trap. He curses his terrible luck, fearing that his brief respite is over and that he's about to become a fugitive once again. At that moment, the governor cheerfully beckons him to his office. Baron watches them leave, his expression transforming from flamboyance to a cold, calculating gaze. Once inside the governor's lavishly decorated office, the governor warmly gestures for him to take a seat. Once they are settled, Balako begins a subtle interrogation, casually asking Johann to remind him of his house name. Johann, maintaining his cover story, awkwardly replies that he is Johann Yates of House Yates. Valako's eyes widen in feigned recognition as he exclaims that he knows of House Yates. To Johann's astonishment, Valako accurately identifies the fictional house as a real family, renowned for its liquor, revealing that Johann's bluff was, by sheer coincidence, true. To illustrate his point, he produces a bottle of what he claims is the Yates family's signature date palm-infused liquor. He then picks up one of the two ornate crystal glasses resting on the table. With a warm smile, he offers a glass to Johann, kindly suggesting it might ease his homesickness. Feeling cornered, Johann has no choice but to accept the drink and play along, expressing his gratitude to the governor. As he pours the drink, the governor discreetly observes every move, carefully gauging his reaction. Valako takes a sip and forces a nostalgic laugh, all the while admitting to himself that he's never even heard of this beverage before. The governor chuckles, satisfied that the young man appears to be enjoying the taste of his so-called homeland. With the trap laid, Valako's demeanor subtly shifts as he casually inquires about the well-being of House Yates. His tone shifts to one of gravity as he speaks of the emperor's recent purge in the north. The mention of it stirs a painful memory within Johann, bringing to mind the night his own home was engulfed in flames. He presses on, acknowledging that many survivors of the purge have now become scattered bandits across the land. Then, he reveals that among the purged families, one particular individual is wanted for treason, causing Johann to tense involuntarily. His eyes glowing a menacing red, he drops the facade and reveals the name of the wanted man's family, House Yates. Johann, desperate, tries one last bluff, feigning ignorance and insisting he's never heard the name before. A close-up of Valako's crimson eyes reveals that he sees right through the lie, yet he lets out a hearty laugh, brushing off his intense questioning as mere small talk. Johann, feeling the tension rise, forces a nervous chuckle in an attempt to de-escalate the increasingly precarious situation. Valako stands, a smile playing on his lips, and adds that there's one more thing Johann should know. In that moment, he unveils the final piece of his trap. The drink wasn't the legendary Yates's liquor at all. It was merely cheap, local whiskey. The truth crashes down on Johann, his face twisting in shock as he realizes his cover has been utterly shattered. Dropping all pretense of friendliness, his expression darkens. Turning deadly serious, he demands they cut through the pointless banter and confront him with the truth. He is Johann Yates. With his true identity laid bare, Johann is left utterly stunned. Valako turns away, making an unexpected promise not to hand him over to the Emperor. But then, with a chilling twist, he adds that perhaps he will, leaving Johann ensnared in a web of uncertainty. Tension thickens as Johann demands to understand the governor's cryptic threat. In response, Valako calmly explains that his decisions are guided by a single principle, the well-being of Marcel. He elaborates on the city's fragile political landscape, caught between pro- and anti-emperor factions. Valako emphasizes his intention to leverage this balance for the city's protection, making it clear that the most pressing issue at hand is the threat posed by the bandit gang. After laying out his terms, Valako makes it clear, to earn merit and prove his worth to Marcel, Johann must eliminate the bandits. With a menacing tone, Valako warns him that failure will lead him directly into the Emperor's grasp. Overwhelmed by the weight of the threat, Johann slumps against the wall, despair washing over him. He mourns the loss of his dreams for a peaceful life, realizing that what was meant to be his sanctuary has now turned into yet another shackle, all because Valako has uncovered his secret. Haunted by memories of the bloody conflicts he has endured, he understands that running away is not an option. With a renewed sense of determination, he resolves to play the governor's game, vowing to win his favor so he can finally find peace. Just then, Godin excitedly gestures toward the massive subjugation force that has been assembled. Johann gazes at the impressive army, wondering if this is the very force Valako gathered specifically for him. From the city walls, they stand side by side, watching as the second bandit subjugation force draws near. Godin begins to identify the formidable groups in the ranks, highlighting the dwarven Red Iron mercenaries and the Holy Knights from 2 different monasteries. He can't help but express his awe at the gathering of such renowned figures, prompting Johann to inquire about their reputation. Godin explains that the St. Galanto Monastery is an all-male order of holy knights, celebrated for their mastery of alchemy. In contrast, the St. Yenna Monastery is home to formidable female holy knights, rumored to be powerful enough to hunt trolls. He then describes the Red Iron mercenaries as experts in siege warfare, loyal dwarven warriors who embody honor and loyalty, all while maintaining an open-minded perspective. He then gestures toward the arrival of another group, Count Bardak's Elven Knights, renowned for their skill and bravery. Johann makes a dry remark about how elves are typically quite rude, causing his companion to flinch at his bluntness. After a quick apology, Johann resolves that it's time to meet the comrades he will be fighting alongside. Below, the boisterous Captain Cumel of the Red Iron Mercenaries greets Lady Aijan with great enthusiasm. In turn, she formally introduces Johann as the knight representing the Katana Trading Company in the impending battle. Johann nods, expressing his gratitude for their care. However, he politely declines the captain's invitation for a casual conversation, emphasizing the importance of maintaining Cumel's pride in front of his men. The captain, impressed by Johann's thoughtfulness, assures him that his authority remains absolute, no matter what. Recognizing the dwarf's sincerity, Johann graciously accepts the offer to speak informally. Cumel then turns to the leaders of the Holy Knights, ready to coordinate their movements for the mission ahead. The commanders from both monasteries agree to align their forces with the captain's mercenaries, setting the stage for a united front. The commanders are formally introduced as the valiant representatives of the St. Enea Monastery and the agents of the St. Galanto Monastery. The captain graciously expresses his gratitude for their cooperation. Meanwhile, Johann takes a moment to assess the dwarf, noting with surprise that he appears to be a remarkably reasonable and decent leader. His contemplation is abruptly interrupted when someone interjects, questioning why such a formidable force has been gathered merely to combat bandits. Gustav, the arrogant elven knight, boasts confidently that his knights alone could have easily handled the task at hand. His smirking subordinates eagerly chime in, suggesting that their count must have had a good reason for sending them. With a condescending gaze, Gustav rides over to Johann and addresses him directly, inquiring if he is the one fighting for the trading company. Maintaining his facade, Johann reintroduces himself as Johann of House Yates. Gustav scoffs, dismissing the name with disdain, claiming he's never heard of such a minor and insignificant house. He jabs a finger at Johann, warning the lowly noble not to interfere or expect any mercy. With a cold glare, Johann silently vows to remember this insult. Following this confrontation, Gustav openly disrespects Captain Kumel, proclaiming that his knights will not take orders from a shitty dwarf captain. With a swift change of subject, he arrogantly demands a grand send-off feast in his honor. Captain Kumel, though clearly displeased, reluctantly agrees. With one final shout, the pompous elven knights ride off, leaving Johann to sigh in resignation. He now understands that managing insubordinate nobles is precisely why the captain must tread so carefully when it comes to matters of command authority. Despite the obnoxious elves around him, a flicker of hope ignites within him. He believes the army's overall strength should be more than enough to eliminate the bandits. Just then, Ibelka rushes over to the branch manager, urgency in her stride. Leaning in, she whispers confidential information directly into her ear. Turning to Johann, she informs him that someone has requested a meeting with him that evening. At first, he assumes the governor is summoning him once more, but her nervous hesitation reveals that this meeting is with someone entirely different. That night, at their rally point, the subjugation force gathers for a raucous feast where soldiers are urged to eat and drink to their heart's content. The elven knights revel in the festivities, indulging in both alcohol and the company of women, insisting that it would be a disgrace for any elf to refuse such pleasures. They raise their glasses in a toast to future victory, confidently proclaiming that their swords and courage are all they need. This bravado draws scornful glances from the nearby mages. As Johann makes his way to the meeting, he ponders the intricacies of noble etiquette in this world. He understands that refusing a drink can be seen as an insult, a sign of distrust that suggests one fears being poisoned by their host. As he arrives at the private room, he knocks and is invited to enter. Inside, a cloaked figure awaits him. When he inquires about who requested the meeting, he is met with a simple command to sit. His gaze falls on yet another bottle of alcohol, and he can't help but mentally grumble about the nobility's relentless drinking habits. The sight brings back a painful memory of the cheap whiskey Bayako had used to test him just yesterday, a thought that sends a sharp throb through his head. The cloaked figure calls out Johann by name, cutting straight to the chase and assuming his only motivation is money. Johann feigns a laugh, questioning both the stranger's identity and his rudeness. With a dramatic flourish, the figure throws back his hood, revealing himself as Baron Einbeck. He proudly declares his allegiance to the Holy Empire and his role as a key member of the pro-Emperor faction. Johann instantly tenses as he recognizes the eccentric noble from the council meeting. The Baron begins to expound on his political views, asserting his supposed neutrality. However, it's clear that his stance subtly favors the anti-Emperor faction. With a smug grin, he inquires if Johann now understands his motives. Johann's response is a flat, unimpressed no. The Baron is left stunned, momentarily speechless by Johann's blunt refusal to play along with his political games. Johann feigns ignorance, insisting that he struggles with complicated matters and simply wishes to keep a low profile. The amused Baron, pouring himself a drink, offers to impart a life lesson. He explains that merchants like the Katana Company prioritize two things above all: profit and strength. With the company backing Johann, the Baron concludes that Johann must be their strength of formidable fighter. Johann challenges the Baron's reasoning, still clinging to his alias. However, the Baron's expression darkens as he reveals that he has investigated Johann and found no record of the house he claims. Shock washes over Johann as he realizes his cover has been exposed once again. Einbeck presses on, bringing up the unsettlingly similar name of House Eitz, a lineage documented in the records. He recounts the grim fate that befell that house, wiped out for treason in a massacre that left no one alive, not even the last serf. However, he quickly dismisses the name as inconsequential, asserting that the company only took Johann in because of his undeniable strength. Frustrated with the games, Johann cuts to the heart of the matter, demanding to know what the Baron truly wants from him. At last, Baron Einbeck reveals his intentions. He urges Johann to forsake the bandits' subjugation and instead serve the Emperor, offering a tantalizing reward in return. He paints a vivid picture of Johann as a core member of the Empire's elite, promising not only a formal knighthood, but also a fertile domain of his own if he pledges loyalty. With fervent enthusiasm, Einbeck insists that only resplendent glory lies ahead for those who choose to follow the Emperor. Johann unveils his chilling philosophy, asserting that it is the natural order for the weak to shed their blood for the strong. He insists that it is merely the fate of the weak to be slaughtered by bandits, stirring unsettling emotions within the Baron. In a fit of hysterical laughter, the Baron declares that he and Johann are kindred spirits, united in the belief that the one who loses is always to blame. A cold, subtle smile graces Johann's lips as he delivers his unwavering response. I refuse. Einbeck stands frozen, utterly shocked, struggling to grasp the weight of the rejection. Johann then begins to weave a haunting tale about a man who, months ago, entered his domain under the guise of the Emperor's authority. He recounts the brutal slaughter of his innocent family and the devastation of his people, each word heavy with the pain of his memories. He then reveals that this man, Sir Karamev, had made him a similar offer to become the Emperor's sword. He admits that he turned down that proposal as well, but highlights one crucial difference between then and now. The chilling contrast is unveiled in a fiery flashback. He died by my hand. The Baron's eyes widen in sheer terror at this unbelievable confession. In that moment, Johann coldly recounts how he mercilessly crushed the head of the Emperor's direct knight, avenging the serfs who had been treated like mere worms. Stammering in disbelief, the Baron comes to the chilling realization that the legendary Sir Karamev is truly dead. Dropping his facade entirely, Johann reveals his true identity as the sole survivor of the slaughtered house. The Baron stands, paralyzed with fear, trembling uncontrollably as the horrifying truth sinks in. Why would Johann do something so foolish? He wonders aloud. In an unexpected and shocking display of power, Johann crushes the solid pewter cup in his fist, then slams his hand down, shattering the thick wooden table beneath him. Einbeck stands aghast, witnessing firsthand the monstrous strength capable of obliterating both metal and wood with ease. Johann then declares his intent to wipe out the bandits, but on his own terms, not for the Emperor, and certainly not for Marcel. He delivers a final warning to the Baron. If he doesn't remain silent, the next thing to be crushed will be him. With a furious slam, Johann shuts the door behind him, the sound reverberating through the hall. Alone, he seethes, infuriated that the Baron believes he can be so easily manipulated. But his anger is suddenly interrupted by a strange, unsettling sensation that washes over him. His heart feels like it's on fire, and he struggles to breathe as his vision blurs. Blood begins to pour from his nose. As he falls to his knees, a terrible realization washes over him. He flashes back to the drink the Baron poured and understands the horrifying truth. It was poison. Collapsing onto the floor, he curses his own carelessness, shocked that he was brought down by such a simple trick. Outside the room, the Baron's fear transforms into a cold, hateful glare. A wide, triumphant, and utterly terrifying grin spreads across his face. His treachery has succeeded. Meanwhile, at the mercenary gathering point just outside of Marcel, the atmosphere buzzes with excitement on the eve of their subjugation mission. Within the camp, Godin finds himself at the center of attention as a group of women playfully tease him, calling him a skinny young boy among the grizzled mercenaries. He quickly grows uncomfortable with their bold affections. Flustered and blushing, Godin makes a hasty escape from the playful women. They watch him dash away, disappointed that they didn't get the chance to dress him up all cute. Feeling scared and out of place, he races through the unfamiliar corridors, calling out for Johann. Concerned that Sudelga might also be struggling, tears begin to well in his eyes. Desperate to find Johann so they can return home swiftly, he feels the weight of his loneliness pressing down on him. He finally reaches Johann, but stops short, his heart sinking at the sight of him lying unconscious on the ground. Shock and horror wash over him as he rushes to Johann's side, calling out his name in a desperate scream. Kneeling beside him, he finds Johann collapsed and bleeding, panic gripping him. Cradling Johann's head in his hands, he frantically wonders what could have happened and how he could be losing so much blood. Desperate and terrified, he screams for help, convinced that his friend is on the brink of death. With a voice heavy with urgency, he pleads with the unconscious Johann to hold on. Later, a weakened but recovering Johann is tended to by a worried Godin. When Johann calls his name, Godin responds softly, relief washing over him. The scene flashes back to Godin in a frenzy, pouring the blessed water from Sudelga down Johann's throat, desperately urging him to drink. Returning to the present, Johann expresses his heartfelt gratitude to Godin for saving his life. Godin brushes it off, admitting he panicked, not even realizing Johann possessed the water of blessing. Johann then turns his appreciation towards Sudelga, acknowledging that he would have surely succumbed to the poison without the miraculous water. However, Sudelga chides him for his recklessness, questioning why he would seek out Baron Einbeck, a notorious member of the pro-Emperor faction. With a sarcastic tone, he chides Johann, suggesting that if he's going to be so reckless, he might as well die quickly to save the remaining half of the potion. Johann retorts that, since there's still half left, he'll use it wisely from now on. Sudelga then inquires if Johann has managed to capture Baron Einbeck, nodding knowingly he's essential for proving the charges of treason. Johann realizes that the man has already escaped. In a flashback, an enraged Johann, still reeling from the effects of the poison, screams for Baron Einbeck to reveal himself, consumed by fury. He and his subordinates charge ahead, vowing to show no mercy for the one who poisoned their liquor. But just as they surge forward, one of his subordinates reports that their target has already fled. As Johann surveys the now empty room, his gaze lands on something unusual on the stone floor. There, he discovers a letter adorned with a distinctive red wax seal. In the present, he turns to Sedelga, revealing that although he didn't manage to catch the Baron, he stumbled upon something far more significant. Holding up the sealed letter, he explains that it contains crucial documents information that Einbeck was unable to take with him, detailing the entire incident. Soldega leans in, pressing for more details. Does this mean the Emperor really hired the bandits, as the rumors suggested? But Johann's expression turns grave as he replies, "No, it's not that simple. The documents reveal something far more serious." Meanwhile, miles away, a lone rider approaches a fortified gate, illuminated by the light of the full moon. The hooded figure is none other than Baron Einbeck, racing through the forest with urgency. A smirk plays on his lips, confident that Johann has succumbed to the poison by now. Satisfied, he believes everything is unfolding just as the Emperor intended. He soon arrives at a vast, hidden mercenary camp, where guards announce his presence and part the way for him. As he dismounts his horse, one of his lieutenants greets him with a warm smile. He stands before an immense army of assembled mercenaries, their ranks stretching endlessly into the horizon. Addressing his troops with fervor, he declares that they are far more than mere bandits. With pride, he proclaims them the strongest mercenaries of the Empire, united by the Emperor's own gold. They are warriors who pledge their loyalty to the great Emperor, and in return, dazzling glory awaits them. He then boasts of his long-standing efforts to undermine Marcel from within, revealing that he now possesses all their plans and strategies in his grasp. He cackles maniacally, declaring that Marcel's forces will descend into chaos, oblivious to their true enemy. His words ignite a bloodthirsty roar from the assembled mercenary army. Raising a fist in triumph, he revels in the might of the force he has gathered. Then, with a flourish, he unveils his trump card. The Emperor himself has dispatched an imperial court mage to assist them. The mercenaries stand frozen in disbelief, one of them voicing the thought that lingers in the air. Could it be the legendary Kegel of the Crimson Flame? Suddenly from the shadows, a mysterious figure with clawed hands steps forward. A new voice cuts through the tension, dripping with disdain at the suggestion of being mistaken for a mere mage. Emerging from the darkness is a sinister, snake-like woman who boldly declares herself as Janana, the imperial court mage favored by the Emperor. The stunned army can only watch in awe as she introduces herself with an air of authority. The mercenaries gasp in disbelief at the sight of a snake beastman among them, murmuring that they've never heard of a mage named Janana. With a knowing smile, she responds, "Of course you haven't. I don't dabble in trivial elemental magic." Her voice takes on a darker tone as she adds, "I handle living weapons." The mercenaries exchange bewildered glances, their expressions shifting to a mix of confusion and dread as they ponder the true meaning of her words. In response, she uncorks a vial, unleashing a vibrant magical essence that fills the air. With a wicked grin, she confirms their unspoken fears. The ground trembles as something colossal begins to take shape from her spell. The magical energy swirls and coalesces, forming a gargantuan monstrosity before their eyes. The mercenaries watch in sheer terror as the creature emerges, its presence looming ominously over them. A massive, hulking troll towers over the army summoned by Janana. One of the soldiers stares in disbelief, recognizing the creature. With a sadistic smile, Janana declares that her adorable troll will now join the fray. Just then, Baron Einbeck rallies his troops, shouting that tomorrow they will crush Marcel's second subjugation force. He punches the air, vowing to offer the entire city of Marcel to the Emperor. The mercenaries roar in unison, their cheers echoing for the Holy Empire as the camp erupts in a deafening war cry. Long live the Emperor! Long live the Holy Empire! Meanwhile, in his room, a grim Johann has finished laying out his plans, the weight of his decisions heavy on his shoulders. He calls for Godin, who responds immediately. Johann hands him the sealed documents, instructing him to deliver them solely to Governor Volaco Tranini and to speak of it to no one else. Godin accepts the letter, fully aware that it holds information the governor must verify personally. With a sense of urgency, Johann then summons the mercenaries Goran and Khan to his side. As they prepare for their journey, Sudelga ponders the Ifil River's mysterious intent in trying to save that knight. What could it possibly hope to achieve through him? On the day of their departure, the dwarf captain, Kumal, stands resolutely before the gates of Marcel. Behind him, the members of the 2nd Marcel Bandit Subjugation Force come together, finalizing their preparations before setting out. Amidst the ranks, the holy knights raise their voices in prayer, seeking power and protection for the impending clash. Meanwhile, Johann, now a respected commander, mounts his war horse, ready to face the front lines. Just as he prepares to move, Godden calls out his name, trying to catch his attention. Wishing Johann good luck, he adds with a hint of concern, "Please look after the mage during the journey." Sudelga brushes off the boy's concerns, assuring him that this isn't his first mission of this kind. He advises Godden to focus on his own worries instead. As Johann prepares to leave, he bids them both farewell, mentioning that he is heading out as he rides toward the soldiers. He weaves through the ranks of waiting troops, making his way to the other leaders at the vanguard. Captain Kumal inquires if Johann has arrived at his position. The knight responds confidently, stating that he is present and prepared for battle. Moments later, the leader of the subjugation force raises his hand, signaling the march to begin. With a booming voice, he commands the troops to advance, his powerful call echoing across the field and catching even his second-in-command off guard. As the proud elven knights loyal to Gustav charge ahead, they take the lead at the front of the formation. While the main army advances steadily, Gustav's unit races far ahead, kicking up a massive cloud of dust in their wake. Johann observes their swift movement, his surprise growing as he realizes that the dwarf captain has indeed been granted full command over the group. Suddenly, a soldier from Kumal's unit blows a horn, prompting the captain to instruct him to sound the signal once more. With a resounding blast, Kumal commands his entire force to advance toward the bandit-controlled territory. Meanwhile, in the city of Marcel, Bayako stands gazing out over his town when Ayan, the Katana branch manager, approaches from behind. With a smile, she informs him that the mission force has finally departed the city. Bayako turns to her, ready to discuss the current situation. He clutches a letter delivered by Johann and inquires as she has read its contents. Agent confirms that the document was discovered in Baron Einbeck's quarters just a day ago. Valako's frustration boils over. He can hardly believe that this evidence surfaced in the Baron's chambers only a day before their deployment. He voices his skepticism about the letter's authenticity, weaving deeper into the tangled web of grudges that binds the noble houses together. She counters confidently, assuring the magistrate that the crest stamped on the letter unmistakably belongs to House Einbeck. She emphasizes that she has read the document herself and confirmed the Baron's guilt. Valako concedes that the combination of the crest and the letter's contents indeed implicates the Baron. Ihan adds that they attempted to interrogate Einbeck, but unfortunately he had already fled the city. She sees his disappearance as further evidence of his guilt. Valako, however, remains unconvinced, expressing his distrust of the young knight. He worries that the Katana Trading Company is placing too much faith in a stranger. Aishan stands her ground, defending their choice, and asserting that the company only extends its trust to those who truly deserve it. The governor appears to consider her argument, but offers a cautionary note for her to remember. He warns her that if the knight's actions disrupt the peace in the city, the Katana Trading Company will have to take responsibility. This revelation makes Aijen realize that Valako may indeed be aligned with the pro-Emperor faction, given his manipulative nature. Meanwhile, in the pro-Emperor faction's camp, a man inquires of Baron Einbeck whether it is true that the army has already set out. The Baron smiles, revealing that he has just received the message from his courier. He revels in the certainty that Marcel's troops will be lured into his trap, ensuring the city's fall to the Emperor. Duke Mayhem, leader of the Special Operations Unit, and Imperial Mage Janana share a laugh at the Baron's confidence. The Duke casually remarks that once he takes over Marcel, his first order of business will be to find a brothel, an idea that makes Janana grimace in disgust. The Duke studies Einbeck's face, noticing his pallor and nervous demeanor. The Baron, sweating profusely, reassures them that there's no cause for concern, though his fear is palpable. He turns to Janana, inquiring if she has received any updates about Sir Karamov. With a hint of anxiety, he wonders aloud if something might have gone awry on his expedition, perhaps a serious injury. Both Janana and the Duke find the question quite peculiar. Janana bursts into laughter, declaring the notion of Karamov being harmed to be a ridiculous joke. She boasts that he is the most powerful swordsman in the Empire, clad in legendary armor. To her, he embodies the very heart of the Empire's military strength, and she believes it's utterly impossible for anything to befall him. The anxious Baron Einbeck nods in agreement, his mind drifting back to his encounter with Johann. A smile creeps onto his face. He is convinced that the noble was lying about the commander's death. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Johann senses something amiss. He remarks that it appears Gustav's unit has cleared the area without any trouble. All around him, the ground is littered with the bodies of fallen bandits, each one gradually disintegrating into black dust. As the dwarves arrive, a knight in service to Gustav scoffs at their pace, declaring they are far too slow. Tensions rise as Kummel and the elf exchange sharp insults, leaving Johann bewildered by their evident disdain for one another. Amidst the verbal sparring, Kummel asserts that Johann is a nobleman deserving of respect. With a menacing tone, he warns the elf that he will crush his ears if he fails to show proper deference. The knight, furious, retaliates, demanding to know what the dwarf just said. Johann appears weary as he comes to the stark realization that elves and dwarves may never find common ground. Finally, he intervenes, declaring that enough is enough. The captain offers a sincere apology to the knight. Turning to an elven soldier, Johann inquires about the whereabouts of everyone after the battle. The soldier informs him that the valiant Gustav and his men have secured the entire area, adding that the main force is now in pursuit of the surviving bandits. With a sense of pride, he declares that all the loot and prisoners now belong to Gustav, insisting they have no claim to anything since they arrived late. Kummel scoffs at this, reminding the elf that they've already been compensated by the company, so the loot is theirs to keep. A nagging feeling begins to stir within Johann. Something feels deeply off. He recalls the grim memory of the bandits who had previously slaughtered 500 members of the Oak Tree group, yet here they were, easily defeated. Johann observes that the elven knights bear no injuries at all. His gaze shifts to the forest on the right, which he recognizes as an ideal location for an ambush. Turning to one of the elven knights, he inquires if they've scouted the area. The knight responds with a mocking tone, suggesting Johann might as well go hunting for animals. This only solidifies Johann's suspicions. The enemy had deliberately retreated, setting a trap to lure them in. He watches as the vanguard enters the forest, a chill of fear creeping over him as he realizes a trap has been laid. Oblivious, Kummel urges his bugler to keep advancing. Johann shouts for him to halt. Taking charge, he orders the entire group into a defensive stance, commanding the ranged units to direct all their fire at the trees. Kummel and the knight exchange bewildered glances, questioning the wisdom of attacking a forest. Johann warns that the location is perilous and an ambush is highly likely. Kummel dismisses the concern, confidently asserting that even if bandits were present, they could easily dispatch them. Johann counters, emphasizing that these are no ordinary bandits. They obliterated the entire Oak Tree group. He insists they must ensure the path is safe before venturing any further. Meanwhile, the elf continues to chuckle at the plan, seemingly unfazed by the gravity of the situation. The captain hesitates, fearing that the elves will ridicule him and tarnish Johann's reputation if they find nothing. But Johann boldly declares that he would sacrifice his reputation countless times if it meant saving the lives of his soldiers. This conviction stirs the dwarf captain, who ultimately agrees to follow the plan. As Johann reflects on the moment, he realizes that the only reason they are listening to him now is because of his noble title. Kummel shouts for everyone to form a defensive line, urging the ranged units to take aim. The knights and dwarves quickly align their shields, creating an impenetrable wall. Heavy metal shields are driven firmly into the ground, establishing a solid barrier. The shooters are instructed to target the flanks of the forest, while the dwarf cannons are readied for battle. With a commanding voice, Kummel orders the troops to fire. A massive volley of arrows and cannonballs rains down, shattering the trees into splinters. Suddenly, the projectile strikes something hard, revealing a metallic glint lurking in the shadows of the forest. Armored warriors emerge, their presence imposing and menacing. The elven knight stares in disbelief, paralyzed by shock. Kummel's eyes widen in horror as the realization dawns upon him. They have walked straight into an ambush. Just then, a gargantuan monster, clad in horned armor, steps out from the depths of the woods, its sheer size sending a chill down their spines. This clearly indicates that they are not facing a mere bandit gang. On the eve of battle, Johann turns to his mercenary allies, Goran and Khan, and inquires if they have heard of the Bullhead mercenaries. Khan nods, confirming his knowledge of them. He explains that the Bullheads are a renowned mercenary group, notorious for their steep prices, reportedly even higher than those of the infamous all-elf wolves of Akkadai. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Johann demands to know what they have on the mercenary group. Kan reveals that despite being mercenaries, they are surprisingly secretive. Their fees are exorbitant, and they don't accept just any job. He continues describing their battlefield movements as akin to a herd of enraged bulls. Their primary strategy involves the penetration tactic, where they charge straight into the heart of enemy formations, shattering the defensive line from within. Drawing on his memories from a past life, Johann internally likens their strategy to Germany's blitz tactics from World War II. Concern etched on his face, Goran asks if this is the force they will confront tomorrow. Johann solemnly affirms that it is. He emphasizes the gravity of the situation, clarifying that they won't be battling a mere band of thieves, but the Emperor's elite mercenaries. Recognizing the grave danger ahead, Khan urgently advises Johann to retreat at all costs if they come across the bullheads, pleading with him to avoid a direct confrontation. When Johann questions his reasoning, Khan insists that they would be no match for them in a head-on fight. He then reveals a chilling rumor he has heard. The bullhead mercenaries have the ability to command a fearsome minotaur. This revelation leaves Johann in shock, prompting memories of a childhood legend, the hero Slayer Minotaur. Kan recounts the tale of a monstrous creature, its massive form and immense strength, rivaling that of the fiercest warriors. With an intelligence nearly human, it had mercilessly slaughtered countless knights who dared to confront it. Yet Goran merely scoffs, reassuring Johann not to worry. Inspired by their shared resolve, both he and Khan vow to risk their lives to cover Johann's retreat, promising they will only accept payment if they survive the battle. Johann, visibly moved by their loyalty, smiles and reveals that he had already intended to ask for their help. The mercenaries beam with excitement, confessing their eagerness to catch a glimpse of the legendary enemy, even if it means fleeing without a proper look. Johann's expression shifts to one of seriousness as he acknowledges their offer, but insists he needs them to undertake a different task altogether. This leaves Khan and Goran puzzled, wondering what he has in mind. Meanwhile, hidden in their ambush, the bullhead mercenaries watch with growing confusion as the opposing forces' hesitant movements suggest their trap may have been uncovered. Suddenly, a surprise volley of arrows rains down from the sky, striking the hidden Imperial forces and catching the ambushers completely off guard. With their position exposed, the commander shouts in alarm that they are under attack, ordering the bullhead mercenaries to prepare for a full frontal charge. With a fierce determination, the bullhead mercenaries begin their relentless advance, thundering forward into the fray. The commander bellows for his troops to press forward just as an arrow strikes his body. It bounces harmlessly off his armor, only igniting his fury further. At his command, the bullhead infantry advances in perfect unison, forming an unstoppable wall of iron. In response, the dwarven artillery under Johann's command readies its aim. With a thunderous roar, the cannons unleash a fiery barrage that erupts among the charging bullhead ranks. Yet, undeterred, they continue their relentless advance. The bullhead soldiers press onward in a disciplined march, their formation unyielding, a testament to their unwavering resolve. At the forefront, a colossal beast-mounted mercenary leads the vanguard, cutting through the smoke and flames. With a fierce roar, he swings his massive axe, rallying his troops as he charges ahead. The heavily armored infantry advances, their glowing eyes signaling a brutal confrontation as they charge toward Johann's army, the ground trembling in anticipation of the impending clash. From his vantage point, the dwarven Captain Kumel grimly observes the enemy's approach, reflecting internally that he is finally witnessing the legendary bullhead mercenaries in action. Nearby, Johann comes to a stark realization. Despite all his preparations, a direct collision is now unavoidable. He knows he must take matters into his own hands. Galloping ahead, he shouts a warning to Captain Kumel, urging him to brace for the impending impact. Ignoring the peril, Johann boldly resolves to find a way to disrupt their formation. Kumel, alarmed, calls after him, insisting that charging in alone is far too reckless. Johann pays no heed to the chaos around him, urging his horse forward to confront the enemy vanguard alone. Inspired by his commander's courage, Kumel turns to his own troops, rallying the Red Iron mercenaries with a fierce roar. He declares that the bullheads are merely testing their strength, and soon they will realize just how ineffective their weapons and armor truly are. As Johann charges into the thick of battle, the bullhead soldiers catch sight of him, recognizing him as a knight. One of the mercenaries scoffs at Johann's audacity, branding him a madman for daring to confront them alone. Another mercenary sneers, declaring that if he's so eager to meet his end, they'll gladly oblige. But Johann defies their expectations, moving with astonishing speed and precision. He evades their attacks effortlessly, swiftly severing one mercenary's head. His sudden onslaught sends the others into a frenzy of screams, demanding to know what is happening and urging someone to stop him. A bullhead commander frantically shouts at his soldiers to hold their formation against the chaos unfolding around them. Recognizing Johann's objective, he urgently commands his men to maintain their breakthrough formation at all costs. As he skillfully maneuvers through the turmoil on his horse, Johann realizes that the enemy has caught on to his strategy. Meanwhile, a stunned Kummel watches the lone knight's astonishing display, swearing by the sacred dwarf's beard in sheer amazement. Ignoring Johann, the bull-headed commander redirects his troops, commanding them to concentrate on the dwarven shield wall ahead and prepare to break through. Johann observes with grim determination, realizing that the two main forces are finally on a collision course. Leading the dwarven charge, Kummel bellows for his warriors to shatter the enemy's skulls. In that moment, a bullhead mercenary crashes through the dwarven shields, creating the first breach in their formation. As the dwarves surge forward to close the gap, the bullhead commander rallies his troops, urging them to face death with honor. With a fierce determination, their maces smash through heavy shields, crushing dwarven skulls beneath their might. Amidst the chaos, an enemy soldier spots Captain Kummel charging toward him. Enraged, Kummel unleashes a thunderous war cry and plunges into the heart of the enemy. With a powerful swing of his mighty hammer, he cleaves through the soldier's leg, sending him crashing to the ground. With the warrior down, he swiftly delivers a strike to the neck, causing the bullhead warrior to crumple to the ground. Yet, the remaining enemy soldiers stand firm, their discipline unyielding amidst the chaos of battle. Suddenly, the dwarven captain lets out a fierce roar, rallying his comrades as he raises his weapon high. In response, their enchanted weapons ignite with a fiery glow, ready to unleash their power. Kummel bellows to his warriors, urging them to drench their blazing weapons in the blood of their enemies. As Johann surveys the battlefield, he notices the dwarves holding their ground, and a sense of satisfaction washes over him. Confident that flank is secure, his expression shifts, hardening as he realizes that the main objective now lies ahead. He shifts his focus and charges straight at the imposing bullhead commander, igniting a fierce head-on clash between their leaders. The bullhead mercenaries spot the lone rider barreling toward them, one of them shouting in alarm that a night bastard is approaching. Another mercenary frantically asks who it could be, while a third defiantly proclaims that no one would dare challenge Numelos, the captain of the 100. One of Lord Numelos' subordinates spots the approaching figure and recognizes him as the knight who attempted to disrupt their formation. With a dismissive thought, Numelos considers him nothing more than an idiot lost in his own hero fantasies. A squad leader commanding 10 men steps forward and boldly requests permission to confront the knight. Numelos nods, granting him the chance. The squad leader bows his head in gratitude, thanking his lord for the opportunity. An announcement echoes through the ranks. Lord Numelos has granted permission to advance. The squad leader and his men surge forward, their battle cries ringing out as they demand their forces tear that night bastard apart. The clash is brutally swift. In a flash of steel, Johann dispatches his opponent with lethal precision. The remaining mercenaries stand stunned, one of them bewildered, questioning how their squad leader fell so quickly. Undeterred, Johann presses on, charging relentlessly toward their commander. He halts before the towering Minotaur, a chill of grim realization washing over him. Real Minotaurs do exist. The rumors Khan had mentioned were true. Gathering his courage, he addresses the mercenary, inquiring if he is the captain of this band. The creature, Lord Numelos, responds with a curt question. What of it? Without waiting for an answer, he sternly commands the knight to dismount from his horse. Johann can't help but question why Numelos would say something so sudden and alarming. With a chilling grin, Numelos elaborates on his reasoning, ominously declaring that if he were to chop Johann into pieces, his horse might end up getting hurt. The Minotaur captain chuckles, expressing his fondness for the way the horse carries itself, suggesting that Johann should dismount. This boldness inspires the other mercenaries to call dibs on the knight's armor and boots. Johann, however, remains composed. He replies that he wouldn't want the horse to get hurt, revealing that it's named after his brother. Then, with a chilling calmness, he issues a counter threat. If he wins, he'll make a stew out of the Minotaur's tail. Johann taunts him, calling him a gift-set-looking bastard. The Minotaur, momentarily taken aback, furrows his brow in confusion and asks, "What does that even mean?" Without waiting for an answer, the two warriors clash, and Nomelos charges forward, weapon raised and ready for battle. He swings at Johann, but Johann skillfully dodges the attack, landing safely on the ground. Nomelos roars in frustration and strikes again, yet Johann evades that blow as well, deftly weaving around the monstrous attacks. As he moves, he can't help but reflect on the staggering difference in their weapon reach. He mentally reminds himself that if that bastard's axe so much as grazes him, he'll be cut in half. For a fleeting moment, Johann curses himself, questioning whether he should have brought the crest recoverer. Nomelos roars in frustration, urging him not just to dodge but to fight back. The Minotaur bellows that he will deliver a death worthy of a knight as he swings his axe down. But the moment of doubt quickly fades as Johann skillfully evades the powerful downward strike. Suddenly, he spots an opening. Seizing the opportunity, Johann charges forward, using the Minotaur's momentum against him. With precision, he delivers a crippling blow to the commander's most sensitive area. The sight is so shocking that even his own subordinates wince in sympathetic pain. Nomelos lets out a piercing scream of agony, dropping his weapon as he stumbles to his knees in defeat. Towering over the fallen commander, Johann declares that it's time to end this, calling him Bullhead. He then shifts his focus to the chaos of battle, bellowing orders to shatter every one of the bastard's iron horns. He urges his allies to press the attack, knowing that the ox-headed foes will be at a disadvantage in close combat. He shouts that they're nothing but fools and urges his comrades to overpower their enemies with sheer strength. Meanwhile, in another part of the battlefield, a man clad in holy armor addresses his brothers, commanding them to begin. Each of them pulls out a bottle filled with a shimmering blue liquid. Together, they bow their heads in prayer, seeking forgiveness from God before they drink. Their bewildered, bull-headed opponents watch in confusion, wondering what on earth those men are up to. A chilling realization sweeps through the ranks as one soldier cries out that they are holy knights from the St. Galanto monastery. Panic ripples among the troops as the warning spreads. The holy knights have begun to go berserk, and everyone is urged to remain vigilant. In the midst of chaos, a holy knight slays a bullhead soldier, but then he suddenly pauses, sensing an unsettling presence behind him. As he senses a bullhead soldier lunging at him from behind, the creature hurls insults, calling him a drugged-up bastard. Just then, another holy knight emerges, swiftly intervening and delivering a brutal blow that crushes the bullhead soldier, silencing its curses with a swift and decisive act of justice. The holy knight kneels beside a fallen comrade, gently urging Brother Aganti to rise, reminding him that there are still those who depend on him. Meanwhile, the berserk knight's warped perspective comes to light. He believes that the screams around him are hymns, and that fresh blood is sacred. He declares that the light will guide them through this darkness. In the midst of the chaos, an officer strives to rally the bullhead mercenaries, commanding them not to retreat. He assures them that Lord Nomelos will crush that night and return to aid them. However, his confidence is quickly overshadowed by the sight of Johann's decisive victory. Standing over his defeated foe, Johann looks down at the hero slayer and asks, "Do you have any last words before you meet your end?" The once mighty Minotaur now lies trembling on the ground, reduced to a quivering mess. He stammers an apology for his earlier outburst, desperately pleading for his life. Johann, however, remains cold and indifferent, instructing him to prepare a stew and to keep his tail out. In a last-ditch effort, the defeated creature shifts tactics, arguing that killing him won't restore the knight's honor. He insists that his lack of true Minotaur lineage is the reason for his fate. Johann raises an eyebrow, intrigued. "What do you mean?" he asks, genuinely curious. The mercenary clarifies that he is only a half-Minotaur, lacking the strength and intelligence of a pureblood. He insists that killing him would hardly be an accomplishment. Johann, puzzled by this, responds that he has no idea what kind of achievement the mercenary is referring to. Just then, he notices a soldier nearby and calls out to the bugler, giving him an order to relay a message to those who have gone ahead. He orders the bugler to announce their defeat, and the bugler, trembling, reluctantly complies. Johann then turns back to the groveling Minotaur, mocking him as a bone broth gift set. With a serious tone, he insists that the creature must bear witness to something important, and that it must speak only the truth. The Minotaur responds with a feeble and bewildered moo, clearly struggling to comprehend the situation. On the main battlefield, an officer shouts at the beleaguered bullhead mercenaries, urging them not to retreat. He promises that Lord Numo will join them soon if they can just hold their ground. Suddenly, the triumphant blast of a bugle reverberates across the field. A mercenary glances around, questioning the source of the sound. The grim realization dawns on another soldier, who mutters in disbelief, wondering aloud if the captain of the 100 has truly fallen to just one knight. A familiar voice pierces through the chaos as Kummel announces that, from what he can see, their captain has been thoroughly defeated by their knight. The bugler continues to sound the victory call, while Kummel exclaims that this marks the first victory of the battle. The scene then shifts to the Katana Trading Company branch in Marseille. Ian stands before the city magistrate, Balacco Tranini, delivering the good news. The suppression force has secured its first victory. Balacco Tranini chuckles, acknowledging that he's heard the news as well, and praises the Elf Knights of Bardock for their impressive efforts. However, Ian's expression darkens as he grimly reports that, unfortunately, they have lost contact with them. Balacco stands abruptly, his voice rising in disbelief. "What do you mean, lost contact?" he exclaims, incredulous. "There's no way the Elf Knights would fall to mere bandits." Ion clarifies that while that might hold true for an ordinary bandit gang, Sir Johann had asserted they were, in fact, a mercenary group concealing their true identity. He then presents a newly arrived document, urging the magistrate to read it. As she scans the contents, she reveals that the Bullhead mercenaries have confessed to everything, implicating Baron Einbeck as the mastermind behind it all. Balacco absorbs the information, his mind racing as he processes the weight of the revelation. He muses that if it's the captain of the 100, then it must be the Minotaur he had heard about. The realization strikes him. For the captain to have confessed, he must have been captured alive. Balacco wonders aloud who could possibly pull off such an absurd feat. Ian smiles knowingly, suggesting that someone has indeed accomplished that absurd feat. Balacco, intrigued, asks who this could possibly be. The scene shifts to reveal Johann, standing triumphantly on the battlefield. As he surveys the aftermath, Satelga approaches him, acknowledging Johann's return and commending his hard work. An ecstatic Godin lunges toward Johann, calling out his name with unrestrained joy. Johann quickly holds him back, urging him to calm down. Turning to Satelga, he acknowledges the long journey back to the outpost and attempts to rise. Satelga gently insists he stay down, reminding him that he has pushed himself too hard and needs to rest. Meanwhile, Godin, brimming with excitement, recounts the tale he heard. Johann swung his mace once, creating a whirlwind that felled 50 men in a single strike. That's how it happened, he exclaims, his eyes wide with awe. Johann speaks up, urging Godin not to exaggerate and reminding him to also commend the warriors who fought by his side. Internally, Johann can't help but chuckle, silently hoping Godin will sing his praises even louder for Balacco to hear. However, Godin fervently insists he's not exaggerating at all. Just then, Captain Kummel, the dwarf, interjects, declaring that the Red Iron mercenaries have a different perspective entirely. He proclaims that Sir Johann deserves every ounce of praise. Memories flood back of Johann charging headfirst into the fray, igniting a fire in the hearts of all who witnessed it. Kummel asserts that Johann's bravery will serve as a shining example, even for the dwarves. Johann humbly acknowledges the flattery, accepting the praise with gratitude, while secretly contemplating that with such high regard from his comrades, Balacco will surely look upon them favorably. A holy knight steps forward, acknowledging Johann's impressive strength, but emphasizing that it was his tactics that truly astonished them. The presence of the holy knights is now revealed. The female commander greets Johann warmly, wishing that the kindness of Saint Vienna may be upon him. The male commander follows suit, extending his own greeting and wishing him the blessings of Saint Galanto. Commander Valiant expresses her gratitude, stating that if it weren't for Johann, they would have walked straight into an ambush. Commander Agante nods in agreement, noting that few knights possess the rare ability to excel in both strategy and tactics. Valiant adds that she was profoundly moved by his character, especially when he spared the enemy commander. Johann nods, realizing she's referring to the Minotaur. He reflects that when he first encountered the creature, it wasn't as impressive as he had imagined, and he felt there was no need to kill it. Valiant counters, explaining that a Minotaur possesses overwhelming combat strength, capable of decimating an entire mercenary group single-handedly. She emphasizes that even for seasoned warriors like them, a direct confrontation would have been utterly hopeless. She theorizes that even if he had surrendered, an ordinary knight would have likely severed his head to claim the glory of slaying the hero, and she believes this would hold true even for a half-minotaur. However, as she gazes at Johann with admiration, she notes that he chose not to do that. Respecting an enemy's life is a rare virtue, she tells him. Johann, looking slightly embarrassed, replies, "That feels like a bit much." He clarifies that he only spared the Minotaur because it was necessary, and her praise is making him feel embarrassed. Meanwhile, Valiant can't help but wonder how someone can be so humble. Agante suddenly interjects, asking if Johann even realizes how many people that half-Minotaur has slaughtered. Leaning in, he adds that when humility goes too far, it can make the one giving the praise feel uncomfortable. Upon hearing this, Johann's demeanor transforms. He boldly declares that if that's the case, he'll graciously accept the praise. His comrades erupt in cheers at his newfound enthusiasm. Cumubelos chimes in, noting that their enemies are mercenaries as well, making this battle truly worthwhile. With renewed determination, he rallies the group, urging them to regroup and prepare to crush Einbeck's forces. Suddenly, a scout in the distance calls out, urging everyone to look over here, while another voice chimes in, insisting there's no one there. Curiosity piqued, they all exit the tent to investigate. A lone figure emerges from the tree line, stumbling as he approaches. Cumul recognizes him instantly, realizing he's a messenger from Sir Gustav. Judging by the man's disheveled state, Cumul fears he does not bring news of victory. The messenger collapses to the ground before them, a look of desperation in his eyes. He reaches out a trembling hand, weakly pleading for immediate reinforcements. "We were attacked by a troll," he gasps, and as the weight of his words sinks in, Johann and the others exchange grave glances. Meanwhile, across the shallow river, a foot lands softly on the water's surface, sending ripples through the stillness. A throng of enemies races ahead, but hot on their heels are the elf knights. With a sudden burst of speed, the knights close the gap, and one of them swiftly beheads an enemy. The body collapses, and the severed head tumbles into the shallow river, creating a chilling splash. Yet the remaining foes show no signs of stopping. They press on, desperate to escape. One of the knights, Laurent, scoffs at the situation, declaring it so anticlimactic that it barely stirs his blood. In response, another knight, Leon, points out that they came here out of obligation, not for glory, adding that he never expected an honorable fight to begin with. Their mission is clear: eliminate the bandits as repayment to the trading company. Laurent curses the company, venting his frustration about their debt and how they went running to Count Barda. Their commander, Sir Gustav, barks an order to continue the pursuit of the fleeing enemies, insisting they must claim the spoils. He calls out to his troops, urging them to listen closely. With a fierce determination, he commands them to chase down the retreating foes and annihilate them. Later, Gustav instructs his men to strip the enemies of anything valuable. He issues a stern warning: anyone caught pocketing loot will face severe punishment. The elf knights press on to a bizarre, glowing, waterlogged passage. One knight proposes they take a moment to catch their breath and inspect their gear. Gustav glances around, his brow furrowing as he notes the peculiar surroundings. "I had no idea a place like this existed near Marseille," he admits. Laurent nods in agreement, shivering slightly. "This place gives me the creeps," he says, scanning the shadows. "It feels like something's lurking just out of sight. Perfect hiding spot for those filthy sewer rats, the bandits." As one of their outriders returns, Gustav turns, sensing something approaching. He squints into the distance, recognizing the figure as one of their soldiers. Confusion washes over him. Why is the soldier back so soon? Surely the annihilation couldn't have concluded this quickly. The soldier stumbles forward, fatigue etched across his face, weakly calling out for the Sir Knight. Gustav's brow furrows in concern as he asks, "What is it?" The soldier can barely muster a plea for help before a colossal, unseen monster crushes him. Gustav stands frozen in horror, his eyes wide as giant claws emerge from the darkness. What could that possibly be? The terrifying silhouette of a massive troll looms above them, growling menacingly. The lone surviving messenger from the ill-fated expedition recounts the events, his voice trembling as he explains how they fell into a trap set by those treacherous bandits. He recalls how the very foes they were pursuing had vanished, only for the troll to descend upon them like a nightmare made flesh. Johann realizes it was a trap designed to draw them deeper into the forest. He wonders how the bandits could possibly control a troll, noting that Einbeck's letter contained no mention of such a creature. The messenger pleads with them to rescue the men, revealing that the 3 knights of Bardock are still trapped in the area. Cumul appears torn, glancing at the others as he asks for their opinions on what they should do next. Johann speaks up, asserting that it is their creed not to turn their backs on those in trouble. However, for now, they will defer to Kumel's judgment. He turns to Valiant and Janana, inquiring about the nature of a troll. Understanding what we're dealing with will help us make a more informed decision, he explains. Janana replies that she has defeated a troll before, but her expression turns grim as she adds, "To be completely honest, without the aid of a god, it's a foe that humans simply cannot withstand." She explains that a troll's hide is tougher than rock, its muscles like ropes of steel. Most attacks barely make a dent. The monstrous strength derived from its immense size is simply beyond human endurance. Yet she emphasizes what is truly terrifying is its special ability. In the flashback, an elf knight shouts defiantly at the monstrous troll as he charges forward, delivering a precise slice across its chest. To his dismay, the creature remains unfazed. The knight's heart sinks as he witnesses the deep wound begin to smoke and heal before his eyes. Janana's voice cuts through the tension, explaining that even if one manages to inflict a wound, it mends instantly, as if nothing had ever happened. In the flashback, Laurent stands frozen in fear, stammering that it can't be real. Gustave shouts at him to snap out of it, urging his knight not to just stand there but to take action. After finishing her explanation, Janana falls silent. The messenger, sensing the urgency, repeats his plea, desperately begging them to help. Johann turns to Janana, asking if she will join their rescue mission. She replies that she will, but only if Kumal grants his permission. However, she adds that even if they run at full speed, it's likely the knights will have already entered their eternal rest by the time they arrive. Kumal turns to the elven soldier, his heart heavy with regret. He apologizes, but he believes sending a rescue party would be futile. Their primary mission is not yet complete, and besides, he continues, they cannot guarantee that the knights are still alive. The messenger hangs his head, his last glimmer of hope fading away. But then, Johann steps forward with unwavering resolve. "I'll go," he declares. Kumal stares at him in disbelief, while Janana and the others echo their surprise, questioning if he's truly serious. Kumal warns him that this is not a decision to be taken lightly. Johann counters, confident that with so many brave warriors still here, his absence won't pose a significant issue. He states firmly that if a rescue party is to be formed, he will be the one to lead it. Kumal attempts to argue, reminding Johann that the trip may be futile and could put him in grave danger. But Johann counters with unwavering resolve, asking, what if they're still alive? His expression leaves no room for doubt. He cannot stand idly by while their lives hang in the balance. Kumal is momentarily speechless, taken aback by Johann's determination. Johann continues, pressing his point. If even one of them is still alive, isn't it worth the risk to try and save them? Janana is visibly moved by his words, captivated by his nobility. Turning to his commander, Johann formally requests, "Send me Captain Kumal." Kumal lets out an exasperated sigh, his frustration evident. "You surprise me every single time," he admits, though a hint of admiration creeps into his expression. "Fine, I'll organize a rescue party." As Johann prepares for the mission, Godin watches with admiration, pondering just how noble Sir Johann's character truly is. From a distance, Sudolga ponders Johann's true motives, which seem all too clear to him. Meanwhile, Johann reflects on the situation, convinced that even against a troll, elf knights possess formidable strength. He believes that if they act quickly, a rescue could still be within reach. His thoughts drift to the knights from Arangs, known for their wealth and prestige among the elves. His thoughts wandered to the promise of a reward, a glimmering pile of gold coins dancing in his mind. A greedy smirk crept across his face as his true intentions crystallized. "I'm going to squeeze a hefty payout from them." In a dimly lit room, Baron Einbeck's faction gathered as they received a dispatch confirming that their trap for the elf knights had succeeded. At this news, laughter erupted among the three of them, their triumph echoing in the shadows. Mayhem, a co-conspirator, chuckles darkly at the news of the elves' misfortune. He revels in the thought that if the elf knights of Arangs are wiped out so easily, the political ties between Marcel's city magistrate and Arangs will be shattered. However, the imperial court mage, Janana, swiftly interjects, cautioning him against celebrating too soon. She highlights the shortcomings of their plan, noting that they failed to draw the main punitive force and the bullhead mercenaries surrendered without a fight. She questions how such a well-funded group, for which the Emperor had invested a significant amount of gold, could capitulate so easily. Baron Einbeck, sweating under the pressure, dismisses the bullhead mercenaries as expendable from the outset. Janana raises an eyebrow, incredulous. "That's the first I'm hearing of it," she retorts. "Did you just make that up?" To shift the conversation, the Baron produces a letter sealed with a green wax tree emblem, assuring her that his true intentions lie elsewhere, so she needn't worry. He then redirects the discussion back to her, inquiring about the well-being of her troll. With a hint of concern, he expresses his worry, mentioning that he has heard trolls are vulnerable to fire. He wonders aloud what might happen if the elf knights discover a way to exploit that weakness. Janana, however, reassured him with confidence. She explained her strategic brilliance, revealing that she had stationed the troll in a swamp, an area notorious for its high humidity. In such conditions, even torches struggle to ignite. She added that ordinary fire would be of little concern to a troll anyway. Mayhem nodded in agreement, concluding that there was truly nothing to worry about. Janana nods in agreement, emphasizing that without the ability to light their torches, they will surely meet their fate in the abyss of darkness. The scene transitions to the swamp where her trap lies in wait. As Johan's rescue party arrives, he observes how brightly Valian's lantern burns, even in the damp conditions. Curiously, he asks her what she calls this remarkable fire once more. She proudly explains that it is Yenna's fire, a sacred magic. This spell has been passed down through their monastery for generations, primarily used for exterminating monsters. As they speak, they navigate the murky swamp, with Johan's divine wolf, Karimov, guiding their path. Johan then asks her if they have used Yenna's fire to hunt trolls, and she confirms, stating exactly that. She explains that a troll's rapid healing ability can be suppressed by Yenna's holy fire. With a confident smile, she credits this sacred flame, declaring that it was the key to defeating the troll. Johan presses for more details, asking how it differs from ordinary fire. She nods, clarifying that the casting speed varies depending on the scale of the spell. But once it ignites, it won't extinguish even in water, relentlessly burning whatever it is claimed until nothing remains. This is a flame of purification, incinerating the impure at the caster's command, a true cleansing fire. Johan is taken aback, recognizing from the description that this holy magic is akin to white phosphorus. As they continue their ride, he can't help but praise her, marveling at her impressive abilities, her holy magic, her swordsmanship, and her stamina that rivals even a galloping horse. She laughs, crediting her strength to God's grace and her daily training. Johan, a hint of concern in his voice, admits he was worried about their small elite group. However, he finds comfort in having her by their side. Curious, she asks if that's truly the case. He then lays out his straightforward strategy. Instead of confronting the troll head-on, they'll simply draw its attention away while rescuing the elf knights. He observes that the elves are intelligent beings, so it's unlikely they would continue to fight a monster that regenerates endlessly. He assumes they must be hiding somewhere. Ironically, the elven knight Gustav is shouting at his terrified troops, urging them not to hide under any circumstances. He commands his men to hold their formation despite their fear. Driven by a thirst for glory, he commands his men to slay the beast and claim their honor. The monstrous troll emits a deep growl, bracing itself for their assault. Meanwhile, the rescue party is thrown into chaos as Karamev starts barking frantically. Johan observes that Karamev seems to have discovered something, while Valian silently wonders if he really named his dog Karamev. Suddenly, the party is jolted from their thoughts as the elven knight's horses burst out of the woods, riderless and panicked. Valian furrows his brow, questioning why the horses have returned without their riders. Just then, a blood-curdling scream echoes from the direction of the battle, sending chills down their spines. Johan, his expression darkening, turns to Valian and admits, "I think I miscalculated. Those fools. I can't believe they've been fighting this whole time." Valian, filled with excitement, declares that this is actually good news. It means they're still alive. However, she quickly warns Johan that with flames of this intensity, they can't possibly take on a troll. She asks him to wait just a moment while they prepare a stronger flame. Without hesitation, Johan starts running toward the source of the scream, announcing, "All right, then I'll go first and buy us some time." Panicked, Valian calls after him, desperate to clarify that she hadn't meant it that way. But he ignores her, barking orders at Karamev to round up the horses that have bolted. As she watches him leave, Valian turns to her sisters, urging them to concentrate. They need to summon a stronger fire for Yenna to aid him. Pressing her sword into the ground, she begins the ritual. Kneeling, Valian offers a solemn prayer to Saint Yenna, declaring that today, once again, she dares to kneel before God and seek his guidance. She prays for the soul's yearning for salvation. The holy fire in her lantern blazes brighter as she and her knights form a ritual circle with their swords in the water. Their united prayers call upon the divine to grant them the sacred flame and guide the lost with God's light. Meanwhile, amidst the chaos of battle, the troll swings its massive fist, targeting Gustav with deadly intent. Gustav sidesteps just in time, narrowly avoiding the troll's attack. Undeterred, the creature raises its arm again, ready to strike. This time, Gustav charges forward, landing a solid blow to the troll's arm. He quickly steps back, glancing up in disbelief as the troll's arm regenerates in an instant. Frustration bubbles within him, and he curses under his breath. The troll lets out a thunderous roar, shaking Gustav to his core. "It's not over yet," he mutters, steeling himself. He notices the shattered morale of the soldiers around him and the exhaustion etched on their faces. Gasping for breath, he contemplates their next move, realizing that for now, their only option is to hold the line. Just then, the sharp clang of a sword striking the water jolts him from his thoughts. "Lauren!" Gustav calls out, his voice filled with urgency. "What are you doing?" "I'm sorry, Gustav," Lauren replies, his voice heavy with resignation. "I can't go on any longer. You need to leave me behind. Take the men and go while that damn troll finishes me off." Gustav's eyes widen in disbelief. "Don't be absurd," he shouts, desperation lacing his tone. But before he can make a move, the troll locks onto Lauren and lunges at him. "Lauren!" Gustav screams, panic surging through him as he watches his friend in peril. Lauren closes his eyes, bracing himself for death. But when nothing happens, he opens them in confusion, struggling to comprehend the scene before him. Suddenly, a spear pierces the troll's head, erupting through its jaw with incredible force. The troll recoils in shock, leaving the elf knights stunned, their minds racing as they wonder who could possibly have driven a spear into such a formidable creature. Suddenly, Johann calls out to Gustav, who turns to look back. With urgency, Johann charges toward them, shouting, "Don't just stand there, hurry and run." Meanwhile, at the Katana Merchant Group's Marcel branch, the night sky looms dark and foreboding. Inside, Velako sits at his desk, lost in thought as he wonders aloud if a ghost letter has finally arrived. He examines the sealed envelope and explains that the 500 men of the Oak Mercenary Group are requesting that Marcel's gate be opened at midnight tonight. Standing nearby, Ajan confidently declares that the letter bears Baron Einbeck's mark, to which Velako wholeheartedly agrees, recalling that the Oak Mercenary Group was the first subjugation force sent to deal with the bandits. He realizes that what awaited them were the Emperor's elite mercenaries, and caught off guard, the group was swiftly annihilated. As he examines the wax tree's seal closely, the magistrate deduces that Einbeck used the late Brattle's seal to forge a fake letter. He concludes that the letter is merely a deceptive ploy to breach Marcel's final line of defense, a deduction that Ahan wholeheartedly agrees with. With a fierce smile, she declares that even if there are survivors, they won't be allowed inside tonight. They'll face them at sunrise. Velako returns her smile, satisfied that they are finally on the same page. He reveals that he has already given instructions to the captain of the guard. As he gazes out over the shadowy city, he vows that not a single threat will breach Marcel's walls tonight. Meanwhile, at the camp, Godden kneels in fervent prayer. The boy earnestly pleads for protection, hoping that the claws and fangs of the profane do not harm his master. Suddenly, he is jolted from his thoughts when Sudelga inquires if he is concerned about Johann. The sage looks down solemnly as Godden admits he knows his lord is brave, but he can't shake the feeling that trolls are foes beyond human defeat. Sudelga takes a seat, noting that it usually requires a legion to defeat a troll. He reassures the anxious boy, telling him there's no reason to panic. He explains that Johann possesses the two waters that hold the secrets of the Ifil River. Godden gasps in delight, recalling the waters of wrath and blessing with a spark of excitement. Sudelga explains that if the volatile water of wrath is applied to a weapon, it can deliver a fatal blow. The old man confidently asserts that Johann will know how to wield this power wisely. Just then, Johann's spear brutally slices across the troll's face. Gustav glances back and sees Johann in action. Johann rides his horse through the water, assessing his strength and realizing he could still pierce the creature's thick hide. However, he knows the troll will simply regenerate. His priority shifts to buying enough time for everyone to escape. In the heat of the moment, he completely forgets about the water of wrath he possesses. As he looks ahead, he spots Leon attempting to confront the troll. Johann watches in disbelief as Leon charges forward, completely ignoring the danger. Gustav shouts urgently for Leon to retreat, insisting that this fight is beyond their capabilities. But Leon stands firm, declaring that if a human knight can battle, then so can they. In an instant, the troll retaliates, delivering a powerful punch that sends Leon soaring through the air. He tumbles helplessly before crashing against a tree, the impact echoing through the forest. As Leon coughs up a torrent of blood, Johann curses him for being reckless, reminding him that they came to save him. The monster, furious, yanks the spear that had impaled its jaw and flings it aside. With determination, Johann accelerates, charging at the creature with another spear, its eyes locked onto him with deadly intent. Johann believes that if Gustav and the soldiers can't escape, that will be enough. After all, even he wouldn't willingly face a troll in a death match. Spotting an opening, Johann seizes the moment, taunting the beast about its fly being open and warning it to watch its leg. With a swift motion, he drives his spear into the troll's leg, celebrating as he momentarily cripples its mobility. The troll glances back, its massive hand extending toward Johann, who barely has time to react before he's ensnared. Gustav's voice pierces the air as he screams Johann's name in desperation. Johann curses under his breath, feeling the crushing grip of the giant fist, a harsh reminder that he had underestimated the creature. With a swift motion, the troll hoists Johann high into the air, leaving him dangling helplessly. Outside, a sudden blaze of torches illuminates the night. A city guard, noticing the flickering lights, raises his telescope to inspect the strange procession. He wonders if the subjugation force is returning, but as the banner of the Oak mercenary group comes into view, a chill runs down his spine. Breaking into a cold sweat, he stammers about ghosts, recalling the tales of their supposed annihilation at the hands of the bandits. Recognizing the imminent threat, just as the governor had predicted, he swiftly prepares to sound the alarm. With urgency, he rings the warning bell, its harsh clang echoing through the air to summon the guards on the walls and prevent anyone from passing through the gate. Inside the office, Aijan and Valako exchange worried glances, the ominous noise confirming that the enemy has indeed arrived. Aijan offers to send a letter to confirm the commander's identity, assuring that if they are indeed survivors, they will respond. Just then, someone interrupts, declaring that such measures are unnecessary, before kicking open the office doors. Aijan and Valako are taken aback as they recognize the intruder. The figure strides toward them, a smirk on their face, and remarks, "What's with those expressions? You look like you've seen a ghost." Brattle, the mercenary captain presumed dead, greets them with an unsettling calm. He explains that he has come personally after hearing they were searching for the commander. Aijan, visibly shaken, stammers out a question. "Aren't you supposed to be dead?" With a heavy sigh, Brattle offers an apology, but then formally declares his allegiance to the Holy Empire and its wealth. In that moment, Valako grasps the chilling truth. Their group had been bought off by Einbeck. Aijan is in disbelief at the betrayal of the city of Marseille. Brattle declares that, effective immediately, the Oak mercenary group, under the command of the Holy Empire, will seize control of Marseille. Meanwhile, in the depths of the swamp, Johann's screams of agony pierce the air as the troll's grip tightens mercilessly around him. Gustav watches in sheer horror as the troll ruthlessly slams Johann into the swamp with all its might, sending a violent explosion of water erupting from the impact. Stunned, Gustav struggles to grasp the reality of the situation. Johann lies motionless, face down in the murky depths, blood trickling from his mouth. He believes Johann is dead. Not long ago, a group of mercenaries gathered beneath the banner of an oak tree. An officer commanded his men to hold the flag tightly and maintain a firm grip. He inquired if they were ready, and upon receiving their confirmation, he ordered them to ignite the torches. To their surprise, they were using scarecrows, each adorned with a torch, ready to light up the night. A man chuckles to himself, nodding in agreement with Baron Einbeck's predictions about the fools in Marseille. With a satisfied smile, he gazes at the city wall and confidently declares that the guards' actions are inconsequential. His group will gain entry no matter what they do. Meanwhile, at the city wall, Marseille's soldiers brace themselves for an impending attack. As they sprint toward the wall, their voices echo with urgency, urging everyone to hurry before the enemy closes in on Marseille. Suddenly, one soldier breaks away from the group and approaches the sewer gate. Unbeknownst to them, he has been bribed by the Oak mercenary group to betray his comrades. With a triumphant grin, he swings the gate open and declares, "Long live the Holy Empire!" An arrow suddenly shoots up from the sewer, striking him in the head and killing him instantly. As his body crumples to the ground, a figure emerges from the shadows of the sewer, crossbow in hand. He glances at the fallen soldier and declares, "Glory to the Emperor." Just then, another man climbs out of the sewer reporting, "The bribed guard has been taken care of." Brattle, the leader of the Oak mercenary group, stands before his men, commending them for their hard work. He emphasizes that the Empire sees no worth in those who would betray their own people for a handful of silver coins. As more mercenaries gather, Brattle addresses his assembled unit with a commanding presence, declaring that from this moment on, Marseille is now one of them. He orders a detachment to approach the city captain while the guards are distracted at the wall. The rest of his men follow him as he declares he is searching for the city's leader. He soon finds Balako, the dark elf, seated at his desk. Brattle warns him not to glare with such hostility. He explains that despite their takeover, they will allow Balako to keep his title and authority. Lady Ayan's fury ignites as she shouts at Brattle, accusing him of having the audacity to speak so boldly after attacking Marcel. "How can we ever trust you?" she demands. In response, Brattle begins to clap slowly, a mocking smile on his face. "Ah, Lady Ayan," he says, nodding appreciatively, "you certainly have spirit." But his demeanor shifts abruptly, his voice turning icy as he warns, "Do not test my patience any further." He proposes that, as a merchant guild, they should simply choose the winning side to ensure their profits. Brattle points out that the captain of the Marcel Guard has already been captured and is being held at sword point. By now, the rest of the guard would have thrown down their weapons and surrendered, leaving the consul with no further options. He unfurls a scroll and lays it on the desk. With a steady voice, he outlines their demands. First, he insists that Velako Tranini issue a single order for the subjugation force, commanding all units to cease combat and surrender to the enemy. Additionally, he requires an oath of loyalty to the emperor. Brattle assures the consul that if he complies, he won't have to stain his hands with Velako's blood. Meanwhile, deep within the shadowy swamp, Johann drifts motionless in the murky water. Nearby, a troll wreaks havoc, its fury echoing through the darkness. Gustav stands firm against the monstrous creature, calling out to Laurent. "Take Leon and the others and get out of here," he commands. "I'll hold it off and buy you some time." Laurent protests, insisting that if Gustav plans to stay, he will fight alongside him. He turns to the elven soldiers, urging them to hurry, help Leon to his feet, and move him to safety. Gustav's voice booms, shocking Laurent into silence. "This isn't a request from a friend," he declares, his tone sharp and commanding. "It's a direct order from your superior." He shouts at them to evacuate the area immediately. Gustav faces the beast, branding it a monster and daring it to approach. With a fierce determination, he demands an honorable death as he charges forward, blade raised high. The troll lets out a thunderous roar, bracing itself to strike. Meanwhile, Johann remains submerged, drifting through the murky depths. He reflects on his master's words, etched into his very soul: never engage an opponent he cannot defeat, and flee when danger looms too large. However, if he must fight, he must eliminate them all. He commanded Johann never to even consider dying. Johann, filled with regret, apologized to his master, fearing this might be his final stand. His body felt heavy and unresponsive, exhaustion weighing him down. Beneath the surface, he caught sight of the lifeless bodies of fallen knights. He reflects on his life, recognizing that it has been filled with nothing but pain. As he feels his heart begin to slow, he wonders if it is finally time for it to stop. All he desires now is rest, believing that peace is just around the corner. Suddenly, a flicker of blue light appears in the depths, and a spirit made of water approaches him, gently kissing him on the cheek. Johann's eyes fly open, a desperate thought racing through his mind. "No, I refuse to die." He clenches his fist and strikes his armor, right where his heart lies, determined that if he cannot escape death, then he must confront it head-on. The force of his punch creates a massive dent in the armor, and suddenly, his heart begins to pulse with newfound energy. Johann springs to his feet, gasping for breath. He repeats the words, "If you cannot escape death, then kill death." Just then, the troll raises its hand to strike. Sensing the impending danger, Gustav charges forward, shouting for his honor and the sake of their mission. Just as the troll prepares to strike, a spear hurtles through the air, piercing its hand with a force that sends the creature howling in pain. Gustav halts, his eyes wide with disbelief. Scanning the scene, he spots Johann, gun in hand, and shoots him a glare. "You're in the way," he snaps, frustration boiling beneath the surface. "Get lost, you point-eared bastards." At Baron Einbeck's outpost near Marcel, a soldier strides forward, breathless with news. "Baron, we've just received word the city of Marcel has officially fallen." Einbeck's face lights up with unrestrained joy. He pumps his fists in the air, shouting in triumph, "I knew it! I told everyone this would happen. Everything has gone exactly as I planned." Janina, the snake beast man, sits across from him and candidly admits that she initially saw him as nothing more than a useless brat living off his family's reputation. However, she's surprised to find he actually has some value after all. With a curious glint in her eye, she asks him to confirm that the situation is far from over. Einbeck smiles, nodding in agreement. "You're right," he replies, "and I have an announcement. Bayako and Ajan will be executed." He wonders how mere merchants could ever believe they have the right to interfere in their politics. Determined to take action, he plans to round up every merchant involved in the anti-imperial union that has caused him so much trouble. His goal is to cleanse the city of Marseille thoroughly. In doing so, he aims to send a clear message. Not only will Marseille understand the truth, but every merchant across the continent will recognize their place and submit to the Holy Empire. With a snap of his fingers, a maid enters carrying drinks for the gathering. Baron Einbeck lifts his cup high and proclaims that no matter how much gold a merchant accumulates, they can never purchase noble blood or honor. Janina chimes in, raising her glass, and together they all cheer. Long live the Holy Empire! Mayhem declares that he will set off at once to personally deliver the good news to the Emperor. Einbeck urges him to proceed, but insists that Mayhem must ensure the Emperor knows it was he, Einbeck, who conquered Marseille with his own 2 hands. As Mayhem strides through the shadowy forest, he can't help but think that Einbeck is an arrogant fool for believing he will receive all the credit. There's no chance he'll report the events in the way Einbeck desires. Instead, he devises a plan to create chaos by presenting a provocative report to the Emperor. Suddenly, his mischief is interrupted when he spots horses deep within the forest, and he can't help but wonder what they are doing in such an isolated place. They seem to belong to fallen knights. Approaching a majestic white warhorse, he gently reassures it, saying, "Easy now, good boy." He mounts the horse, admiring its impressive stature, though he has no idea which noble household it belongs to. This magnificent warhorse should allow him to reach the capital in no time. With a firm kick and a shout for it to gallop forward, he is met with an unexpected response. The horse refuses to budge, coming to a complete halt. Mayhem, bewildered, turns to the horse and asks, "Why have you stopped?" A chilling growl reverberates through the trees, and as he turns to face it, terror grips him. Before his eyes stands Karimov, the divine wolf, engulfed in blue flames and baring its fangs. Meanwhile, in the humid swamp, Johann confronts the elves, insisting they're obstructing his path and demanding they leave. Gustav can only respond with a resigned, "Okay." Suddenly, a massive troll unleashes a deafening roar that reverberates through the swamp, shaking the very ground beneath them. Lauren turns to Gustav, concern etched on her face. "Is it really all right to let a human knight face that monster alone? Shouldn't we jump in to help him?" Gustav watches as his own hand trembles, a reflection of the chaos unfolding before them. He nods, recalling how they had slashed and pierced the troll dozens of times, yet the creature had remained eerily silent, showing no sign of pain. But when Johann's spear struck true, the troll let out a bone-chilling scream. It dawned on Gustav that their attacks had barely grazed the beast, unable to inflict a wound significant enough to elicit such a reaction. He tells his men that joining the battle now would only make them dead weight. Instead, they must bear witness to the human knight's honorable fight. Johann gazes at the beast, its glowing blue eyes reflecting his own grim determination. The troll roars and charges through the murky water, but Johann stands his ground, gripping 3 spears tightly. He steps forward, assuming an attack position. With unwavering focus, he raises a spear, aims at the beast, and, with astonishing speed, hurls all 3 spears in quick succession. All 3 spears strike the troll's chest, but the impact lacks the force needed to be truly devastating. Gustav furrows his brow in confusion, questioning Johann's strategy. Why throw more spears when a fatal blow seems unlikely? What could Johann possibly be planning? As if to answer, Johann charges toward the troll, deftly ducking under the monster's sweeping attack. He presses on and confronts the troll, unleashing a devastating punch that shatters bones and sends the creature reeling, blood spilling from its mouth. Gustav and the other elves stand in stunned silence, their disbelief palpable as they watch him take on a troll with nothing but his bare hands. Johann moves with unwavering determination, skillfully evading every strike from the troll while landing blow after blow. But then, the creature catches sight of him, raising its massive hand to launch a counterattack. Instead of dodging, Johann stands his ground, meeting the monster's punch head-on with his own. As the 2 attacks collide, Johann's power proves overwhelming, shattering the troll's arm and eliciting a piercing scream of agony from the creature. Without a moment's hesitation, Johann leaps forward, seizing the troll's head and driving his knee into it with brutal force. Blood erupts from the troll's mouth as its colossal body crashes into the swamp below. Lauren turns to Gustav, seeking clarity about the chaos they just witnessed. But before he can respond, Gustav shouts for Johann to fall back, urging him to retreat while they still have a chance before the troll can regenerate its wounds. Johann, however, disregards the warning. Gustav's voice rises in desperation as he asks, "What are you doing?" He watches in disbelief as Johann stands defiantly on top of the troll's massive body. Johann perches atop the troll's neck, gripping its lower jaws tightly. The monster lets out a deafening scream as he begins to force its mouth open. In a frantic attempt to shake him off, the troll swings its massive hand, finally managing to grasp Johann. But it's too late. With a final surge of strength, Johann tears the creature's jaw apart. Gustav and Lauren can hardly believe their eyes. Johann takes a deep breath, then drops the severed lower jaw into the water. Standing over the lifeless troll, he declares that this method will prevent it from regenerating. In the shadowy woods near the city of Hohenzollern, he finds himself captive to a monstrous wolf. As the beast drags him through the underbrush, he catches sight of horses galloping nearby and can't help but wonder if he will share their fate as the creature's next meal. A groan of despair escapes him, the weight of his impending doom settling heavily on his heart. Meanwhile, at the edge of the swamp, the elven knight Leon teeters on the brink of death. He urges Gustav not to wear a sad expression and questions whether dying in such a manner wouldn't be a noble end for a knight. Leon asks Gustav to relay to his father the tale of his bravery, as it seems he won't have the chance to do so himself. Tears welling in his eyes, Gustav promises that he will indeed tell his father how valiantly he fought. Grateful, Leon offers a final farewell to his brothers and friends from Bardock, expressing that the moments he shared with them were the greatest honor of his life. Gustav weeps, calling out his friend's name in anguish. Johann observes this emotional scene and approaches the group, contemplating the value of using a rare item on an NPC. He decides that making an investment now is worth it. With determination, he calls out to Leon, urging him to drink the liquid to ease his pain. Leon gazes at the vial, intrigued, remarking that he's about to witness something truly interesting as he encounters such a brave knight. Johann sharply tells him to shut up and just drink. Leon obeys, downing the liquid in one swift motion. Almost instantly, he feels his strength drain away, rendering him motionless. As Leon's eyes flutter shut and his body goes limp, Gustav breaks down in tears, mourning his friend who was more like a brother to him. "Rest in peace," he whispers, his heart shattered. He calls out Johann's name, expressing his gratitude for alleviating Leon's suffering. He adds that without Johann, Leon would have endured pain until his last breath. Suddenly, a cough interrupts the moment, and they all turn to see Leon, wide-eyed and astonished. "What kind of medicine did you give me, Sir Johann?" he asks, his voice filled with disbelief. He nods, a smile breaking through as he realizes his pain has vanished. Gustav leans in, concern etched on his face. "Are you really okay?" Leon nods again, his expression brightening. "I am! It's strange! I feel so clear-headed. My vision is sharper, and even breathing feels effortless." Johann beams with pride and asks Leon how it feels to be reborn. Leon glances at the vial in his hand and inquires if the liquid he just drank is, by any chance, the fabled water of blessing. Johann confirms with a nod, elaborating that the vial held this miraculous elixir, a gift from Sudelga, the sage of the Ifel River. He emphasizes that it has the power to save anyone, as long as they aren't already dead. Laurent embraces Leon, who, taken aback, questions his actions, finding it a bit gross. Meanwhile, Gustav turns to Johann and wraps him in a hug, expressing heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you, Lord Johann, for saving a friend who was like a brother to me," he says earnestly. "You are, without a doubt, the most honorable knight I've ever encountered among humanity." Johann, scratching his head modestly, replies, "I appreciate the praise, but the credit truly belongs to Sudelga." Gustav and the other elven knights dismiss the claims, acknowledging the truth, but insisting that it was Johann who wielded such a precious gift on Leon, thus deserving the credit. Turning back, Gustav calls out for all to hear, proclaiming that the honorable Sir Johann has saved their brother. As soldiers of Bardic, who hold honor in high regard, they offer their heartfelt greetings and praise to the esteemed Sir Johann. Johann stands there, feeling out of place as the elves passionately shout about honor. The embarrassment washes over him. He has never felt such pressure in his life. Suddenly, Gustav clasps his hand, proclaiming that Johann is now like a sworn brother to him. He boldly announces to his troops that anyone who dares to insult Johann will face his wrath. He unsheathes his sword, proclaiming that anyone who dares to oppose Johann will have to contend with his great sword. The elven soldiers erupt in cheers. Johann offers a small smile and thanks Gustav, but inwardly, he muses that rather than honor, he would much prefer a hefty sum of gold. After all, don't these folks love to flaunt their wealth? Meanwhile, at another part of the camp, Godin rushes towards Suttliga's tent, calling out for his master. He excitedly announces that everyone is saying Sir Johann fought a troll and emerged victorious. Suttliga chuckles, having suspected as much, especially since he had woven the mystery of the Ifel River into Yenna's tale. He nods, acknowledging that even on a smaller scale, the subjugation must have been feasible. However, Godin interjects, clarifying that this isn't the case at all. Johann didn't rely on magic or special fire. Instead, he tore the troll's mouth apart with his bare hands to deliver the final blow. Suttliga chuckles. Right. The mystery of the Ifel River, but his amusement quickly fades into sheer disbelief. He grabs Godin by the shoulders, eyes wide, and exclaims, "How is it possible for a human to kill a troll by tearing it apart with his bare hands?" Meanwhile, in the forest, Johann and Valian stand over the massive corpse of the troll. Valian shakes his head in astonishment, muttering, "This is unbelievable." She examines the internal damage, noting the torn muscles and ligaments, shattered bones, and destroyed organs. Even the jaw had been completely ripped off. It was clear to her that the beast had perished, unable to recover from such a brutal and swift assault. Curiously, she inquires how he managed to preserve the corpse in such an intact condition. She explains that her sisters typically have to battle trolls, using the flames of purification until the creatures are reduced to nothing but blackened charcoal. Johann reflects on their method of killing and realizes he had imagined it like a video game. Valian smiles and offers his congratulations, telling Johann that from now on, whenever someone introduces him, he will proudly bear the title of Troll Slayer. She offers to handle the distribution of the troll's corpse, noting that the hide and blood are exceptionally well preserved. They could fetch a handsome price at the Marcel Trading Company. Johann's eyes gleam at the prospect of profit. As he contemplates this newfound opportunity, memories of his past flood back no matter how hard he tried. He was always labeled as trash. He suddenly recalls that Bullhead Guy had mentioned achievements as well. It dawns on him that defeating a formidable opponent grants a corresponding title, much like in a game. A smile spreads across his face as he realizes that Troll Slayer is his first achievement in this new world. However, this moment of tranquility is shattered when a soldier shouts in alarm, warning that a monster is approaching. The beast, it seems, has followed the horses that had bolted in fear. Valian notices that Sir Johann's puppy has returned with the horses. She decides to step in and explain the situation despite his attempts to stop her. With a reassuring smile, she turns to the soldiers, urging them to remain calm. "What you see isn't a monster," she clarifies. "It's just a puppy that Sir Johann is raising." As she speaks, her gaze shifts upward, revealing Karamov in its original form, carrying a terrified man who is pleading for help amidst the chaos. Valian unsheathes her sword and invokes the holy flame, firmly declaring that the creature before them is certainly not a puppy. After a moment, Johann turns to Mayhem, questioning whether he is merely a traveler, noting that the wolf had attacked him without warning. Mayhem nods, confirming that is indeed what transpired. However, Johann dismisses the explanation as nonsense, highlighting that this area is a battleground between hidden bandits and Marcel's expeditionary force. He then challenges Mayhem, asking why a traveler would venture into such perilous territory, fully aware of the dangers. The man lets out a nervous laugh, admitting that it might be hard to believe, but he genuinely enjoys this sort of thing. He then asks if he can leave. Gustav steps forward, addressing his esteemed brother Johann, requesting a moment to speak with the man. Johann nods in agreement. Without hesitation, Gustav approaches and drives his dagger through the man's hand, pinning it firmly to the ground. The man screams in agony. Gustav leans in, his voice cold and unwavering. "Listen closely," he says, his mood darkening. "I don't care who you are, but since I'm in a bad mood, I'm going to start cutting off your fingers one by one." The man crumbles under the threat, confessing, "I'm Lieutenant Brandon Mayhem, a member of the Imperial Army's Special Operations Unit." Gustav raises an eyebrow, impressed. So Sir Johann's intuition was spot on, he muses, a hint of admiration in his tone. Then, with a sly smile, he adds, "Though I was actually just guessing." Johann, watching the scene unfold, realizes with a jolt that Gustav had stabbed the man without even knowing who he was. Johann inquires if Gustav has discovered anything beyond the name and affiliation. With a gleam in his eye, Gustav reveals he struck gold the precise location of Baron Einbeck's command post. Johann's shock is palpable as he realizes that capturing Einbeck could bring this battle to a decisive end. A smile spreads across his face as he urges Gustav to launch a surprise attack immediately with his high-mobility troops before Einbeck has a chance to react. Gustav eagerly agrees, referring to Johann as his honorable human brother. He declares that his unit is essentially Johann's unit, as it is a tremendous honor to fight alongside the legendary Troll Slayer. Johann urges the men to prepare swiftly, determined to conclude the expedition with a single decisive strike. With fervor, Gustav rallies the soldiers, shouting for them to get ready, as the glorious end of Marcel's defense battle looms just before them. A few hours later, at Baron Einbeck's disguised bandit command base, the stillness is abruptly shattered by the thunder of charging hooves. Gustav leads the charge, his voice ringing out with fervor, declaring that it is harvest time. The elven knights surge into the camp, cutting down imperial soldiers with ruthless precision. Chaos erupts as soldiers scream in confusion, grasping the reality of the surprise attack, and frantically shout for everyone to flee. Gustav commands the knights to locate Einbeck, insisting that they no longer require the others and should eliminate them all. Amidst the ensuing chaos, Janana watches from a distance, her heart sinking as she spots the elven knights. A wave of horror washes over her as she questions how they managed to survive and whether her beloved has been defeated, something she refuses to believe. In a panic, she cries out for his imperial majesty and swiftly retreats into the jungle. As the dust of battle begins to settle, Johann and Gustav make their way through the wreckage of the base, heading toward a specific tent. Gustav announces that they have arrived and that a gift awaits Johann inside. An elven soldier approaches, reporting that the man Sir Johann mentioned is indeed inside the tent, though he has been thoroughly beaten. Grateful, Johann nods in acknowledgement and steps inside. Baron Einbeck's eyes widen in disbelief as he sees Johann, stammering in shock. "Am I seeing a ghost?" Johann looms over him, declaring that he has come to pass judgment. The camp buzzes with activity as soldiers hurriedly pack their gear, while an officer commands the troops to fall back and withdraw. Meanwhile, the Aganti Holy Knights of St. Galanto Monastery announce their success in eliminating the bandits and prepare to depart. Johann, with a nod of respect, tells them it was an honor to fight alongside such valiant warriors. He proclaims that they will forever honor the service and dedication of their brothers and sisters. Johann gives a wave as the Holy Knights march off into the distance. After a while, he and the Elven Knights begin their journey back to the city of Marcel. Alongside them, they lead the captured Baron Einbeck, bound and resigned to his fate. Meanwhile, Einbeck lets out a heavy sigh, watching Johann's back with a mix of disbelief and irritation. How was that bastard still alive? He had clearly spiked Johann's drink with a lethal poison known as Nico's tears, and now questioned whether he should have used the entire vial instead of just a portion. His frustration deepens as he recalls the Elven Knights trailing behind Johann, memories of their earlier confrontation flooding back. Leon swung a chair at him, shouting, "What? You poisoned Sir Johann, you traitor scum! Just die already!" Meanwhile, Laurent delivered a swift kick, yelling, "You're getting deleted from here." As he glanced back, confusion washed over him. Why were those damned people still following Johann? Leon caught his gaze and sneered. "What are you staring at, insect?" Laurent chimed in. "Are you looking to die?" He reassured himself that his plan was flawless and everything was destined to unfold perfectly. The scene shifted back several months to Gozen Castle in the Eights territory. Suddenly, a glass was hurled at Baron Einbeck, striking him on the head. Remarkably, he didn't flinch. Instead, he turned to Lord Jessen and greeted him with a calm, "I hope you've been well." Lord Jessen Eitz, Johann's father, peered down from his seat, his voice steady as he inquired whether the noble had finally delivered the war funds he owed. Einbeck handed a scroll to a servant, who then presented it to Jessen. As Jessen unfurled the scroll, anticipation flickered in his eyes, only to be met with disappointment. There was nothing written on it. He looked up, bewildered. "What the hell is this?" he demanded, staring at the blank piece of paper Einbeck was handing him. Einbeck replied calmly, explaining that his Imperial Majesty needed Baron Jessen Eitz's assistance once more. Jessen's anger flared. "Cut the bullshit," he shot back. "Do you really think I'd let you use me again?" His voice trembled with rage as memories flooded back countless wars fought at Einbeck's command, only to be cast aside into a miserable corner of the north. The bitter truth gnawed at him. Einbeck had kept every reward that should have been his. Jessen questioned whether he truly believed the emperor needed him. He expected Einbeck to take him seriously and warned him to leave before he split him in two with an axe. Undeterred, Einbeck pleaded for help once more, urging Jessen to simply place his seal on the document. He explained that it was a blank paper adorned with the Eitz family seal, asserting that it would serve as a symbol of loyalty to the emperor. In return, he vowed that the emperor would personally bestow upon Jessen the title of Count, a promise sworn on the name of the noble Auvergne family by Einbeck himself. Jessen couldn't help but mock him, pointing out that it had been 50 years since the Auvergnes had fallen. Yet Einbeck still clung to his fading pride. Despite his evident disdain for the man, Jessen pressed the seal onto the blank document with a decisive thud. He hurled the paper at Einbeck, threatening that if he dared to steal credit again, he would rip out Einbeck's tongue and feed it to the dogs. Einbeck picked up the paper, a sly grin spreading across his face as he remarked that Sir Jessen's loyalty would greatly aid in advancing the emperor's cause. Meanwhile, beneath the glow of a crescent moon, a man examined the document, noting with a smirk that Sir Einbeck had forged it quite skillfully. He examined the letter carefully, recognizing it as a meticulously crafted plot for rebellion. The man behind this discovery was none other than Karamov, the captain of the Imperial Guard. It dawned on him that Einbeck aimed to frame the northern families for treason, setting the stage for a sweeping purge. With a hint of sarcasm, he referred to it as a holy plan. Einbeck, sensing the venom in Karamov's words, questioned whether it was merely his imagination playing tricks on him. Karamov remarked on Einbeck's remarkable talent for devising repugnant schemes, questioning how someone from the esteemed Auvergne family could stoop so low. Infuriated, Einbeck shot back, demanding that Karamov watch his words. He questioned Karamov, wondering if he truly believed he was unaware of the atrocities committed in the Northern Territory. With a disdainful nod, he reminded Karamov of the women and children he had slaughtered during the Northern War. "How can a man like you dare to speak of honor?" Einbeck shouted, his voice filled with fury. "You're nothing but the Emperor's hunting dog." In a sudden burst of rage, Karamov seized Einbeck by the throat, lifting him off the ground with a menacing grip. He introduced himself with a flourish. Baron Einbeck Bivong d'Auvergne. With a sharp gaze, he questioned how someone of Einbeck's ilk could dare speak of honor in his presence. He had vowed to become the Emperor's sword, acting solely on sacred orders. To him, the Emperor's honor surpassed the value of every life on this continent, and that was his own honor as well. He scoffed at Einbeck, asserting that a man who thrived on deceit and betrayal was nothing like him. He hurled Einbeck to the ground, where the noble gasped for air, struggling to regain his breath. Karamov warned him that if he ever dared to insult the Emperor's orders again, he would rip out Einbeck's veins and fill a chalice with them. Now in the present, Einbeck gritted his teeth in anger, directing his fury at Karamov for his current predicament. He couldn't help but think of that fool, who prattled on about being the Emperor's sword, yet couldn't even manage to kill a single human knight languishing in a forgotten corner. Einbeck can't help but smile, convinced that he will ultimately be the one to have the last laugh. Suddenly, a soldier rushes toward Johann, urgency in his voice as he shouts that there's an emergency. Johann, alarmed, asks what has happened. The soldier breathlessly reports that the city of Marseille has fallen to traitorous mercenaries. The group stands frozen in disbelief, their faces reflecting the shock of Kumal, Godin, and Sudelga. Gustav and his men are struck with horror as they realize their rear defense has been breached. Yet Johann remains unfazed. Einbeck bursts into laughter, his amusement echoing through the chaos. He mocks them, calling them fools, and demanding to know what they think of the situation. "Did you really not see this coming?" he taunts, turning his gaze to Johann. "Did you honestly believe everything would go according to plan?" He taunts them, declaring that while they may have won the battle, they've ultimately lost the war, and that it serves Johann right. Sutlaga gazes at the city wall, pondering why the goddess of the Ippel River failed to reveal this grim fate. Gustav warns Johann that entering the city is too perilous, and suggests they abandon Marseille. Johann meets his gaze with a confident smile, asserting that it's far too early to give up. He announces their resolve to advance and confront the situation head-on. Einbeck raises his middle finger defiantly, declaring that the only thing about to break is the knight's head. As he contemplates Brattle's capture of Governor Vellatro Traniani, he feels confident that the mercenary will soon deliver the document demanding Marcel's surrender. Once the city falls, he resolves that his first demand will be Johann's body. He envisions cutting his tendons and parading him across the entire empire, a grim spectacle meant to send a chilling message. As a bonus, he plans to expose the incompetence of Imperial Guard Captain Karamov as well. Einbeck envisions a grim fate for Johann, imagining the moment when he will finally put him on the gallows, once the young man has outlived his usefulness. He pictures himself leaning in close at the last moment, whispering in Johann's ear that he was the one who killed his father. The group draws nearer to the imposing gates of Marseille. As the heavy gate slowly rises, the silhouette of Brattle emerges before them. Einbeck's grin widens as he declares his victory. He rushes forward, calling out to Brattle, exclaiming that the plan unfolded just as he had promised. With determination, he demands that they bring the knight to him. As he runs, the silhouette sharpens into focus, and his expression transforms into one of sheer shock. Before him stand Vyako, Trani, Igorin, and Khan. Einbeck stammers in disbelief, questioning why the governor is even present. The elven knights behind him share his confusion, bewildered by the unfolding events within the city. Vyako steps forward, offering a deep bow to Johann Eitz in a gesture of gratitude. The governor of Marseille acknowledges Johann's efforts with a warm smile, congratulating him on his safe return. Johann returns the gesture, expressing his gratitude for the warm welcome and his relief at seeing the governor in good health. Vyako then chimes in, attributing the victory to the dedicated work of the mercenaries. Goran and Khan share a laugh, insisting they were merely following Sir Johann's commands. The night before their departure, Johann gathered Goran and Khan to make another request. When they inquired about it, he revealed that Einbeck was well acquainted with Marcel's defense system, which meant he could breach the city at any moment. Johann tasked the mercenaries with safeguarding Governor Vyako from this imminent threat. Later, Goran remarked that the men from the Oak mercenary group were hardly exceptional, while Khan chimed in, noting that their success had come solely from the element of surprise. Johann gives them a thumbs up, praising their fantastic performance and expressing his trust in the Goran mercenaries. The mercenaries exchange surprised glances, questioning why Sir Johann is suddenly swearing. Taken aback, Johann realizes that his words are considered a curse in this place. Vyako gazes at the bound noble, declaring that he will pay for all his crimes. The noble accepts his fate with a quiet resignation. Meanwhile, Einbeck is dragged away by the city guards, desperately screaming for Brattle. On the city walls, the imperial banner is torn down and discarded. A guard rings the victory bell, proclaiming that the bandits' subjugation was a success, marking the official conclusion of the Second Subjugation Force's mission. In the streets of Marseille, the citizens remember a time when darkness loomed over their city of freedom and trade. Traitorous mercenaries, ruthless bandits, and even a troll threatened to breach their walls. But then, Johann's brilliance emerged like a guiding star. Today, he is known by a revered title, the Troll Slayer of Marseille, Johann Eitz. The crowd erupts in song, proclaiming his name as mighty as a warhammer and his courage as fierce as flames. They pay homage to their hero, Johann Eitz, the man who claims victory with his own fists and conquers a troll with his sheer strength. Beside him, his companions and the citizens alike regard him as righteous. He has already become a legend, the hero who defeated a troll with nothing but his bare hands. Goran and Khan stand on a bridge, watching the vibrant celebration below. Goran reflects on how the city was once littered with corpses, but thanks to Johann, peace has finally been restored. Khan hesitates, wondering if they should leave without saying goodbye. Goran insists they must go. Mercenaries like them would only be a burden if they lingered for a simple farewell. Khan nods in agreement, contemplating the fact that no more children will suffer at the hands of bandits in Marseille. With a hint of resignation, Goran reminds him that it's time to return to the grind of making money, as there's little work to be found in peaceful places. Later, Johann finds himself in a private office with Ayan, who expresses his gratitude for Johann's leadership during the challenging battle. Pouring a cup of tea, Ayan asks if Johann would like a drink before they discuss the finances. Johann nods in agreement, then inquires if he can request the payment right away. Ayan bows respectfully and presents the report detailing the mission reward and the division of spoils. As Johann takes a sip of his tea, he can't help but think that, after the division, his share is likely to be quite modest. Ayan reads the numbers aloud, announcing that the reward for the subjugation mission is 40 silver coins. She continues, noting that the indemnity from the Oak mercenary group amounts to 30 silver and 130 copper. Johann attempts to maintain a calm demeanor, but internally, he questions why the sum is so high. It starkly contrasts with the modest loot he collected from the bandits in Rutsek. Ayan continues to tally the value of the monster spoils, noting that the troll hide sold for 10 gold coins and 60 silver. The troll blood, tendons, and special cuts of meat fetched an impressive 25 gold and 100 silver. Suddenly, Johann spits out his tea in shock, his eyes wide as he asks, "How much does that add up to?" Ayan replies, "In total, that's 35 gold coins, 230 silver, and 130 copper." Johann gazes at her, struggling to contain his happiness, yet inside, he is flooded with joy, bursting into laughter. With this moment, he has acquired a tremendous fortune from the spoils of war. Could this finally be the end of his wandering life? And with that, our story comes to an end. For now, if you enjoyed the recap, please leave a like and subscribe to support the channel. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next recap.